Hey guys, Van Damneta here, and welcome to another Fallout-related video. Just not in the way you think. No, this isn't one of the 20 clips that the official Amazon Prime video YouTube channel released on their YouTube channel promoting their show, their very successful show. No, this is a critique of sorts of the show, and probably, knowing the long man, a lot more things than just the show. A lot of things surrounding the show. Things related to fandoms, to writing, sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Writing, I'm totally blanking out here, but to be fair, English is my second language. Approach, sure, let's go with that. Writing approach, the way writers and showrunners treat fandoms, and so on and so on. Well, the reason I'm reacting to this video is not only am I a big fan of MauLer and his videos and his critiques and his critique style, I'm also a fan of the Fallout games, and so I felt like a reaction video to a video of his talking about the show, which will surely also talk about the games, which the show is not only based on, but also takes place in the same universe as the games. I feel like the games are going to come up, and that's sort of my area of expertise, so I feel like I'm going to have a lot to say, not only about the show, but also about the game. Another thing is, when I released my review, a lot of people, just came in, dropped a negative comment, and left somewhere else, because all of the comments that they've dropped are things that are clearly contradicted by the contents of my video. Like, I can immediately tell that you didn't see my review, not even a part of it, so I'm not even going to bother. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is, I feel like I came off positively, in my head at least. I praised the show, but I also talked about the things that I didn't like about the show, mainly the writing, and I felt like I was fair. I gave the show a 5 out of 10. I said it was average, and if it wasn't for the bad writing, it would be above average. But even with an average rating, a lot of people seem to take away from my review as being a completely negative review. And I mean, that's fine. Everyone is entitled to their opinions, but when they're this wrong, you know, I feel like something went wrong, either with me or with you, and I don't know, something with your upbringing or something. Anyways, let me get to the point of what I'm trying to say. I feel like that I didn't articulate well enough what I thought about the show, the bad things and the good things. And seeing MauLer's sort of, I guess, take on the show, as someone who's not even that big of a Fallout game player, it piqued my interest. I heard what he had to say about the show on the Real BBC, Friday Night Tights, and Open Bar, and of course on EFAP. So when I heard that he was making a video, I thought, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to react to it, just like they do. I'm going to try to add more to the video than there is in the video itself, you know? So the video is about 2 hours long, a little bit over 2 hours, so I'm hoping that this video will be at least 4.5 hours long. That way, I feel like we can we'll end up both contributing useful things. Anyways, so yeah, that's pretty much it. I wanted to see what MauLer has to say about the show, and I am interested to see how many points that he'll bring up that I've brought up in my review. That'll be something interesting to see, to compare and contrast. I feel like, I mean, like I said, I heard his takes, and so I feel like there's a lot of things that he's going to bring up that I'm not actually going to agree with. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, so here we go. Without further ado, this is, by the way, I haven't watched the video, so my reaction is going to be genuine and completely, blind. I don't know what he's going to say. I don't know anything. Okay, so without further ado, let's watch MauLer's video titled Fallout. Hold on, let me check quickly. What is it called? Fallout: A World on Fire, which I guess is the reference to the song I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire. Now, I suggested a title, Fallout Nuclear Waste, but, I'm sure he must have just missed it, but maybe next time. Maybe in Season 2, we can use that one. Fallout Nuclear Waste. Because, nuclear waste is sort of waste material that gathers up from nuclear materials, but also it's a nuclear waste because the show was such a big waste, it's almost on a nuclear level. The amount of wasted potential in the show is about the size of a nuclear blast. No? Okay. Well, like I said, without further ado, let's start this video. Here we go. All right. I'm gonna stop right here. I'm sure he's gonna bring this up, but that whole Enclave scene, episode 2, it's just I don't even know where to start. First of all, the Enclave being a thing after New Vegas clearly established that they're not. The only thing that was left of the Enclave were 6 old people and Arcade. And, well, if you know Arcade, you know that he's not going to be carrying on the Enclave bloodline. Let's just put it that way. So, yeah, Enclave is gone. And Fallout 3, they brought the Enclave back, which was before New Vegas, but it was the DC chapter. So it's like, fine, okay, you, Bethesda, you can play with the Enclave over there in DC. And New Vegas was like, okay, well, the Enclave are back technically, but okay, now they're gone, seriously, and they're not gonna come back. And then the Fallout show was like, yeah, so the Enclave are back. Oh, the DC Enclave? No, the West Coast Enclave. Oh, you mean the 6 old dudes in a bunker? No. What are you talking about? The Enclave is strong as ever. If this was taking place before Fallout 2, maybe, sure. But, no. And they don't look like the Enclave. They don't have the advanced power armor. Not even the Enclave officers are dressed like officers. And, why would they have a base this far out? They're supposed to be in an oil rig in the middle of nowhere. And what is with that security? One machine gun turret outside that can't aim to save its life, its robotic life, and no guards in sight, not a single guard in sight, not even one single guard who is sleeping or something. No, not even one. If you've seen the Navarro outpost in Fallout 2, you'll see what the Enclave security looks like. But here in the show, the Enclave are like 6 scientists, 3 guards, and 1 machine gun turret. That's what we saw. They're all in like this old warehouse airplane hangar thing. No, that's not the Enclave. These are just people who heard about the Enclave and called themselves the Enclave, just like Edward Sallow heard about the Roman Empire and called himself Caesar. These are not the Enclave. And if they are meant to be, I mean, I guess canonically they are the Enclave, like it or not, then this is a very poor representation, an embarrassing representation of any faction, let alone the Enclave. So that's what I have to say about that little scene. Don't even get me started on the dog that just keeps coming back, and the doctor character, and what a non-character he was. Alright, here we go.
Creating satirical storytelling based on a video game does not mean you can write anything and be praised for it. We are not doing the Space Wizards thing on this channel, okay?
Nope. No, definitely not.
Even he ended up regretting saying that.
Yes, he did.
The point being...
Man, Patrick Williams. Does anyone even remember this guy? Is he even relevant anymore? What an interesting character. Let's just put it like that. What an interesting character. So, writing satirical comedy based on video games is... hold on. I'm gonna have to go back a little bit. Let me hear that again.
Creating satirical storytelling based on a video game does not mean you
Creating satirical storytelling based on a video game does not mean...
can write anything and be praised for it.
Right, okay. I can already see where this is coming from. From all the discussions that MauLer had with people who were fans of the show. Well, not fans, but people who didn't dislike the show as much as he did. Which, to be fair, I don't think I'm in MauLer's camp either. I didn't dislike it. I didn't dislike it as much as he did. That's mainly because I'm, how do I put it, ignorant. I don't have sort of the trained critic's eyes that MauLer has. So I went about the show, and I was like, oh, that was weird. Oh, that was fun. That was kind of funny. That action scene looked kind of nice. And then that was it. But then, when I watched MauLer's EFAP stream and other discussions related to the Fallout show, I was like, yeah, that was a good point. Yeah, I didn't notice that. That's a good critique. Yeah, that flew over my head. Weird how I didn't notice that. So I'm not really trained in the, critiquing way. So a lot of things just fly over my head. And that's why I only gave the show a 5 out of 10 instead of, I don't know what MauLer would give it. Probably a 2 or a 3. So yeah, definitely, I agree. I don't care what piece of media you're basing the show on, your story. It has to function as a story. Treat it like a story. You can't treat it like a gimmick or sort of, I don't know, like a throwaway thing, a joke. You have to treat it seriously like you would with any story. So yeah, definitely. I'm not gonna give the game the show any passes because it's based on a goofy game, which Fallout is not as goofy as you think. Play the original Fallout games. Play 1, play 2, play New Vegas. That's what Fallout is supposed to be. That's the tone, the atmosphere. That's how it's supposed to be. Fallout only got goofy with the Bethesda's Fallouts. Fallout 3, Fallout 4. That's when Fallout started getting goofy. With superhero ant people and, talking trees and all of that. Some of it works, to be fair. But if I had to think of something off of the top of my head... Okay, here's one. The USS Constitution. The quest line in Fallout 4. That kind of works. That's goofy enough, but still grounded enough, relatively speaking, to fit in to the Fallout lore and the Fallout tone. But then there's other things where it's not so much. But yeah, so moral of the story, bottom line, is no, you can't get away with something just because it's meant to be goofy, it's meant to be stupid, it's meant to not make sense. No, that's not going to work. Anyway, let's continue.
Are not doing the Space Wizards thing on this channel, okay? Even he ended up regretting saying that. The point being...
Recognize that music. This is... It's from Fallout 1, but it also returns in Fallout 2. I'm going to have to keep hearing more of it before I can point out exactly what that track is.
In the deft hand in which you can weave substantive allegory, caricature, and poignant explorations of insane patterns or mundane cruelty in life is something you should ask nothing but the best for. Satire can be one of the most powerful instruments to effect change in one's mind, or one of the most embarrassing ways to reveal your own naive perspective. Now, I'm not...
Sure. Look, I don't know much about satire. I'm not really, I don't mind satire in stories, but when it comes to satire, my kind of satire is the cynical satire, things like RoboCop, and I mean, I still haven't seen Starship Troopers, so I can't tell you for certain, but it is directed by the same person, so yeah, I could see that. And definitely Fallout. Again, if you play the original Fallout games, Fallout 1 and 2, you'll see that cynical satire weaved in there. Not so much when you play Fallout 3 or 4. But, yeah.
A man who demands realism for all these stories and all cartoonish craziness for all of them either. I demand internal consistency. All that
Right. This is something that, MauLer and friends always sort of, I guess, preach about, is consistency. Doesn't matter what kind of story you're telling. At least you have to treat it with respect. You can't play around with it, because then, if you don't take it seriously, then your viewers won't take it seriously. So, what's the point?
matters is what the story tells me matters. Regardless of all that, let's have a chat about the new Fallout show. Bud has an idea for 3 interconnected vaults. Bud's buds, because the basic obstacle to achievement has been the brevity of the human lifespan. It's prevented us from working on projects that take us entire millenniums into the future. Bud's buds will solve that. So, we have...
Again, I don't know where to start, because the fact that the show only treats Vault 31 and 32 and 33 as this brand new, unique idea, when it's literally Vault 31, 32, and 33, I'm pretty sure there's 100,000, or I think the goal was to build 100,000 vaults across America. I don't know how far they got, though, but it's definitely over 100. So it's weird how they don't acknowledge all the other vaults until the Vault 4 arc, and when they're not doing that, they only treat Vault 31, 32, and 33 as the only vaults in California, and maybe even in all of America, when that's just not true. And if your story is meant to take place in the same continuity as the games, you should know that that's not true. So it's weird how Bud and his buds are just talking about these 3 vaults as a failsafe, as some sort of protection plan for them, when the whole point of the vaults was to basically lie to the American people and treat them like experiments for the advancement of Vault-Tec. So it's weird that someone working in Vault-Tec suggests, how about we build 3 vaults, but instead of them being experiments, we use them to cryogenically freeze ourselves and then wake up after a certain time and breed with the other inhabitants of the other vaults. And everyone was okay with that, even Cooper's wife. I mean, we didn't really get a lot of scenes with Cooper's wife talking about the 3 vaults and how they're going to operate, and, okay, so if Cooper's wife got a place in the Vault 31, and she was frozen there with Cooper and their daughter, or son, I can't even remember, their child, what was I going to say? Oh, so how's that going to work? So the whole point was to advance the sort of the goal the admirations, the dreams, the plans. Well, not even that. The whole point was to just outlive the enemy, and then continue to live. But, okay. So, if that's the case, then why build other vaults? Just build 3 vaults, quick and easy, and that's it. You win. Why build the other vaults if you're not even gonna stick around to, you know, monitor the experiments that you're gonna do on them? It's just very weird how the vaults, and never, like, all the time spent with Bud talking about the 3 vaults, no one is talking about the other vaults and what they're gonna be. No one even mentions Vault 4. So I feel like there's a disconnect. Maybe there's multiple Vault-Tec branches, and I guess the California branch did these 3 vaults in secrets. I don't know how. I don't know why. But Vault 4 was also built in California, so they should know about that. But why build Vault 4 if you're just gonna go to sleep for 100 years? Why? I don't know. So, I don't even know what my point was. But basically, all in all, again, just like how the Enclave wasn't presented well in that previous scene, I feel like Vault-Tec was not presented well in the show as a whole. Both in the pre-war scenes and in the post-war scenes. But, yeah. Let's continue talking about Bud and his buds.
Vault 31 releases junior executives periodically when they've been unfrozen to become
Right.
overseers in Vaults 32 and 33. Through
Right.
many generations, the plan is to end up having a society of super managers, because the junior executives have been taught how to be managers, and they're going to teach everyone else how to be managers. Everyone's going to be managers. It's going to be amazing. People who...
Is that... See, I must have missed that. Is that the whole plan? Is to repopulate the entire America with managers? I thought that they were going to keep themselves to themselves in the vault until Reclamation Day or whatever. But I guess that was the secret agenda behind it? Yeah, if that's the case, then why would Vault-Tec sign up on this? And if they did, if they did agree with this plan, then why not freeze all executives on all branches of Vault-Tec? Why only the California branch? Why not freeze all of Vault-Tec? And then, why not freeze the government, the president, the, you know, famous celebrities?
are good at management will create the best society. That's what Buds is all about. Once everyone on the surface is dead, the super managers will emerge and create a great society. Until then, Vaults 32 and 33 will exchange people periodically to ensure population growth. Which means what? Vault 32 and 33 are just people to be controlled, to be
Not really. They live like a normal American healthy life, like the war didn't even happen. They're just living underground. It's so weird seeing a vault fitted with so many like accessibility options. There's schools, there's greenhouses, there's farms, and there's gyms with all different types of exercise things. There's fencing training, there's shooting training. They read a lot of books about all weird things. They, according to Lucy, they even have manuals on things like power armor. All this useless. They have a holding cell. If it's supposed to be an experiment, then what's the experiment? What if we took people and made them live a happy, healthy life forever? Yeah.
To create super managers? Well, Vault 33 is okay, but 32 is filled with people strangling each other. Oh gosh, they're all dying.
What's up with that?
Jesus. But 32 was not overpopulated, not like the Rat Utopia experiments playing on the video inside the vault. Instead, they discovered the truth and went mad. They killed
Is that what happened?
themselves and each other.
Why would they do that?
And they tried to get into Vault 31. But
That can't be the answer. The answer is they killed each other because the truth made them mad? I thought... Well, I don't know what I thought. I thought that... I guess I thought that they either discovered Vault 31 and told the Overseer about it, and then they got, I don't know, gassed, I guess, or they either got gassed or locked in and starved out. I didn't... You're saying that they went crazy and killed each other? Okay.
how did Vault 32 discover the truth? And why would...
Right, because we saw that in order to get access to Vault 31, there's like a DNA scanner thing. And that's how Norm got in, because he has 50% of Hank's DNA. So how did they get in? How did they know the truth? And how did that Roomba with a brain not stop them?
Discovering the truth that instead of a vault in which you're meant to be kept safe and secure, you are being trained to become a super manager that will take over civilization at some point. Why is that? Like, why would that be the thing that makes you want to kill yourself? Like, yes.
Well, I think the point is that... Well, I don't know what the point is. Because Norm went in and saw people frozen. So what? And the same thing with... like the revelation that, oh, these people used to work from Vault-Tec. They're from the old world. Okay, and the old world is gone. Vault-Tec is gone. What does it matter? They're just people now. So even if that's the revelation, it's not enough to make people go crazy, and it's definitely not enough to make people kill each other. And that's ignoring the fact that how did they even get inside Vault 31? And that's also ignoring the fact that why is this such a big deal? And that's ignoring the fact that I'm pretty sure that only a select few will get to be like the super managers. I thought that the whole point was the elite wake up and breed with, you know, the healthiest specimens and create, you know, the best hybrid specimen. But there's a lot of so I guess but no, yeah, so the people from Vault 31 will have to breed with are normies, normal people who populated Vault 32 and 33. So you're always going to have half-breeds and then quarter-breeds, and the genes are just going to get more and more diluted. So I don't know how that would work. And there was nothing really... Like, if the plan was to create a bunch of super managers, then why didn't we see that? I think the point was that the Vault-Tec people drop the bomb, destroy the old world, and live to tell about it. And continue living their lives and basically circumvent the war by sleeping through it. And that's it. That's the grand experiment. That's the grand plan. I don't know much about breeding an army of super salesmen. I don't know much about that. But continue, please.
You've been lied to, but ultimately you're still in the exact same situation, only now you know that you're meant to take over. Like, this is a vault. Vault-Tec personal projects. They're guinea pigs, sure, but they're very well-kept guinea pigs.
Right, but, I mean... Guinea pig... Okay, one, compared to the other vaults that we know of, at least in the games, the people of Vault 32 and 33 have it easy. But also, they're not... If they're guinea pigs, what's the experiment? To live normal, healthy lives and, you know, marry at a young age and have a family and die peacefully at an old age? Okay, sign me up. I'll be a guinea pig.
However, if we pop our thinking caps on, perhaps Bud decided that the crop of super managers in 32 was so much less effective than those in 33 that he culled them.
What do you mean, Bud? Are you wait, what? You saying that is Bud? The Roomba with a brain? That's Bud? Did it have a name tag on it? Must have missed that.
Forced all their food sources to die out, hoping to then, as we see in the show, split 33, the good crop, into halves and repopulate 32. But that doesn't really explain why they killed each other or themselves, nor why they wouldn't have asked for help from 33 during all of this hardship. We see how easy it is to get into an overseer's account. How come they didn't try to open the Vault 33 door out of desperation when they were willing to try it with 31? If they...
Right. All you have to do is plug the Pip-Boy in, and you should have access to the vault immediately. Vault door.
No, then they should know there's only cryotubes in there. 33 has food and water and people who are willing to help. But ultimately, why wouldn't they open their front vault door to the wasteland when we know they are perfectly capable of doing so, since Moldaver does it 2 years later from the outside and Lucy does it in her own vault? Hell, we find out Rose did it without Bud or Hank's permission, with Hank to follow her.
Yeah, weird. Weird how easy it is to get in and out of the vault when... You know, the writers need it to be easy. Yeah, I'm trying to think of ways to... I'm trying to think of rebuttals to all of the points that were made there, but... Yeah, I can't really think of anything. If what happened was the crops were destroyed, okay, try to grow them again. Try to get some help from Vault 32. If that doesn't work, get out and find some other help outside. I wouldn't immediately resort to, let's kill each other. But that's just me.
Apparently incapable of stopping any of that. And so you want me to buy that not a single person in Vault 32 was willing to brave the outside instead of starving to death? They must have had very specific and strange knowledge to make all of this fit, but I still really don't know how. What did you know, motherfuckers?
Exactly. What is the truth? The truth is that there's people frozen in cryotubes. Okay. So what? They have name tags on them. There's a weird robot with a brain. Okay, and let's kill each other. No.
Did you find out that Vault-Tec blew up the world? Because, I mean, I don't see how they could possibly have found that out, but I also don't...
Yeah, there's no way they would know that. It's not like it's going to be written in history books. And if they do know that, so what? Vault-Tec's only built the vaults. As far as they don't know, they're not populating the vaults. And if they put two and two together and find out that, you know, hey, the people frozen in there work for Vault-Tec, they have Vault-Tec written on their names, and Vault-Tec destroyed the world, therefore, you know, two wrongs make a right, or in this case, two bad things mean bad thing square, then, again, so what? The world, it has ended. It's gone. It's not coming back. You can only rebuild now. And so finding out that there's remnants of the people who made the world be destroyed does not change the fact that the world is destroyed, and doesn't change the fact that you are now living in a new world anyways. It's not like you're living in space where there's no world anymore. You still have a world to live in. It's just different now. It's very irradiated. So, again, what does it matter?
don't know why that would make them kill themselves. You know, however
No.
they found out, they don't even have proof. They never got Vault 31 open. How do they know what happened? And
Exactly.
you know what? If they have an equal exchange rate of people from Vaults 31, 32, and 33, then why wouldn't they have questioned when they have referenced the fact that they know people come from Vault 31, that no one goes to Vault 31? This is all
Yeah, that's another thing that they brought up in the early episodes and then they just dropped. Like, how does the exchange works? Is it between the 3 vaults or is it between the 2 vaults? And if it's between the 2 vaults, then why? What's up with Vault 31? Why don't they get exchanged with us? Why isn't it, a full circle? Why does it just go like that with no connection to the upper part? And if they do know about Vault 31 and they claim to think that some people sometimes come in from Vault 31, then who are they, where are they, and why do they never talk about their vault? And why do people not get easy access to Vault 31 as they do with Vault 32? So, again, this is something that people would have realized almost immediately. Like maybe after the first exchange. This is why, like, if you want a comparison, compare that with Vault was it 84 or 81? I think it's 81. Vault 4, Vault 81. It's a vault like this vault, Vault 31, 33, I guess. But the trick is that very early on, the people of Vault... might have been 87. Anyway, it's 80-something. The people of Vault 80-something, like, very quickly caught on to Vault-X experiments and put a stop to it. And now, they're not living under the microscope. They threw the microscope away, they put it in the trash. It's no longer there. And now the Vault has just become, like, a safe haven with food and resources and everyone helping each other out. But the remnants of the experiment, the remnants of what Vault 87, I think, was supposed to be, are still there. But it's gone. When you go there, it's just a bunch of mole rats and skeletons. Because Vault-Tec tried to experiment on the people of Vault 80-something, and they got discovered. And so the people living there obviously didn't like being experimented on, so they revolted, and that's the end of that. So I feel like that should have been what happens in Vault 33, but it doesn't. And no one catches on. And yeah, the show ends, the season ends, with no one catching on, basically. Do they catch on? No. The only people who catch on are Norm and Chet. Chet doesn't tell anyone because he doesn't want to ruin his relationship with one-eyed lady. And Norm, maybe he'll manage to do something about it in the next season, maybe not. But yeah, either the experiment, if the experiment were to go smoothly, then it needed to have been explained and executed in a better manner. But it wasn't, so therefore, there's no excuse for the residents of Vault 32 and 33 to not catch on to the lie that is being sold to them.
Becomes super retarded when you take into consideration that they start up a saying for voting in Vault 31ers for the best results. Doesn't that highlight this very strange coincidence? Is it?
Right. That's another thing. They keep talking about how, we could try and discuss who would be better as an overseer, but you know what? Can't go wrong with the 31ers. Okay, hold on. Excuse me. Why? Who made this rule? Was it someone from Vault 31? And also, why? But no, just gets brushed over. And it's like, oh, that's weird. Anyways. and doesn't get brought up ever again.
If they want to make it further suspicious, they apparently tell all of the super managers from 31 to talk about how good the fucking potatoes are. How are you going to tell me anyone believes this shit? How are you going to tell me that there are any stakes in the investigation?
The bag of
Steaks. Yeah, what about the potatoes? Oh, so... Right, are you saying that the people from Vault 31 are in on the lie, and they're pretending like their vault is the same as Vault 32 and 33, but they're growing potatoes. But there's no potatoes. Right. And someone would make a connection there, but nope, that doesn't happen. Yeah, it's... Unfortunately, with how casually the writers brush off all of these issues, you don't even notice them. Like, I didn't notice any of this. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Yeah, I guess it's kind of weird, but whatever. Ignorance is bliss, but, yeah, there are limits.
tricks from comedy can be useful. You know, where instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
If the answer to this...
That's not one of the writers, is it? If not have them be awesome, why not have them dumb? What? Oh, man. This doesn't bode well for the future of the show, does it? Isn't that basically what Ryan Johnson says about his characters, about his stories? It's just meant to be dumb, and those who have issues with it just don't get it. That's not a good attitude, is it?
Is everyone's retarded, then why isn't Lucy's brother retarded? And if they are...
Exactly. Why be picky about it? If you want the show to be retarded, basically goofy, like some sort of Rick and Morty thing, where everyone is dumb, everyone makes mistakes, and everyone is a fuck up, then why not do that? No, you're being selective because you want to tell a story, you just don't know how to do it, so you go, okay, that doesn't make sense. Well, just make this character, just decrease their intelligence. Okay, next episode, well, we want this character to learn about this thing. Well, they can't because their intelligence is all the way down here. No, just raise it up. There you go. Okay. And then next episode, lower it. So yeah, it's very just selective on what the writers want to do, and that's never good. And that keeps happening over and over again with many stories. And there's just no excuse for it. We just got to do better, Senator.
Sending people to Vault 31 and they just get dealt with. Who's dealing with them? The fucking...
The robot?
Brainbot? He's not doing shit. So even if people were periodically sent to Vault 31, Bud Brain ain't killing them, so I don't understand.
What happens to them?
How did people...
Oh yeah. I just forgot. What happens to Norm at the end, where basically Bud, I guess, the Robo Brain, shuts off the door and it's like, so there's no escape. So you either starve to death here or freeze yourself in one of the pods. Maybe that's what they're implying. Maybe they're implying that whoever decides to investigate Vault 31 gets trapped by the robot, and they have the choice to either starve to death inside or freeze themselves for an indefinite amount of time. I guess you can say that, but again, then people would notice that this person has disappeared. So you're going to have to account for that. And when you're living in a vault where your numbers are few and basically you know everyone's names, that's going to be difficult to do.
Not figure out something weird was going on? Why did it take Grimby? He's Grimby, don't fight this. So Moldaver wants to...
I don't know what that is. Grimby? Do I want to look this up? I know Gumby, and I know the brother is Grimsby. I don't know what Grimby is. Grimby, Adventure Time Wiki? Is that it? From Adventure Time? Sure. What does Grimby mean? Okay. The site wants to allow ads. I don't care. Okay, sure. Like I said, from my review, I know him as the guy from Hannah Montana. So, what was his character's name on there? Let me look that up. Rico. Rico Suave. That's what I know him as. I know him as Rico. So, okay. But, hey, Grimby it is. What about... Oh, yeah, so... Yeah, out of all the characters to discover Vault 31, it's Grimby. Well, I can tell you why the writers did it, but I can't explain why in the story, why he's the one to discover it and not... well, who else would discover it? I don't know. The one-eyed lady? No, she's just living in ignorant bliss, just like Chet. So... I feel like Norm is the only inquisitive enough person and the curious enough person, and also he basically lost his dad and his sister, so he's got revenge on the brain, and he's always like questioning why the Overseer doesn't do anything about the Raiders, why they don't go outside and look for Lucy and Hank. So he's motivated to be more inquisitive about things related to the Vault and the Overseer and stuff like that, but would he be smart enough or keen enough to notice these things and to act upon them? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to say, because like I said before, the writers just play around with the intelligence levels of all of their characters, so it's really hard to pin down what kind of character Norm is supposed to be. So, in summary, the answer to your question is, why not Norm? Which is not that good of an answer, I know, but it is what it is.
Take her raiders into Vault 33 via Vault 32 with the Pip-Boy from Rose. Considering their wacky approach, why didn't they just go straight into 33? They were willing...
Oh, right, okay, yeah. They pretended to be from Vault 32 to not raise any... excuse me. To not raise any suspicions, I guess. But... Hold on. Keep talking.
To raid Vault 32, so why not just raid Vault 33? And then how insanely lucky is it that everyone's already killed each other ages ago in Vault 32, meaning they have every opportunity to simply take over and pretend to be Vault 32, but then...
Oh, okay, so are you saying that, Are you basically saying that why Moldaver and her gang would go to Vault 32 to raid Vault 32, and then when they find it to be empty and everyone dead, they then take their jumpsuits and wear them and pretend to be from Vault 32, when they could have just knocked on Vault 33, or, yeah, right, the Pip-Boy. They could have just used the Pip-Boy to open the door. But, I mean, well, that's the tricky thing is, because in vaults, like the vault that I mentioned before, Vault 87, or 81, or 84, hold on, let me look this up, just to make sure that, because I don't want to keep guessing the vault's number every time. But my point is, in Fallout 4, I mean, Fallout 4 was the first Vault, Fallout 4 was the first Fallout game to establish that you need a Pip-Boy to open the vault. Before that, there was just a switch that you can press, you can, you know, pull down, and then the door would open. So you didn't even need a Pip-Boy. Okay, I think it's this one. Vault 81, yeah. Hold on, let me check. Layout, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. So it's Vault 81. So in Vault 81, and I believe in the Far Harbor DLC, there's Vault 114. 2 vaults in Fallout 4. Basically, any inhabited vault, when you try to open the vault with the Pip-Boy and you put the thing in, you plug it in, there's a guard. Basically, there's a guard inside that receives like a notification that someone is trying to gain access, and then they use the microphone and say, you know, who is it? Who are you? How did you get this Pip-Boy? And then they can decide to let you in or not. So maybe they're trying to say that the Pip-Boy is not enough, and only from the inside can you open the vault door without having someone on the outside also open it for you. So that's the best explanation I can give to you, is even if they have the Pip-Boy, it's not going to be enough, because if they plug it in, they're going to be like, outsiders? Who are you, outsiders? But if they plug it in and, you know, what's the word? Like, ask permission to enter, then they'll be like, oh, it's our neighbors from Vault 32 knocking on the door, let's let them in. But if they come in from the outside, they're like, you know, it's just a person with a Pip-Boy. It could be anyone. It could be raiders, could be, you know, mutants, could be anything. So, does that work? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
Why was everything untouched and unlived in Vault 32 since the deaths of the Vault Dwellers? Remember, the Raiders
Why not?
arrived and had to live there until the date for the wedding that was organized by Moldaver over the overseas...
No. No. What? Where's your proof? Is that what? No. When in the show was that established? I thought that they did that, like, basically on the same day. They came in into Vault 32, and they were like, oh, everyone is dead. That's weird. Well, there's these spare vault suits. Let's put them on and pretend to be from Vault 32. But no, how does that make sense? Because, okay, where would they be staying at? Yeah, exactly. If that's the case, then they should have cleaned up the place. If they're going to be staying at least for a day or two, especially if it's more than that. But if they're only going to be there for a couple hours, then, I mean, a bunch of the raiders are like a bunch of filthy wastelanders anyway, so they're probably used to the blood and dirt everywhere. But if you're telling me that they had to wait for a specific date, then, I mean, Moldaver should know about this. Shouldn't she? She should know when this exchange thing is about to happen. Like, exactly what date. You'd think she'd know something like that. No? It's weird. You're saying that they basically squatted there for a couple of days until, you know, the wedding bells started to ring?
Is terminal with Hank. I have no idea how she was able to pass any kind of basic check from him, by the way. We see them fully kitted out with vault suits, Pip-Boys, exchange of information, and fundamental knowledge of the situation regarding the vaults. They even understand.
Well, Moldaver was friends with Rose, so she should know some bits about the vault, right? But yeah. If she was in contact with Hank before she met him, then yeah. I feel like one of them would be able to pick up something being wrong. Well, I mean, if Moldaver picked up something to be wrong, I guess, yeah, she would have bailed. But, yeah, this, gotta be honest, this plan is sounding less and less sound. And it hasn't even began. This is just the setup, the entry. Then the actual plan being executed. We haven't even gone there. We've got a long ways to go. Here we go.
And etiquette, somewhat, meaning the
Right. Well, Moldaver probably taught them.
Raiders lived in Vault 32 and changed nothing. They just hung out with the corpses right next to them as they conducted everyday life. No attempt to maybe move the bodies. Were they lucky? enough to arrive just a day before the triennial schedule, and Hank agreed despite having no contact for 2 years? Once you reach...
Right, it's a triannual thing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if I don't know what the evidence is to conclude that the Moldaver and her raiders stayed in Vault 32 for more than a couple of days. I guess only the fact that it would be suspicious if, like you said, there's been 2 years without contact, and then suddenly, a couple of days before the thing happens, suddenly it's like, oh, hello, sorry about that. Our power went off, and we had to fix it, or something. Yeah, okay, so yeah. It's triannual, which means every 3 years, which means that, yeah. I don't know what the timeline exactly is on when the Vault, on when the Vault 32 people died, but yeah, either way, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Based on that, then, yeah, Moldaver and her raiders would have been there for quite a long time, and if they were, then why not clean up the mess, or change the plan, and try to gain access to Vault 33 from the outside, instead of living in, you know, a barren, bloody, dirty vault. Yeah, I can't think of anything. So.
At the end of the season, the notion that Hank would be overprotective of Lucy is an understatement. You'd think someone like him would discover as much as he could about the man marrying his daughter. You know, hopefully as a baseline you confirm he's not a fucking psychopath. I guess a man who chooses to nuke an entire city out of spite for his wife taking his daughter away doesn't care too much about who she marries.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna start with the nuking of Shady Sands, but yeah, you're right. Based on what we know about Hank as a father, I mean, from the first episode, but also from the last episode. Yeah, you're right. The only thing I can think of is, you know, he has no reason to think that someone from Vault 32 would be, you know, dangerous or psychopathic, and yeah. Basically, he didn't think it was going to be a big deal, but yeah, you're right. Based on what he knows about the Wasteland and based on who he used to be before the war, yeah, you think he'd be the kind of person to look into someone's history before even meeting with them. So, yeah, you're right. There's no excuse for that.
I think it's strange that a Pip-Boy for Vault 33 can open the front vault door for Vault 32 when they are very deliberately separated vaults designed for seclusion as part of the experiment.
Well, that's, again, what are we going to base this on? Because in the games, you can open any vault using your Pip-Boy. The Pip-Boy you get from Vault 111 can be used to open all other vaults. The failsafe is, when there's someone inhabiting the vault, you have to basically convince them that you're not a threat, and if they are convinced, then they will let you in. But if there's no one on the other side, then you can just open the vault, no problems. Just plug the thing in, and yeah, you basically go press open, and it opens. And before, like I said before, you just pull a switch, and the door opens. You don't even need a Pip-Boy. So, if we're going by the games, then yeah, anyone with any Pip-Boy can open any vault door. But if we're going by the show, one, you'd think the Vault-Tec would have a failsafe for that, to not allow anyone to go to any vault, especially Vault 31. But since no failsafe was mentioned, it means that, one, they didn't think of it, or two, they didn't think that anyone would ever try to go to Vault 31. And both of those are not good excuses, so, yeah. Should have thought of more about that one. But I mean, to be fair, they were discussing Vault 31, 32, 33 like what, a couple of weeks before the war, so maybe they just didn't have enough time. They worked double time and didn't have time to iron out the kinks, as they say. So I don't know. That's the best I could do.
In fact, I'm surprised that everyone has the potential to access each other's vaults. We've seen the denial of access in some cases, but why would...
Records, yeah, from the terminals, but that's different from doors being opened by Pip-Boys.
someone outside of Vault 32 with a 33 Pip-Boy be granted access? Why would...
Again, like I said, if we're going by the game's logic, it doesn't matter where you got the Pip-Boy from. You can use it to open any vault door.
Bud have controls to prevent the opening of all 3 vaults. Surely the...
Maybe if the show established Bud to be, the mastermind, basically like the mainframe, the artificial intelligence that's keeping the whole thing operational, then yeah, he should have something to deny people access. But I don't know if remote access was a thing established by any game, so yeah, I don't know about that. Again, you're right. There should be something to protect the secret of Vault 31. They should have thought about that, but nothing in the game, basically nothing you said can be applicable using if we were to use the game's logic. Like I said, any Pip-Boy can open any vault door, and there's never been any evidence of artificial intelligence controlling vault doors remotely. So I don't have any problems with that so far.
Release of any super managers is the final plan, and so surely it must be approved by him. But okay, so him...
Would it? I feel like, from the way they showed him, I feel like Bud was just this thing clanging against a wall, stuck behind a broom. I never got the impression that he was this mastermind controlling everything, pulling the strings. So I don't know what's the evidence for that. And I feel like the people that wake up, the ones with, a body and everything, I feel like those are the ones who get the final say. The overseers, they get the oversay. They get the decision on who stays and who goes. So, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if Bud has any say on anything. I feel like he's just been reduced to gatekeeper duty, protecting Vault 31, and all the executives frozen inside. But that's it. That's the impression I got from the show. But I don't know.
Plan has now evolved into pretending to be Vault 32 people, to then perform a faux wedding with the Vault 33 people, to then capture...
Which is completely unnecessary.
Hank McLean and take him back to the observatory because he has the codes to activate the cold fusion. What a wonderful plan, except everyone's a retard. Why didn't Vault 33 do any systemic or rad checks with Vault 32, nor did they recognize...
Well, they have no reason to. If they truly believe that these people are from Vault 32, then they would have no reason to think that they would be irradiated because they've been inside the vault the whole time. They'd also have no reason to think that they're from the outside because they have Pip-Boys and vault suits with 32 on them. So I don't know why anyone would immediately think, hold on, let's check if you're actually from Vault 32. I don't know. I feel like if one of them had like a blood stain on the vault suit, or if one of them had some sort of radiation sickness deformity, then I would be like, okay, well, that's suspicious. Let's sit them down and examine them. But they all looked healthy and normal, and they looked like vault dwellers, so I don't know. I would have no reason to suspect them, but maybe that's why I'm not an overseer.
any of these people, despite making trades once per 3 years? What, did everyone die and get replaced with people who had a 3-year growth spurt? How the fuck does any of this happen? Wouldn't Hank have known about a replacement overseer while in communication with Bud and the mysterious silence from Vault 32 for 2 years? Do you guys remember?
Right, yeah, so that's the thing. If the last time the Vault 33 people met with the Vault 32 people was 3 years ago. Basically, yeah, so let me put it this way. I feel like the point has been made clear, but basically, if you have a bunch of friends and you leave town and you head for another city, and you stay in that city for 3 years, you find a nice job, you make some friends there, and then after 3 years, you go, let me go back to the city I was staying at before and check out my old friends. And if you go back there and you find that your friends look completely different to what they used to, act differently, don't even have the same names, and you just go, hello friends, it's been a while. No, you wouldn't do that. You would go, who are you? Where are my friends? So, yeah, I feel like even if you don't stick around to learn everyone's names, I feel like you would notice something was off when the last time you meet these people, 3 years after that, these same people, like you would have at least a memory of one person's face, one person you talk to, something like that. So when they come in and no one is recognizable to anyone, yeah, there'd be some red flags. So when I was first watching the episode, I thought that this was the first time they met. This is the first time that the Vault 33 people met with the Vault 32 people. So I guess that's just my brain making excuses for the show. But yeah, if it was triannual, then yeah. Immediately red flags should have been waved. But nope. That didn't happen. So anyways.
Remember when they split Vault 33 into 2 halves so that they can do this same system forever? Do you really think it would make a lick of sense to them to not recognize anyone after just 3 years? Is everyone...
Right, that too. If that, like, divide and conquer thing happens every 3 years, then you would definitely notice something being different about your friends who are with you, living in the same vault as you. 3 years later, nowhere to be found. Completely replaced.
Stupid. None of you were capable of lifting your arm up one time to check for radiation, and then...
Again, to be fair, I never saw a reason for them to do that, but the other stuff, though, like the fact that none of them looked like the people that they talked to and met with 3 years prior, that I can't explain.
On the Raiders' side of the retardation, they just let anyone casually walk into Vault 32 to see all of the dead people. Why the fuck would you let anyone in to see the dead people? That literally ruins the whole fucking point.
Right. Yeah, if your whole plan was to pretend to be from Vault 32, then the first thing you need to do is try to seal access to Vault 32, because if you were too lazy to clean up Vault 32, then at least you would try to block access to Vault 32 so no one would notice. If they went in there and saw what Vault 32, the state of Vault 32, then immediately red flags again. But yeah, again, this is how oblivious I was. I thought when Norm was walking around and he saw the dead crops, I thought that those were the crops of Vault 33. I thought he was walking around Vault 33 and he saw dead crops and he was like, oh no, these Vault Dwellers aren't Vault Dwellers because they're ruining our crops. But if you're saying that Norm just strolled into Vault 32 and noticed... Did he notice the dead bodies? I thought he he only noticed the crops. The dead bodies was later, right?
Raiders had to do was say, fuck, you know what? No one's allowed in because we had a...
Right. We're doing repairs. The place got flooded. The place got burned. There's chemicals in the air. There's gas. There's radiation.
Cold spread around, and there's a bunch of people in there with a cold, and you can't come in. But that never should have fucking worked, because everybody would recognize these aren't Vault 32ers anyway. The goal of the Raiders.
Right. They don't even eat like normal people. They don't behave like normal people. They're just Vault 32 in clothes only.
Was to infiltrate Vault 33 and get access to the Overseer, because he has the codes they need. But if you rewatch that episode, they don't secure him whatsoever.
No, that's the thing. If your main target, your sole target, your primary target is the Overseer, then just get the Overseer. Why kill everyone? Why cause this big ruckus? Again, the only thing I can think of is that Moldaver, basically, the only way to convince the Raiders to join her is, to promise them a good raid. We're going to go in there, we're going to have some fun, we're going to destroy some stuff, we're going to kill people, we're going to have a lot of fun, we're going to eat cake and drink, and then when we're done, we're going to pick up the Overseer. But, again, that would be a very dumb thing to do, that would be a very dumb plan to make, and if the only way to convince these bloodthirsty maniacs is by promising them a bloodbath, then go find another bloodbath, take care of that, get it out of their systems, and then go into Vault 33. Instead of doing this, where they spent 30 minutes attacking everyone but the Overseer. Yeah, that's just dumb. In more ways than one.
They could have walked him away to a one-on-one conversation and knocked him out, but instead they sent...
Right. They didn't even have to do the big, grandiose attack. Again, the only way I can explain it is because she promised them that they would have some fun. They would, let off some steam and go crazy on some unsuspecting vault dwellers. But other than that, there's no explanation for it. Why would you do all of that when all you need to do was, hello, Overseer, how are you? Bzz, come with me. Zap him with a tranquilizer dart, a zap gun, chloroform, anything. Look, I saw a big butterfly outside. Let's go outside. And then you open the vault door, you close the vault door, and then go, you're coming with me. But no, they do this, like, they attack everyone, and then after they kill everyone, then they go, we have hostages. If you don't give us the Overseer, we'll kill everyone. And then the Overseer goes, okay, I'll go with you. Don't kill everyone. And they go, okay, come with us. And he's like, okay. And then they go, well, let's kill everyone. So why do it again? And this is I remember MauLer pointing this out before. If your goal was to only get the Overseer, one, why kill the Vault Dwellers who are innocent in all of this? If your plan was to revenge, if your plan was to take revenge on Hank, then take Hank. Treat him like crap if you want to. Why kill the Vault Dwellers? Why torment them to torture and trauma? And why threaten the life of his daughter, the one that you care about more than anything? That I can't really excuse. That I was like, well, like I can excuse the raid, like they got a lot of pent up anger. They just want to let it off. Maybe Moldaver promised them this in exchange for them helping her take Hank. But if that's the case, then maybe take Hank first and then kill everyone in the vault. But yeah, and then when it comes to Lucy, that's just like, what are you doing? Of course, when you're watching the first episode with no context, you're like, oh, what's going to happen? But if you're rewatching it, it's like, well, what are you doing? This is the daughter of... This is completely innocent victim. Everyone here is an innocent victim, And this is the daughter of a person who you cared about. The person, Rose, is the reason you started this quest from the beginning. And now you're killing her daughter? Why would you do that? Either you're stupid or you don't care about her. Which one is it? Maybe she's playing 4D chess and she doesn't really care about Rose. She's just pretending to get some sympathy. Maybe. We'll never know, I guess.
People in to randomly kill. They are just blim-blamming, they're eating, they're shouting, setting things on fire, blowing things up. Oh, look, a pregnant lady with a fork in her eye is shooting everyone. The Overseer wasn't even captured. They don't make him a priority. They instead wait for him at the entrance and hope. What if he had been
Exactly.
killed? That would have fucked up.
Exactly. What they don't even try to find the Overseer. It's like they're on a completely different mission. This is why I'm implying that maybe Moldaver has two teams. Maybe one team causes a distraction, killing everyone, and another team looks for Hank. But if that's the case, then why is Hank just strolling around the vault with no one getting in his way? That doesn't make sense. So either they're doing a very bad job of finding the Overseer, or they forgot about their mission, and at the last minute, as they were leaving the vault, they were like, oh, we're supposed to get the oh, yeah, okay, let's go back, guys.
The whole plan. When he arrives with his daughter, they don't kidnap them both and then use her as leverage for him to activate the cold fusion or anything like that. Instead, they say, choose your daughter or these people. And he chooses his daughter, and so the people run away. Wait, they run away, they're supposed to die. Then the bad guys...
Again, like I said before, this shouldn't have happened. If you don't have the context of the eighth episode, you probably have no problem with the scene. But if you know what Lucy means to both Hank and Moldaver, like MauLer said, why not take her hostage? You know that Hank loves her. And why threaten her life when you care about her? And probably if you kill her, then Hank would probably have no reason to help you. And again, why threaten the lives of vault dwellers when Hank is supposed to be the big bad, person who doesn't care about human lives, when here you are killing innocent human lives? What does that make you? That's right.
Leave with him and not her. Apparently they don't want to liberate anyone from the vault, the people who have been lied to their whole lives. Some of these people are the same people the beloved Rose tried to save. The worst of it is that Moldaver allows her cretins to have the run of the place, and they almost kill Lucy several times. Is not one of Rose's two children, you fucking idiots? What the fuck were you thinking? Are you honoring Rose and her goals by casually killing the children she tried to save when they had no idea what was happening? Why didn't you go in there, capture and restrain one by one until you can save them all from this experiment? Why were you happy for all of these people to suffer and die? Why, Lil...
Again, I doubt that she cares enough to liberate the people of Vault 32, 33, but at the same time, if she cared about Rose, and if she cared about Shady Sands, then she would have no reason to basically subject the people of Vault 32 and 33 to the same pain and misery that she went through when she lost Rose, when she lost Shady Sands. And what was the other point? I forgot now.
This power to the people, were you happy to unleash your raiders into a world filled with ignorant slaves to an experiment, watching everyone get sliced, diced, and decked, including some really barbaric bullshit? Why? Why was this your plan? Why? It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Why did you leave so many of your own people in the vault? How is it even possible that your armed, armored, and ambushing raiders even lost? It makes no...
Right, yeah, where did the guns come from? And why? Where did the shirtless vault dwellers come from? Were they hiding somewhere? When they went in, they only had like supplies. No one had a gun on them. So, did someone circle back and grab the guns quietly somehow? they tuck it inside their vault suits? I don't know. Just happens. 1 minute they're eating cake, the next there's shirtless raiders with guns. With what?
Fucking sense. You could have taken over the vault. You could have gotten everyone out. You could have...
Oh, I guess they raided the armory, maybe? But we didn't see that, so we can only guess.
taken advantage of all the resources. What is wrong with you? This is going to be a very...
Right, that's another thing. If you're planning on a raid, then you know that a raid doesn't just involve killing people. That's just a slaughter. A raid involves taking supplies and killing everyone in your way. Killing is optional. A raid involves raiding things, stealing things, pillaging, looting. That's what a raid is supposed to be, unless I'm getting the definition wrong. So yeah, the fact that a raid is, by your definition, is to stand up on a table and start shooting up the place and then walk away, nearly forgetting about your main sole purpose here, then no, that's not a raid. That's just silly.
Unstructured rant where I just talk about how much this show is terrible. Since we're near the subject, why don't we talk about Moldaver, the woman who leads...
Okay, so that was just the intro to the video, and now we're getting to some structure here. So this should be easier to digest. So we're starting with Moldaver. Okay, this is probably the most, probably up there with Maximus as the most problematic characters in the show. So I'm sure that MauLer has a lot to say about that one. So let's hear him out.
The NCR who wants to get justice for Rose and wants to provide free, clean energy to the people of the wasteland. Her plan was to go from the observatory to Vault 32 to Vault 33 back to the observatory. This mission would involve collecting Hank McClane. She needs Hank McClane because he has the code that will activate cold fusion. However, she also needs what Wilzig puts into his neck. So, Moldaver organizes a very long system of retrieval for Mr. Wilzig. She provides Rufus with Caps, who then provides Tommy with Caps, who then provides Ma June with Caps, who then agrees to provide protection and escort to Wilzig to the observatory. Now, you may have one question there.
Why do all of that when he can just go to Wilzig and get him back to the observatory? Yes?
Why the fuck didn't Moldaver just pick up Wilzig herself? She and her team of raiders went to Vault 32 on foot. That's where Lucy starts. She, by chance, bumps into him in Philly and then takes his head to the observatory. The only reason an extended set of idiots would have been paid Caps by her to move him from Philly is because she knew he would be in Philly. Had she just waited with her raiders in or near Philly for a day, she could have taken him with her. But no, instead of handling it herself like she did with Hank, she's gonna pay Rufus to pay Tommy to pay Ma June to get him there. Is she stupid? We're supposed to believe Moldaver loves Rose. She says, oh, you know, Lucy, your mother was so kind, so loving, so curious, so clever. She says these attributes were quite reflected in Lucy. If that's true, then why the fuck didn't you care what happened to Lucy in Vault 33? Your raiders almost killed her several times, and did you want your best friend?
She didn't know? Maybe nobody told her about what happened? By the time Lucy got to her, she patched herself up. She stimpacked her wound. So, for all she knew, that Lucy was just asleep, and then suddenly she woke up, and now she's here. Maybe? I don't know, that's the best I could do.
Daughter to be tricked into sleeping with some random raider as well? The fuck? Second,
yeah,
why didn't you liberate her from Vault 33 as well as her brother? Third, why didn't you...
Again, I don't know if liberating was on the table for Moldaver. I think she just wanted Hank. I don't know what the evidence is for wanting to liberate people from... I think she was just fine leaving them as they were, but again, she didn't even do that. She didn't even let them live in ignorance. She killed them all for no reason. Well, not all of them, but she killed a lot of them for no reason, and then left. So, yeah, out of the two options, either leave them alone or help them, she chose none of them, and she chose a completely out of left field option, which is murder, and which makes less sense than wanting to liberate them.
Save the people there in general. Fourth, why didn't you prevent Rose from going feral? Did you not provide her the vials to stop her skin from melting?
Which aren't a thing in the games. This is something new introduced in the show. As far as I know, there's nothing that can cure your feralness. Basically, as far as I know, and you can correct me on this if you want to, as far as I know, people get hit with radiation. There are some people that get hit by a little bit of radiation and they become ghouls. Some people get hit by a lot of radiation and they become feral ghouls. Some people get hit with a little bit of radiation and become feral ghouls, and some people get hit with a lot of radiation and still become just ghouls. Like there's what's the word? Normal, sentient, glowing ghouls, like in New Vegas. And maybe in Fallout 2, I can't remember. But there's definitely a glowing ghoul in New Vegas. So you can reach an amount of radiation in your body to the level where you're literally glowing green, and still just walk and talk and think like a normal being. But some people get just dosed with a little bit of radiation and they become feral. So that's, as far as I know, that's how it's been explained in the games. So yeah, then the show goes, oh, no, everyone turns feral, and if you take this magic juice, you prevent yourself from becoming feral. Okay, sure, whatever you say.
And then, of course, if you care about her so much, why the fuck are you letting her live like this? She's...
Exactly, what, it's like, is that supposed to mean, oh, this is a reminder of what I'm fighting for? But she's in pain. Well, is she? I mean, she's at a state where she doesn't even feel herself, probably. She's like, well, she's like a zombie. Do zombies feel pain? Maybe. Maybe not. Are they aware that they are in pain? I don't know. But either way, from an outsider's perspective, that's a weird thing. Like, that's a weird way of showing you care about a person. I care about you so much that I let you become feral, and I'll still keep you around with me. I won't kill you. I'll keep you around. That's how much I love you.
Half skeleton. Why the fuck are you letting this happen? Oh, she was so kind and loving and curious and clever, and I hold her hand at the end because, we achieved our goal.
Exactly, she was. She was. Now she's just a corpse. So, let that corpse rest.
Fucking hell, you could have put her out of her misery. Fifth, why did you want to blow up a bunch of innocent people with that bomb? You psycho cunt.
Why did you want to kill anyone in the vault? If you care about the innocent people that died in Shady Sands, if you cared about Rose and what she went through, then you're just doing the same now. So, either you're aware of this and you don't care, or you're not aware of this and you're just stupid.
Provides a personal threat to a pregnant woman. How is this in character? Sixth, why did she introduce herself as
Moldaver?
You'd have to very shakily assume Hank never saw of or heard of Moldaver, despite his company having bought out hers pre-war. And then she
has the same name as she had in the pre-war. Never changes it, not even to the people around her, which is another thing that the show has conveniently left out. How did she survive the war? If she's the same person as the one from before the war, is she frozen inside Vault 31? If that's the case, then Hank should definitely know about her. And if she isn't, then how did she survive? And no matter what the reason is of her survival, how did she manage to live for so long without anyone noticing that she's living for so long?
He would need to hope that he never saw her or learned about her in the wasteland when he went to get his kids and destroyed Shady Sands. On that note, how does Moldaver even know Hank blew up Shady Sands? It could have been all kinds of people outside of a single vault dweller. Did he say...
Could have been the Enclave, could have been the Brotherhood, for all we know. Could have been a new faction. Yeah, unless he said it. Or, unless, like, when the bomb went off, it had, like, instead of, like, an orange glow, an orange explosion, it had a blue Voltaic explosion, which is something on brand, something they would probably do. A Voltaic nuclear bomb. But we didn't see that, so we can only assume.
He did it? Because, like, why the fuck would he do that? And of course, if he did tell her he did it, then he would know her. In fact, this gets even weirder because she almost expects him to know her.
I think I know who you are.
Everyone knows who I am.
On one hand, this...
Oh yeah, that's a weird line. That just comes and goes, doesn't it? And then the show ends and you still don't know what that's supposed to mean. I think it's just like a vague, sort of cool line that has no meaning or substance behind it. Yeah, you're right. If she was in Shady Sands, if she was in contact with Rose, you would think that at least there'd be a little bit of overlap between what she knows and what Hank knows. But I guess not. And again, even if Hank nuked Shady Sands, even if whoever nuked whoever, first of all, nukes aren't just things you find in a grocery store. Like, where did this nuke come from? How is it still functional and operational after 100 years? And why do Voltaic even have access to nukes? They're not the government. Yeah, but whatever. If you say Hank nuked Shady Sands, then Hank nuked Shady Sands. Whatever.
Could literally be anyone looking for revenge for what Hank did to Shady Sands rather than Moldaver, but on the other...
Right, if Moldaver somehow knows what Hank did, then surely other people would also gain access to the same method of knowledge that led Moldaver to, conclude that Hank nuked Shady Sands, so you think there'd be more than just one person seeking to avenge Shady Sands, which, let me remind you, Shady Sands is not just a settlement, it's not just a city, it's the capital of the NCR. Every citizen of the NCR, even outside of Shady Sands, would not only hear about the nuking of Shady Sands, but would also try to investigate it and try to avenge the destruction of Shady Sands. It's not even like in California, like the NCR are stretched so far, they reach Arizona, they reach Oregon, they even reach, I think, New Mexico. Like, they have such a long reach, the NCR. So, it's not just one town. That's not what the NCR is. It's a republic. It's like a big, I don't know what else to call it, a republic, an organization, a conglomerate of people, a union, a nation. So nuking a city is gonna kill a lot of people, and it's gonna... Why did Hank even nuke Shady Sands? Like, Rose was staying in Shady Sands, so he nukes Shady Sands? Okay. I mean, surely he nuked Shady Sands after he took away the kids. Otherwise, they would be zombie husks like Rose. So, why did he nuke Shady Sands? Just out of spite? Why waste such a... Anyway, just whatever. I don't have time for this. Let's move on.
If it's an obvious choice to think she is the Lee Moldaver, why did you give your fucking name when introducing yourself in an attempt to trick him?
Lee Moldaver?
And...
Right. Well, the thing about that is I can say that he doesn't recognize the name, but he recognizes the face. And only when he saw her again, when she showed her real face, did he think, there's something about you that's familiar. So it's like a combination of the name and the face and the behavior and the mannerisms that started to grind some gears in Hank's head. I don't know. That's the best explanation I can give you.
Then there's the stupidity. She was willing
Yes.
to raid 33 and 32, but didn't want to start with 33 for some reason, making her entire goal much harder. And don't forget, she ditched her own people after sending them to attack and kill more innocent people. Why did she feel the
Right.
need to blow up the connecting vault door for 32 and 33, but not the entrance to 33? If she's trying to prevent them from chasing her, she would need to block both doors. Also,
Yeah. I don't I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know why she blew up anything. Why did she blow up the vault between the door between vault 32 and 33? Yeah, you'd think that it would benefit her more to sort of like try to like sow the seeds of doubt in the Vault Dwellers' minds by suggesting that there may be nefarious things going on in Vault 32. And, you know, not all is what it seems. But as far as just destroying the door to the outside world, I don't think she cares. I don't think she cares about who goes after her. I think she's got experience, she's got, you know, skill, she's got numbers. She doesn't care who goes after her. And she knows that the only people who would go after her are a bunch of inexperienced vault dwellers who know nothing about the outside world, how it functions, how it behaves, where to go, what to do, who to rely on, who to trust. So, yeah, I don't think she would care about who goes after her from the vault. Even if the entire vault goes after her, I don't think they stand any chance. So, that's what I think.
was super lucky there wasn't way more extreme security on the armory, eh? And to put a pin in that, on one hand,
Yeah, so they did take the guns from the armory. The World War II guns. Yeah, why was there no security in the armory? And you don't even need like a guard, a physical guard. You could have it locked. You could have it blocked off. You could have it locked by a terminal. There's so many ways to block access and restrict access to vital things. You know, even if you say like we don't have enough numbers to guard something as important as an armory, or you know it's a wedding, so no one wants to sit around and guard the armory while everyone else is having fun. It's like, well, just lock it. But they don't even do that. Well, maybe they do, and the implication is that the raiders know how to pick locks or hack terminals. And that's me being very generous here.
she was apparently unable to recreate the technology that she herself spearheaded 200 years ago in order to have versions that don't rely on Vault-Tec control. I guess she didn't hold back any technology, blueprints, or intelligence from Vault-Tec when they bought her out despite her hating them. But on the other hand, she was able to create the equipment required to facilitate cold fusion as a source of power for an entire electricity grid. You understand
Just like that.
California got nuked several times, right? Did you
Yes.
reinstall and repair the power stations, transformers, substations, and pylons? You then
No, they all survived. Don't ask how, don't ask why. No, the wires they're still there, they're still standing. They're buried like really deep underground, so it's all good.
work it all back to the Griffith fucking Observatory? How? Why? The show would have you convinced that Lee Moldaver is a survivor, carved out and forced into harsh conditions by the cruelty of Vault-Tec, when in actuality she is a completely retarded collection of random actions dependent on what imagery they want to create at the time of filming. Also,
Sure, yeah. Yeah, Moldaver is not a character. She's just a plot device. She's just a thing that is a tool that is used to move the story along. There's nothing really, anything about her. There's like semblance, there's like there's like, fragments of characterization here and there, but it's not enough. It's just not enough.
How the fuck has she been alive for 200 years? In any case,
Right.
Moldaver dies the hero of the show. Apparently, despite all of the horrors she's committed, we're supposed to think she's a good guy, but let's be honest.
Clearly.
Moldaver is dumb as fuck and an evil son of a bitch, which
Right.
just so happens to be absolutely against every last piece of spoken and described characterization the show wants to provide
Yeah.
here, and she's not the only character to be assassinated.
Ooh, okay. I wonder what this transition is going to be to. It's not going to be talking about the Ghoul. Cooper? Maybe. I don't know. So yeah, that's it for Moldaver. A stupid character who was written by stupid writers who want you to think that she's more than what she is. Yeah. Everyone in the show is treating her like she's something. But in reality, when you're looking from the outside, looking in, she's nothing like she's described. And, well, that's a shame, really. It's a big shame.
It's so obviously monstrous that you kept Rose as a fucking pet ghoul, you witch. Anyway, let's talk about Hank McClane, the noble leader who will do anything to save his daughter. She is his world. Nope, he wants to ensure her safety because she's the future of the super manager gene pool. We discover he will destroy all non-super managers, meaning literally everyone else. Apparently he fully agrees
Basically.
with Bud, and he must ensure the future of super managers because I guess that's the only society that will work is super managers, I guess.
Sure. And, it's weird that we don't get any scenes with Hank and Bud. Basically, you probably probably not be blamed to think that they're not even aware of each other. Because there's only one scene of Hank in the pre-war era, and it's him talking to Cooper. So there's not really any overlap between him and, like, there's nothing to show why would he even get picked. Like, is he just he got picked because he just happened to be working in the building where Bud decided to do this? Just got lucky? Or was it skill? Did he have to fight? Did he have to, claw his way into that position, into getting that golden ticket? I don't know. You tell me.
He didn't foresee the idea of some people having different thoughts. His wife left the vault with his children, and so he decided to kill her. When he knew she was in Shay's
Fuck you,
hands,
bitch.
he somehow managed to get in there, kidnap his children back, and then
Right.
nuke the place and kill everyone. How did any of that happen? I don't know. All they say
Don't
is
know.
he burned the city to the ground.
He burned that city to the ground.
Because that's how Vault Tech deal with competition.
That's
So that's how nukes work. They burn.
how Vault-Tec deals with competition.
He's just
Right.
a mustache-twirling villain. He doesn't want people to have energy and to live outside of the people in the vault. He doesn't want anyone alive outside of the vault. That's his character.
Yeah, he basically thinks that anyone outside the vault is basically subhuman and vermin. So he only cares about carrying on the pure line, the pure blood line, the master race, if you will. But, yeah, I feel like if you want to do that, then just stay to the vault. And anyone who goes outside, just leave them outside. But, I don't know, that's just me. And even if it's someone important to you, like your wife, your children, either let them rot, start over again, or, because, they're clearly not manager material, or bring them back by force, if necessary, and don't start any fights. Don't pick any fights. Don't poke the bear. Don't trample on any beehives. Just go outside, get your kids, go back. Because now you'll have people sniffing around. Hey, who nuked that city that we used to live in? So, not a great plan.
He's a radioactive retard. Did he and the team really not anticipate meeting anyone outside of their own vaults? Only if they did, they would immediately nuke them. This is especially brain dead when he knew better than anyone. There are over 100 vaults experimenting with the perfect human society. You are bound.
Exactly. One, they should know that there's multiple vaults with people that are going to be living inside them, and whether they survive the experiments or not, you still have to account for them. Even if you somehow convince yourself that only people inside vaults will live long enough throughout the 100 years or whatever. Even if you think that outside there's literally no one, not a single human being, you still have to account for the vault dwellers that will sometime, somehow, somewhere, some way are gonna either exit and, begin populating the wasteland, or they're going to be there and either going to be still under Vault-Tec's thumb, or they're going to break free of Vault-Tec's control and they're going to want some revenge. So either way, this is something to account for, and they never account for it.
Bound to encounter some non-Supermanager factions. With every layer you peel back,
Right.
you can see more of the retarded molten core. Why did Hank suggest it would be Lucy's kids' generation that will be able to go to the surface and rebuild society? There are people up there who know what he did and hate him. He should be more than a...
Right, yeah. This makes sense if you still believe, like in the first episode, you probably still believe that Hank never left the vault. But when you know that he has, not only that, he nuked a settlement that is not too far away from where they are, then why would you do that? One, why would you do that? Because, are you not scared of people, seeking revenge? And two, why would you do that? Because you've been to the outside world, you've seen the wasteland, you know how inhabitable it is. So just stay inside. Who cares?
aware of the animosity toward him and Vault-Tec. There's also plenty...
Unless the excuse is he's, so egomaniacal that he thinks that his children are the only ones strong enough and, willful enough to populate the wasteland. They are the true master race. Maybe, but that's still a flimsy excuse, I think.
Of factions Hank would be aware of. But to be fair, the assumption right now is Hank will nuke everything to get rid of all of them.
Right, again, that's a good point. If he's been to the outside world, if he hasn't been to the outside world, he should account for the people in the vaults that he knows about. But if he's been to the outside world, then he should definitely know about the NCR, and he would at least have to know about the Brotherhood, about the Enclave, the Institute, Caesar's Legion, the Minutemen, the Gunrunners, should I go on? Yeah.
His grandkids can't go up there, and the radiation levels would be reset, and...
Right. Can't just nuke everything.
Doesn't make any sense.
And then there's the notion that he spent a week looking for Lucy and Grimby after having left Vault 33 through the main door. The story goes, Hank stimulated a plague by quarantining everyone to their apartments for what I assume was a long, bloody time if he managed to convince people he dropped to 128 pounds. Which raises the question of how the fuck did he pull that off? How did they simulate a plague right at the moment they needed it such that it was convincing to all of the people in the vault? But...
A plague? When did that happen? I must not have been paying attention. Which episode did... Is this the 4th episode where she mentions this? That there was a plague that separated people? I have no recollection. I probably should have rewatched the show again before I watched this video.
This experiment is supermanagers, not plagues. How do you effectively lie to about 50 people about all of these variables when there's just about 2 people who can actually facilitate it? And then, of course, why does Hank, a junior executive assistant, have not only the codes to activate cold fusion, but the codes to launch a nuke on Shady Sands? Do they all have that kind of power?
Yeah, there's no reason Vault-Tec would just throw away access to such valuable, volatile, powerful resources like that to anyone. You probably Bud and Cooper's wife, are the only ones who should have these kind of level of access, not Hank.
Seems pretty retarded to me. Fourthly and a half, Moldaver isn't even fazed by the fact that Lucy is the one delivering Wilzig's head to her. What she wanted from him and her relationship with him had absolutely nothing to do with Lucy, but she's like, oh, okay, that makes enough sense. She doesn't ask a single question as to how any of this fucking insanity happened.
I had to make a choice between their...
Well, would she care? As long as the thing is still inside his head, would she care about how he came to be just a head and why and where? I doubt she would care, but I don't know.
violent world and our peaceful one.
You see, Lucy, we needed a peaceful world, so I nuked everything.
I know. I made the right choice.
Oh, fuck, this is...
Because that's the recipe of peace. Nuclear bombs.
This is faction speech, right? He says that when the world is factions, the only solution is to get rid of the factions.
If the problem with the world is factions, then what is the solution but to get rid of the factions?
If you do that, then there's only one faction left, and that's us, and we can shape
That's everyone.
the world. How does this line up when, by design, they are creating factions in vaults all over the world? Factions
And they are a faction. Vault-Tec is a faction.
would be created by the mere separation of vaults 31, 32, and 33, Hank. You would develop smaller factions in your
Right.
own fucking vault. But more importantly,
By
what is
definition.
your understanding of humanity, you stupid cunt? Humanity will always split into factions the more and more of them that there are. How
Sure.
do you not know this, being an expert manager? Oh, and let's not...
Because you don't understand. He's just a money-grubbing man. He's just a businessman. He's a suit. He doesn't care about human lives. He just cares about the bottom line. He just cares about the money, you see? He doesn't care about... Wait. But didn't he go out of his way to go to Shady Sands and get back his children? Okay, well, he cares about some lives. Just not all. So, there.
Don't even talk about how fucking lucky it is that a headless suit just falls into the room. You understand?
Oh yeah, where did that come from?
That if this didn't happen, and if Lucy didn't become a retard and not point out the fact that he was putting it on, he would never have been
And the fact that she would have done a better job of trying to stop Maximus before he shot the lock?
able to escape. Ultimately, Hank McLean was introduced as a reasonable, intelligent, attentive, forthright, and caring man who wanted the best for his people and his family while maintaining focus under pressure. That Silo's reminding me of a much better show. If they wanted to go the direction of Hank being super evil and a die-hard super manager, then why would Lucy giving him sad eyes be enough to convince him to betray Vault-Tec? Like, why would he do something so antithetical to his belief system just because his daughter told him to when he believes she doesn't understand the situation?
Well, does he believe he's betraying Vault-Tec by doing that? I mean, again, Vault-Tec is not around. And, yeah, I don't... What? I mean, how many people are left of the original management bloodline anyways? You'd think that if this was the time to start populating the world, if Reclamation Day was near, then you would think that the Vault would at least have, like, half of the Vault be very smart, very business-minded people, but they're all just a bunch of idiots. So, what are they going to do when they go outside? They're just going to be idiots outside. None of them have any salesman qualities. Not even Lucy or Norm, really. So, on the one hand, you're right. Hank probably wouldn't have given away the code so easily. Definitely after knowing what he did to Shady Sands, just out of spite, I guess. It's a bit out of character, but not that much. I feel like the writers are trying to show us that he still cares about his daughter. But he just, has a funny way of showing it.
Especially when that code was probably all that was keeping him alive. It's his word against Moldaver's. He can absolutely and easily argue she's lying. He can deny even having a code. I suppose it's lucky there wasn't a contingency code set up by Vault-Tec that locks the entire system.
Right up.
Well, okay, so yes, he could have lied. He could have tried to discredit Moldaver, but you see, they were talking over each other, and she had the louder voice, so she wins. The other point is, I think that if he tried to lie about the code or the existence of it, I think he was. Again, this is, I'm starting to come up with theories. This is nothing that can be proven in the show, but I think that Hank was scared that if he tried to stall or tried to play dumb, then Moldaver would kill Lucy. So he didn't want to risk that, so he gave away the code. Maybe.
Found out that I destroyed an entire community to save him. That'd break his heart.
It's sad that Hank in episode 8 is a complete clown and this man was stolen from us. God, it's such a shame. Kyle MacLachlan deserves much better than playing a fucking cartoon.
Yeah, there's a... Yeah. He's almost unrecognizable from the first episode. That's a shame. You're right, he was a great actor, and I haven't watched Twin Peaks, but I loved him in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that's an example of a good dad there. That's a much better example. He was much better dad than he was here. So yeah, a waste. We could have had the more human side of Vaultek being portrayed by him, and we could have had what's her face, Betty or whatever, the overseer that came after him. We could have had her be the more evil, more sinister side of Vaultek, and him being the more, hey, let's be friendly to everyone. Hey, let's be friendly. Let's share our wealth. Let's share our knowledge. That kind of thing. But no, just got thrown away. And he's just a big bad villain with a big bad mech suit. And he's gonna be the villain for the next season, I guess. That's gonna be fun. This is gonna be Wilzig next.
Alright, let's talk about the Wilzig guy. Maybe I should have talked about him first.
What is there to talk about? He's around in the first 2 episodes, and that's it. He's gone. He's only there for 10 minutes of the show. And yeah, his head has more screen time than his actual form, his body, and his head.
But this is unscripted, okay? We're doing crazy things here. Okay, so
Go on.
Rogue Enclave man, Wilzig.
Yes.
The Enclave don't get a single explanation as to just what the fuck they even are, but...
Yeah. We don't know who they are. We just know their name. And they're in, what is this, a warehouse? They're in a mall? They're in Chinatown? They don't look like the Enclave. They don't behave like the Enclave. They're like I said, bunches, 8 scientists and 3 guards. What a waste. What an embarrassment. This is not the... promise me. Promise me? Promise you. Me promise you. This is not the Enclave. Trust me. Play the games. That's the Enclave. You'll see. Play Fallout 2. Play Fallout New Vegas. Hell, even play Fallout 3. Even Fallout 3 did a better job of portraying the Enclave than the show did. I don't know what... who brings in the Enclave, who resurrects the Enclave from the dead, only to use them in a throwaway scene in the first, 2 minutes of the second episode. Never to be seen, heard from, mentioned ever again. What a waste.
By the way, he is aligned with Moldaver, and he hopes to steal Enclave tech for the good of the wasteland. He does seemingly jeopardize this mission by trying to take care of a dog that would have been too small for standard intake. He doesn't create a solid place for the dog to be hidden or leashed when he absolutely could have. Look at this. This is what he has, and he fucks this.
Hole in the wall.
He also didn't lock his door, so
Nope.
some guy blunders in and sees his naughty
Doing.
plans and ruins everything. Seriously, if he had locked his fucking door, none of this would have happened. In any
Well, that's why he's a scientist and not a smart person. No.
case, he then awkwardly survives a gun turret unloading what looks to be about 1,000 rounds at him while he shuffles away. How the fuck did this man escape the Enclave? How are you going to tell me that this old fuck waddled away from this facility when one person with a pistol could have stopped him? If all 6 agencies have the description of rogue Enclave man, why the fuck did he not lose the glasses, or change them if necessary, shave his head, wear anything different compared to his fucking bounty image, the retard? Like, he's spotted immediately by the first man familiar with the bounty, so he ends up with Lucy.
Yeah, yeah. If he's such a smart guy, then he would have probably have thought of that. Like, yeah. I don't know about a disguise, but at least he should have tried to hide himself. So, I don't know, like the classic disguise, either the classic baseball cap, sunglasses disguise, or like a cloak with a hood on top of it. Anything, but no. Doesn't even cross his mind. And the funny thing is, he lectures Lucy about doing something stupid when he's out there introducing himself to everyone he sees, dresses the same way, behaves the same way, looks the same way. Crazy.
And he does eventually give up.
And also, who are these 6 agencies that are looking out for him? And why are none of them the Enclave? Are you telling me that everyone but the Enclave are looking for this rogue Enclave officer? Why? This would have been a perfect opportunity to have the Enclave be a thing, have them replace the Brotherhood, or have them fight the Brotherhood, you know, a conflict on who gets Wilzig. But no, the Enclave, the people he escaped from, never come up again. So, it's almost like he escaped from the Brotherhood and not the Enclave. Weird.
His leg shot off and he's likely going to bleed out, so he decides to take
Yeah, he's like bleeding out for 5 minutes with a big gaping hole. Like, all of this is blood. You understand? Like, imagine if all of this was filled with blood. If I just flipped it over, how quickly would you think the liquid would slide out? Almost instantly. As opposed to if I was pouring it out from here. From this little hole. But no. His wound is this big. All of this is blood seeping out. His leg should go numb almost immediately, and yeah, like maybe 3 minutes tops, he would start to go into shock, and a couple of minutes after that, dead, flatlined. But no, he's talking, he's walking, he's limping, and no, I'm not going to use well, in the game you can survive injuries like that. No, that's just not going to work.
Cyanide, and he tells Lucy to cut off his head. There's a couple issues with this. One of them being
Yes.
he is very familiar with vault dwellers and specifically her vault. Not only that, he's directly aligned with Moldaver. This means that the last person he would want what's in his neck to end up with would be someone like Hank McClane, the father of the person he is handing this to.
You need to start acting like a surface dweller, Miss McClane.
How do you know my name?
You'd think Ma June, when offering 1,000 caps to kill the Ghoul, would be able to spare some change for a contact to escort Wilzig. At least someone more reliable for him than the daughter of the man who nuked Shady Sands, and by extension, I assume, the woman he works for. What even was the escort plan? Was she just gonna do it herself? Also, is he seriously dying in this scene because they forgot to give him a stim pack?
Yeah, it's... So when he was bleeding out for 5 minutes, he never showed a sign that he's tired or anything. But then suddenly, as he was walking, it's like, I'm losing too much blood. I'm gonna die now. It's like, oh, now? After your leg got patched up? That's weird. How does that make sense? I guess an infection set in? I don't know. Maybe he died of sadness. Too much sadness.
clearly had one. The fucking ghoul finds it on a desk where they were working on him. We're shown it stops bleeding. It's like a cure-all. Their pay is contingent on taking care of him. I see we only sometimes play by the game's rules, huh? Even...
Right, exactly. That's exactly what I brought up in my review. Well, not the fact that he doesn't get to survive and the dog does, but the fact that the dog does, after being clearly shown that he is dead, no longer in this mortal world. And suddenly, Stimpak, and he's awake. How does that make sense? And what was the other point? Oh, let's go back a bit. Ma Jun's plan, yeah, I can't tell you what her plan was. At first glance, you'd probably think that she was going to escort him, but that wouldn't work. So my plan is that she either had someone else in Philly in mind to help, or she was gonna escort him to the outskirts of Philly, where they're gonna meet someone who will take him to the observatory. But none of that is mentioned, so we can only assume.
Stupider than that, however, is that he takes cyanide before explaining the situation. He does not ensure that she understands what is happening and what she has to do, and as a result, he dies during the explanation because of...
Yeah, not very smart, is it?
Of course, because that's writing. Thanks to that, Lucy doesn't know what the fuck is going on, but oh well, it's not like he was deathly invested in this mission being completed. It's not... Maybe he was so smart that he intuitively knew that even if he dies before he get to explain the plan, that Lucy would be quick enough and smart enough to figure out what to do. Maybe he's just that smart. Maybe he has 10 points in perception. Or maybe he's just stupid. Like it means freedom and power to the world. I'm sure he didn't really care that much. The grim reality of a character like Wilzig is that he isn't a character at all. He got pulled apart by the plot and the need for other characters to have journeys. By the end, he barely had any personal goals or motivations beyond being a quest giver to the main.
Exactly. His head is literally a quest item. It just happens to be attached to his body, and when that's not the case, he just becomes a quest item. It's just a thing that you carry around.
Character. Pretty sad, since Michael Emerson is a very solid actor, and he only got the one episode being a mangled doormat NPC. Anyway.
Well, I can't vouch for him, but I'll take your word on it. I've never seen him in anything besides this show, but I'll have to look him up and see where he's from, what he does.
Hey, that's him. Who else we got? Why don't we talk...
But yeah, okay, before we start, yeah, you're right. Another wasted potential, another wasted opportunity. If you're going to do the Rogue Enclave Officer, again, you could have done it like... There's like the side story in the Lonesome Road DLC for New Vegas, where you get some audio logs from Edie, and you sort of piece together a story of Edie's former owner, and you piece together that his owner was an Enclave officer from Navarro, and they decided to leave Navarro, I think a little bit before the oil rig blew up in Fallout 2, and they left for DC, and on the way there, his owner died, and Edie had to continue the journey on his own. If you did a story like that, and instead of Edie, you had the dog, that would have been a good story, but no. He materializes in the second episode, and by the end of the second episode, he dies. Or, no, by the beginning of the third episode, that's the end of him. That's it. Like you said, he's just a thing that is carrying a thing that is more important than him. And so when he dies, he becomes even less important than he was before, and the thing inside him becomes the top priority. And, yeah. His headless body is left there to rot in the harsh desert wasteland. What a waste, man. Alright, I'm back. Got some lubrications here with me. So we can keep talking more about Fallout. We're only 25 minutes in. Fantastic. We still have 2 hours to go. At this rate, I think we're gonna have to split this into 2 parts, but we'll see. Alright, let's talk about bestest character of them all, Maximus. Here we go.
About Maximus, the best character. I'm sure all of you will agree. Everyone's
Doing.
favorite little shit. Whether the fucking
Zoink.
razor blade and a boot thing was him or the friend, I don't actually care at all. It was so fucking stupid.
I wanted it to happen. Is that wrong?
Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's stupid if he did it, and it's stupid if they did it. Either way, it's just dumb. It's just dumb.
No people. It's good. No people.
None of it makes any sense. No one should believe anyone could get wounded to that extent by stupidly shoving their leg into a razor-bladed boot over and over again. Second, there's no way to think that it was actually him that did it. Like, there's no real evidence. But a bunch of people do assume that it was him, and so he gets promoted. He denies doing it, of course, but expresses that he wants it to have happened. That is expressly antithetical to the creed of the Brotherhood of Steel in this show.
No, wait, I don't know what you're talking about.
I wanted it to happen. Is that wrong?
Yes.
It's also a blatant admission that he's awful for this job, on top of the fact that we find out the old fuckers think he probably did it anyway. And not that it matters, but why did Dane think this wouldn't affect anyone? Like, did you actually think you could butcher your own leg, deny responsibility, and no one would be blamed? And then, when that's actually brought up, the conflict of Maximus having taken the fall for Dane's self-harm, we get nothing. You see,
They're Dane, is that the character's name? And Maximus, they're treating this gig like they're at high school or something. They're not treating it like they're at boot camp, like a proper military. They're not taking it seriously. They're not taking it in a mature way. Everyone is just thinking of these like high school level pranks and hijinks and betrayals and plot twists. And it's just weird and so out of place. The whole Brotherhood is out of place. Like I said, don't even get me started on the West Coast Brotherhood behaving like the East Coast Brotherhood. The weird tin can thingies, clerics, elder clerics, and all these things that were never introduced, and things that were introduced in for a specific chapter on a specific coast. And cross wires. No, it's not cross wires. They did this on purpose. They're basically erasing history, and they're doing their own canon. They're slowly edging out the New Vegas canon, and now they're saying, nope, the Enclave is still around in the West Coast. Nope, the Brotherhood are defenders of the people on the West Coast. I don't know where you got this information that they're hiding in bunkers and they have little numbers. No, they're doing just fine. Yeah, okay.
Raced immediately. But who cares? Time for a promotion. Now he gets to be a squire. Like,
cool.
Well, you see, it
Why
takes
not?
a lot to sabotage your fellow soldier, and that's taking power or something. It's like, yeah, sure.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
So off he goes on his adventure, and his knight gets bored, and so lands for no other reason than fuck it. And then they almost immediately bump into the exact trail of the guy they're following. Now bear in mind, when sent
What a coincidence.
on this mission, the Brotherhood are scouring the wasteland for Wilzig. It just so happens that these guys drop out on their way to one location and they fall right on top of Wilzig's trail. Incredible. So then Maximus just lucks out because a Yaogwai decides to ninja attack the knight instead
That's what Yaogwais are known for, stealth.
of him when he's not wearing any fucking armor at all. And so the knight is
I mean, it's just a dumb old animal. What does it know the difference between armor and no armor, right?
scared and he runs away in such a way that he fucking kills himself. I don't know, he like breaks his neck or he's bleeding, it doesn't matter. It's just the ninja Yaogwai is so stupid. Anyway, the knight needs a stim to be alive.
I know MauLer's struggles with ninja zombies during the Resident Evil arc, so I know that's probably the first thing he thought when when he saw that Yagwai sneaking up on a Brotherhood soldier. Brotherhood knight. Yeah, okay.
And because this show is written by shitty cartoon children, it doesn't actually like make anything make sense. He is desperate for a stim, and so he decides while his squire is collecting it to tell him how much he has failed and will be killed for it. It's written like shit.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, why are you taking so long to get a stim? You're just so bad at your job. I can't wait for you to get me my stims so that you could then be killed for being...
I bet that you'll do such a bad job because you're such a terrible, dumb person that you're probably gonna kill me instead of saving me.
Bad at your job, you best get me that stim, or I'm gonna be mad if you don't get me that stim. I'm gonna die, and then you'll be in less trouble if you don't get me that stim. So Maximus lets the knight bleed out, and that's that. Why did he leave the squire bag behind? That thing is filled with all kinds of...
Well, it's heavy.
Gets contacted and supplied a replacement squire, and tries to put on a voice to trick the Brotherhood as to who they're speaking to.
This is Knight Titus. Over.
That voice doesn't sound like anything, let alone Michael Rappaport.
Okay. All good here.
Look at this fucking cocksucker. Ma, get the cat.
What the fuck are you trying to do? Anyway, the Brotherhood send him a replacement, and his reaction is to destroy his direct community.
They don't send him a replacement. They airdrop him. It's like a fucking care package. Just zzz. It's so goofy.
Communication with them. This is despite explicitly claiming his path to redemption will be through getting the head to them, meaning he will need to maintain contact. Retard. The new squire doesn't have any confirmation checks, nor does he quite...
Well, I think that he was thinking about doing it on his own. I think, but yeah, that's going to be a hard sell.
Question why the comms are down for Titus. Literally one of those raiders could be in the suit right now and he'd have no idea because the Brotherhood are inept. Alright, now let's talk about this steel...
They don't have any identification method, because if they did, then they would be able... Immediately they'll be able to notice that it's not Titus under that mask, under that helmet, it's Maximus. But there isn't, so he doesn't get discovered, and everything goes well.
Little retard in his battle with the Ghoul, in which he gets his fucking foot stuck in the floor.
How did a total moron such as yourself get past my defenses? Sorry, no idiot savants allowed. We like good conversation here.
You can fly, motherfucker. You kicked a rock so hard it destroyed a building. You can absolutely step out from some wood.
No, it's wasteland wood. It's much stronger.
How does a man in power armor lose a fist fight to a fucking Ghoul? This
Well, he knows all the secrets. He's experienced. Right? No? Yes?
fight was horrible. It was embarrassing.
Why not have them be dumb?
All he had to do was crush the Ghoul's head at any opportunity, but no, he kept throwing him around. So then he bumps into a...
Yeah. I agree. I agree. The way the fight was executed was very poorly. As I mentioned in my review, ghouls are not invulnerable to damage. They can be easily killed, just like humans. So the ghoul getting thrown around, that doesn't make sense. And even for a person as inexperienced with power armor and combat, like Maximus would have been, it's still a ghoul versus someone in power armor. Like MauLer said, all I had to do was walk up to him, grab his head, and crush it. But he always seems to be a little bit further away from arm's reach, which is very convenient for the ghoul, not so convenient for Maximus.
Bunch of fucking idiots trying to get into his armor, and he fights them like he just decides, I'm going to take you on 1v whole group for some reason. Obviously he loses, but they don't kill him? How lucky. So he...
They're the goofy raiders. They get you and they goof you, but they don't kill you, because getting goofed is much worse.
Comes back, and the way they're gonna beat him this time is that they're gonna push him into his own armor so he can kill them. What the fuck are you doing?
Jasmine, show our drilling friend the door, please.
So he takes the identity...
Yeah, that's weird. Even if, like, the raiders are so retarded that they don't know that if you push, like, they don't know how exactly a power armor suit works, and they don't know that someone can control it that way. Why keep him anywhere around the power armor? It's his. He knows what to do with it, or that's at least what they should think. Keep him as far away from that thing as possible, even if you don't know what it does or what its capacity. Why take the risk? Just throw him away somewhere far away from any weapons, from any dangerous hazards, and just whack away.
Of his knight, and he has sent a new squire, because of course his knight is dead and he was the squire. You get what it is. So he decides they need to get on the trail of the ghoul because he's the one that will lead them likely to the head. They very cleverly point out they can follow the radiated trail of the ghoul.
Always said there's leaf radiation trails allowing the ghoul to live. You've made it possible to trace the whereabouts of the target.
You are in the radiated wasteland. You are surrounded by radiation. What do you mean you're gonna chase him through his radiated fucking trail?
It's special radiation. You don't understand. It's different.
They've sent me a moron.
They eventually get the head because this show is retarded. Maximus then feels he...
No, it makes sense. They follow the radiation. What part of they followed the radiation trail don't you understand? It's special ghoul radiation. Probably, like, this is even dumber, but they're probably going to be like, you know, different age. A ghoul has different scents, different concentration of radiation. But they don't even say that. They just say, we can just follow his radiation. Which doesn't make sense in many ways. But whatever.
Might just tell his squire that he's not actually a knight. The squire points out that the Brotherhood will probably kill him for this, and since Maximus has not yet learned how to lie, he fails miserably to explain himself, fucking up...
He fails a speech check.
So much that he decides it's probably best to simply kill his squire. Yes, this is real. This show is fucking real. He manages to crush his foot underneath the foot of a power armor suit. This, however, does not subdue his squire, who in turn manages to unscrew and remove his fusion core. It is so...
Well, there's already a precedent for this. You've seen what happens to people when they lose their foot. You've seen it happen to Wilzig. He was able to walk around, hobble around for a couple of minutes. He was able to wobble around long enough to get to a little gurney operating chair thing, and then he was able to hobble around on a weird prosthetic leg as well. So yeah, crushed foot, whatever.
Fucking embarrassing. And if you weren't already convinced of that, Thaddeus, for some fucking reason, decided to not open the mask, execute Maximus with his pistol, pull out the body, and use the power armor for himself. This would certainly help the fact that he has trouble walking, it would help with his carry load, and it seems like he would be more than justified in doing so when Max killed his knight and tried to kill him, and he was gonna leave him for dead anyway. Which, I mean, you might want to finish the job in case he escapes. We also know...
Right. No, I'm not coming up with anything. Maybe he didn't want to kill him. Maybe... Like, the best thing I can do is... He still isn't... He doesn't still have that willpower, that grit, if you will, to take another man's life, even when he was just about to have his own life taken. But yeah, why not take the power armor from him? That's a good question. He should have taken that. He could just open it and rip him out. But then he would have to fight him with a broken foot. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. The best I could do is he couldn't kill him. So he thought of a way to subdue him without killing him, and then he ran away. Does it make sense? No. But in his head, in Thaddeus' head, or in the writer's head, it probably made sense to them. So there you have it.
that Thaddeus is absolutely motivated and willing to kill Max, as well as anyone who is standing next to him. It's all so fucked up.
You are either stupid or making fun of me. Either way, I will not waste my time.
In any case, Maximus is about to be...
That's Clancy Brown as one of the Brotherhood soldiers in Fallout 1. Forgot his name, though. Oh, Rhombus? I think. Night Rhombus, I think? Yeah.
Eaten by rad roaches. Everyone is happy about this. Finally, the plotline can end. Only luckily
Nope.
for him, Lucy happens to stumble into the scene and save his life. It is absolutely and entirely a coincidence, because she...
No, you don't understand. Maximus had the Lady Fortune perk, which means that he gets saved sometimes during combat encounters. You see? It all makes sense.
just happened to be in the area, so Maximus and Lucy bump into fiends. The two fiends
Here we
shoot
go.
at Maximus point blank. One of them misses, one of them shoots him in the shoulder, while he, shooting after they have drawn, manages to kill them both. How lucky! He then clearly shows they have clothing he could need, knives he could need, but nope, he only takes the gun. How the fuck's this accurate to Fallout? In any case, because he...
Exactly. If this was going to be accurate to Fallout, he would loot everything. He would take their clothes off, he would take their caps, their ammo, everything.
He's too cool to heal, he's just gonna let his bullet wound bleed like a retard. Upon coming close to bleeding out, he happens...
Well, it seemed to work well enough in the favor of Wilzig and Thaddeus, so... what's one little bullet hole gonna do?
to stumble across Vault 4 with Lucy. They heal them, supply them with antibiotics, and every single resource one could imagine.
Food,
what crazy
lodgings.
And insane luck to have stumbled across something like this when you're bleeding out. So old Maxi...
It's almost impossible. Considering that a lot of vaults weren't built to be resorts. They were built to be experiments. They were built to be uncomfortable. They were built to be torturous. They were exactly the opposite of what was advertised. That was the whole point of the vaults. Now more and more vaults are coming out as, oh, it's like a hotel, but it has like a funky smell. Oh, it's like a resort where everyone is happy and there's a swimming pool, but the water is green instead of blue. Okay.
Pad decides to have a shower, eat some food, relax, watch some TV, everything is fine, which is weird.
Watching TV, huh? What channel? Who's broadcasting a signal? From where? What? Who? What? Why?
When he's been
Maybe he's watching old holotape cassettes things.
trained by the Brotherhood of Steel for the majority of his life, and he's surrounded by mutants.
Allegedly.
You'd think he'd take issue, but he seems very happy. Only later he spots...
Well, the Brotherhood stance on mutants is keeps, you know, flip-flopping around from each game. Sometimes they're cool with it, sometimes they're not, so I don't know what to tell you.
Lucy is captured. Instead of discovering any context, Maximus decides to go on a Todd rage and save Lucy when she is clearly fucking fine. They try to...
Like I said, he is a tard. So, that's it. Explanation done. He's retarded, right?
imply he has to make the decision between his own comfort and Lucy's well-being, as though this is development for him when he knows so little about what's happening that he has no reason to assume he's not next. He's making the decision in this scene as though he's read the script and understands what the writers want him to think he's going through, rather than...
Well, okay, about that. She mentioned to him before that there's something wrong with the vault, and he doubted her, and now he's seeing her getting captured, so he would either think that, oh, she was right about something being wrong with the vault, or she went crazy and now she's getting, you know, reprimanded. But either way, he would probably want to investigate just a little bit.
What a person would actually think in this scenario. It's so fucking bad. So upon exiting Vault 4, they decide to once again get back on the trail of the Squire.
By the way, something about Vault 4. I don't know what kind of funky experimentations the Hawthorns were doing, but it's the first I've seen anything like that, so I hope it was worth it, because I'm sure someone out there found it to be amusing. The writers, probably.
With the head. The squire that was well ahead of them anyway. The squire that was calling in the Brotherhood. They somehow catch back up to him. Imagine they
Maybe they followed his radiation scent.
were just 5 minutes late. The whole show would be over. This is also where the squire realizes he's a ghoul because the wacky doctor who fixed his foot turned him into a ghoul, I guess. In any case,
Ghouls don't heal wounds, as far as I can tell. The only resemblance of healing is glowing ghouls can resurrect dead ghouls sometimes, but that's about it. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure there's never been an instance of a ghoul regenerating his health. So that's why when it happened, I was like, what? Since when do ghouls just especially their wounds getting patched up like that with no blood or anything? Do the writers know what a ghoul is meant to be?
realizing he's a ghoul means...
Yeah, and also, as far as I know, the transformation from human to ghoul happens, instantly. You get hit by the radiation, and your skin withers away, but instead of... three things happen. Either you die from the radiation and, the flames, if there's any, or you become a feral ghoul, or you become a ghoul. But I've never seen a human ghoul. But it's possible that the transformation doesn't happen immediately. That's possible. I don't think that's ever been confirmed. We've only seen ghouls post ghoulification, but never pre-ghoulification or during. So I'm kind of I'm half and half on this. Could be either way.
That he can now not go back to the Brotherhood, which means he's more than happy to submit the head to these two. Do you understand just how astronomical all of these fucking coincidences are? Anyway, Max decides that...
No, what are you talking about? They follow the waypoint on their Pip-Boy, because that's how the game does it, right?
The head will go to Lucy so she can get her dad back, and the Thaddeus can get away. He's not going to talk about what happened to him. So he ends up back at the Brotherhood for punishment. Keep in mind, he's betrayed the Brotherhood several times, including, but not limited to, the assumed violent fucking up of the leg of a squire to prevent them from getting the position. He then allowed his knight to die and stole his identity, and then lied about having the head to the whole Brotherhood.
Time to execute him. There we go.
Really want, and despite knowing where the actual one really is. These betrayals would of course get him killed, yeah?
And...
the guy says, power is taken, not given. And you know what?
Oh.
Maximus has clearly learned that. And so if Maximus can complete the next mission, he can rule with the old dude as his right-hand man. This has become so fucking funny. He injured...
You're a liar, a deceiver, a betrayer of everything. You've taken someone's title, you've taken their armor, you've tried to kill one of your own, so hereby I promote you. What?
Is a fellow soldier and gets upgraded to squire. He watches his knight bleed out and just takes his place. He fucks around in the whole wasteland, and then he lies to the whole Brotherhood and somehow achieves a promotion.
For the sake of the Brotherhood, please listen to me.
For the sake of the brother, this bitch lied.
He's a threat to the Brotherhood.
And betrayed the Brotherhood 3 different times. Oh, he just so happens to know exactly where what we need is the very moment he's about to be executed. Oh, I surely believe him now. Throw him in the fucking brig, give us the location of the head, and if you are telling the truth, we might not kill you.
But why would he tell the truth? The only thing the Elder likes about him is how much of a liar he is.
For a world where things stop.
So if he tells the truth, he's gonna kill him.
to make sense. In any case, and for reasons I do not know how, Maximus knows where Moldaver is, and so he directs the Brotherhood of
Never
Steel
explained.
over there. There's a big war, everyone dies, and
Pew,
then
pew,
he
pew.
somehow ends up in a position where he's promoted again. Like, I'm not even kidding. Maximus fails miserably.
Doink.
However, he's seen as the one who killed the enemy leader. This means that he gets to be a knight now. He got fucking promoted
Hail!
again. What the fuck? What, he just fails upward. I guess it's good the writers wrote what they knew. Can't wait to see him in season 2. What an interesting plotline filled with...
He's gonna slip and hit a switch that activates a nuclear bomb that destroys all of the Brotherhood's enemies at once, and he's gonna become the supreme leader by the end of the 2nd season.
Twists and turns and absolutely insane nonsense. I assume I don't need to spend much time on this. Maximus is a shite character. A collection of random values and actions per the scene he's currently occupying.
But at least he's a character. At least he goes through some sort of arc, as crappy as it is.
Pathetic exploration of an admittedly difficult-to-write character, one who's self-centered and power-hungry thanks to a history of understanding that the Brotherhood represents that very power he never had. He likes the idea of being seen as the stalwart hero of the people, but can't escape his selfish nature. They awkwardly and wonkily walk him through coffee-stained photocopies of better scenes where in theory his ethics would be tested, yet in actuality he continuously stumbles around with a scornful face until the story can come to a temporary end. What an unlikable piece of shit. His final significant act was that of trying to help Lucy by sending the Brotherhood of Steel to the observatory, a place the Brotherhood then bombarded with all kinds of artillery. She could literally have died within the first 5 minutes of the assault, and he doesn't seem to recognize that at all when making the decision. In fact, a good summary of Maximus as a character would be to describe events in episode 1, that his friend covers for him and treats him well while everyone else in the Brotherhood kicks the shit out of him, and when that same friend gets promoted, Maximus is so angry about it he screams at a toilet. The sad part being Max's elation and approval of Dane's injury, meaning we can't even imagine he was angry that he'd be left alone. He's literally just a pathetic, jealous vacuum of potential. He's actually just like Finn, only where he was
just worse.
A trilogy's worth of development in favor of simping for Ray Palpatine. Maximus tanking his own potential from the first second he had on screen. Fuck Maximus, he's a boring loser. But hey, with
absolutely
him out the way, it'd be nice to check out, you know, some of the good characters, right?
Hey, Coop. It's Coop's time to shine. Yeah, I don't think Cooper is also necessarily a good character, but I wouldn't call him a bad character either. I think there's enough, both in the script and also in the performance, to slightly save him from total damnation. But yeah, on that note, right, just want to, you know, pick up on what you said there, MauLer, on Maximus being just Finn, but worse. Like, and the disappointing thing is, Maximus, like on paper, Maximus, the concept of a character like Maximus would have been perfect for Fallout. The perfect gray character, just like Cooper, but even more ambiguous, where it's like, yes, he's sometimes kind and sometimes loving and sometimes passionate, but sometimes he gets a little too carried away. Sometimes he's power hungry, sometimes he's selfish, but sometimes he's good, but sometimes he lies, but sometimes he helps. But man, the way they just went about it, the execution of it, and the performance, you know, I can't leave that part out. All of that just makes Maximus just bad character, and just a waste of time, really. Wasted opportunity. We could have had more Cooper scenes, but instead we were stuck with Maximus. And that's sad. When you actively want less Brotherhood scenes, that's something, you've done something wrong here. Even when it's the East Coast Brotherhood pretending to be the West Coast Brotherhood. Even if that's the case.
Hey, why not Lucy? Everyone likes Lucy's great. Let's talk about Lucy. Once she leaves
Okay.
the vault after that initial raid, she ends up setting up at night with a fire. Lucky for her, she happens to cross paths with the main man of the show, the one
Lucky.
everyone is after, Mr. Wilzig. He warns her how stupid it is to sleep with a fire out in the open at night, when I would argue it's monumentally stupider for him to be sitting down next to her when he's the most wanted man in the wasteland at that point. He's very much
Sitting next to the same fire that he's like chastising her about creating in the first place.
not able to defend himself, and he's carrying material that means open, free, and clean energy to the people of California. He considers his mission to be of utmost importance, and he's gambling it all on some lady he sees, which kinda looks like it would be a trap. But, I mean, writing is hard these days, so shut the fuck up. I just want to point
He's only a scientist. How smart could he be?
it out. This man is directly connected to Moldaver, and that is the exact person that Lucy wants to see. What a coincidence. It doesn't matter. We're moving on.
Small
Lucy
world.
decides to check
Small wasteland.
one place in one town, and it just so happens to be the place that has been paid to protect Wilzig. Wow, what a coincidence. And she just so...
To be fair, I mean, there's only 2 settlements in the whole of California. Shady Sands and Philly. And Shady Sands got nuked, so where else everyone's gonna go, right?
happened to meet him the prior night. Wow. Unfortunately for them, the Ghoul is sitting right outside, and he wants Wilzig too, for the bounty. Oh no. How inconvenient. If only it had been literally any other store, in any other town, at any other time. Hell, if only Wilzig had walked in through the back, eh? Gosh darn. This just so
Why would he do that? It's not like he's on the run.
happens to also be the time that Maximus arrives. All of these events happening at exactly the same time are the whole reason anything happens in the show. In any case, she ends up having to take the head because Mr. Wilzig kicks the bucket. She settles down for the night with a fire after being advised not to because fuck it. Oh, and she passes an assaultron.
Oh, yeah.
Look, it's an assaultron.
So much for
reference.
that.
It has no relevance to anything. It's references.
Remember this and no story.
She is then
Pretty much. Couldn't have said it better myself.
sidetracked
Yourself. Whatever.
and attacked by a gulper. You guys should seriously understand that Lucy was lucky as fuck to have been attacked by this thing and not eaten whole when it has the same ninja powers as the Yaogwai. Also, had she simply walked by this area, the Ghoul would have caught up with her, killed her, taken the head, and the show would have been over. That gulper's saving lives. The Ghoul eventually catches up to her, and they have a tussle. She bites off his finger, and so he cuts off hers.
I got that hell bit on me.
Lucky for her, just minutes later, she gets a new finger from a robot that wants to carve
An
out
old
all
dead finger.
organs anyway. That makes sense. You see, the Ghoul
Sure.
wants to trade her in for vials so that he doesn't go feral. Regardless, she's strapped down at the arms, but not the legs, allowing her to escape with ease by somehow kicking the saw into her restraints to then fuck up the robot with a defibrillator. Not sure that any of that works, but whatever.
But hey, have you thought about this? The writers said that it worked, so there you go.
She then forces the release of ghouls who are kept in cages and are feral. As a result of this, everyone dies, and she doesn't seem to realize it's her fault.
Well, she didn't know that. How could she possibly have known? It's not like they were trying to warn her and she wouldn't listen.
Martha. Your name is Martha.
Why did you say that now?
She even kills one herself and doesn't deal well with that fact for about a minute, and then it never comes up again. The irony being that she provides vials to Mr. Ghoul outside without realizing that she could have given them to Martha, who is like a ghoul inside, instead of just shooting her. It's amazing that Lucy just keeps winning despite all odds that she should lose. At least she earns it, right? It's not like it's insane luck every single fucking time. I didn't even mention the time that Maximus outran a fucking bullet to save her, not to mention the Ghoul
Oh yeah, what?
deciding not to kill her a million times in a row, whereas he would have killed anyone else. But I mean, whatever, she's
Sure,
quirky,
yeah.
she's fun, she's aloof, she's a funny decision. I mean, credit to the actor, but the writing's horrendous. Oh, for fuck's sake, Lucy didn't even loot the super duper mart, man. How do you forget to do that in a Fallout show? She didn't
loot the food, she didn't loot the medical supplies, she didn't loot any guns, any ammo, any clothes, any armor, any fingers. Nope.
grab up additional clothing, water, food, ammo, guns, or even a fucking bag for anything she might find. But she sure did grab a reference, something she drops in just over an episode without using.
Remember this, remember this, remember this, and there's no story.
Ugh, she walks out of there like she owns the place and leaves every valuable resource to the next scavenger that'll simply waddle by. Anyway, she's about to die from radiation, but she stumbles across Maximus in his suit.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, actually. Let's get the other bit of politeness taken care of, shall we? What the bloody hell are you doing here?
And she does this.
I remember that. It's from Fallout 2, I think. Yeah. It's a guy that's in, like, he has like an establishment in a basement or something, a secret hideout, and he can sneak in there, and if you talk to him, he's like, what are you doing here?
When he's about to die by being eaten by rat roaches. Wait, hang the fuck on. Hold the fuck info.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Coincidence. It's a good old gosh darn plot hole. Thaddeus left in the night with the head, and Lucy is following the tracker she placed in the head. She would then trace it to its real-time location, meaning she should be far away and moving in a completely different direction. How do you fuck up so much in your stupid god...
That's not where Thaddeus went. Alright, so, yeah. That shouldn't have happened.
Damn show.
I really want to believe you, but practically every person I've met out here has tried to kill me.
Woman, this is the one man who took 25 bullets for you in Philly. They have a conversation while he is tanking bullet after bullet for her. How the fuck does she not remember this? She cited this. And so they happily save each other by her releasing him from the suit and him providing her rat away. So she bumps into the fiends with Maximus and they end up in Vault 4 because they're looking for a solution. Only Lucy's end of the story is that she spots that the people of Vault 4 drink blood and decorate themselves in the ashes of the dead while saying blood must spill to bring Shady Sands back. What did they mean by this? No, seriously, what did you mean by the people who like the NCR and Shady Sands being obsessive naked blood-drinking, ash-bathing weirdos? Anyway, she tells Maximus none of this while saying they should leave. This is what we call retarded. She wasn't allowed on floor 12, and yet she went to floor 12, where there was, like, horrible experiments and stuff. It turns out the experiments aren't actually experiments, they're just trying to save people or something. It looks really bad, but it isn't.
No, the experiments were experiments, but now that the experiments revolted against... and the Vault Dwellers revolted against the Doctors, the Hawthorns, the remaining experiments are not in a state to basically cohabitate with humans anymore. They're too far off, so the Vault Dwellers secretly go to this level and try to, like, help them out, tend to their needs until they, like, eventually die of natural age or something. I think that was it.
Actually that bad. It doesn't really make any sense because, of course, why wouldn't you just tell people that's what's going on? Instead, she assumes the worst and tries to stop them, she throws some acid in someone's face. It's this whole...
Yeah, why wouldn't you tell? I guess the best explanation I can give you is, like, that was a dark past. That was a long time ago. We don't want to bring up those bad memories. We don't want to bother anyone here living with us with these bad memories and things like that, so we'll keep it a secret for as long as we can, for as long as we have to, until we don't have to worry about it anymore. That's it.
Anyway, after all of this, they decide they can just let them go. Like, Lucy fucks all of that up, and then Maximus does the Todd Rage thing where he breaks a bunch of shit. He also happens to steal, I'm not kidding about this, steal their entire source of energy. He just pops it in his power armor, and he's like, yeah, it's mine now. You'd think there'd be consequences for something like this, but Vault 4 just
he brings it back, though. So all is well, right?
Let them go with their energy source. I feel like I should explain the cosmic fucktardery that is Vault 4 at this point. The gist of it is, this vault was run by scientists who believed they were the best fit for the head of society. They ran unregulated experiments on their Vault Dwellers, and eventually the same Vault Dwellers killed the scientists. Ever since, the future generations of those very experiments have now taken in any wayward souls passing by and falling into their traps. They take care of them, and they supply them with with anything they need. The vault is actually filled with people who are extremely welcoming. However, they have a mysterious level 12 in which no one is allowed to go, but anyone can enter. In level 12, they have people recovering from the experiments conducted all those years ago. And you know, they have a little cult meeting to pray to Moldaver to recover Shady Sands, because many refugees from that event came to live here and desperately want their home back. They drink and bathe in blood while smothering themselves in ashes of the dead while chanting,
Bring back Shady Sands, blood must spill.
Because that has been proven to work.
And somehow the denizens of Vault 4 don't see what all of that and level 12 would mean to someone with no context.
Well, it's just part of their culture, so no need to be such a bigot about it.
Punish Lucy for being terrified and trying to help people she thinks they're trying to hurt. Obviously, the common counter for this is, but they're retarded, which is actually a common defense for most of the characters in the show.
No, I think the defense for this that I would have is they don't like strangers putting their nose in where it doesn't belong. They think that if someone found out these experiments, these people that were experimented on, that they would try to free them or kill them, and they don't want that to happen, so they keep them far away, far from sight. Yeah, that's it. As far as the Shady Sands people, that's like literally like one of the characters tells Lucy like, this is the thing we like to do. So that's it. That's the explanation.
Have them be dumb.
But it's uniquely frustrating in the case of Vault 4 with their understanding of the situation. Their great-grandparents had to escape horrors, and as a result, we are shown the people who remain understand the value of social and humanitarian programs. They save surface dwellers, and they try to bring people destroyed by experimentation back to a quality of life.
For causing harm to a fellow survivor, you are hereby sentenced to death.
Not a huge surprise when she's fucked up a society without discovering more context, I suppose. Unfortunate, but there we are.
Death. By banishment to the surface!
I get this is fun for shows where the stakes go as far as being late for school or missing your first date, or you get scenes where people misunderstand everything leading to a payoff like this. But these people have been through hell and back. They know how social cues work. They aren't trying to scare anyone. Which means the only real defense of Vault 4 is that they are complete fucking idiots. Kinda spits in the face of them overthrowing scientists. It also makes you wonder how they've gotten this far when they're so easy to take advantage of. Moldaver and her group of raiders could easily have taken Vault 4 if they stumbled into it, and the world is filled with plenty of groups like that. It's a bit odd to portray them somewhat savvy in human interaction, health, and security to then do the opposite of that straight away. I mean, it's funny how the peaceful, loving, understanding people of Vault 4 grab a fucking harpoon the second a person who's been experimented on might have gotten out of their cage. It definitely matches their approach and their characters, and it's not at all a thing that happened to bait and switch the audience. Why do they not have security on their entire energy system? Why would you reward people with freedom and 2 week supplies when they actively try to sabotage your society? Why tie her up? Why have a rigmarole of a ceremony and word everything in such a way that a person being punished would believe they are about to die when that is
because it's funny.
Entirely the opposite of your intentions. Why wouldn't they show newcomers what they do on level 12 instead of letting people stumble across it? I already...
Because they don't want to share their secrets?
No, yeah, they're retarded. That's how this whole show works. Everyone we've just met is now a complete joke despite the histories they share. Nothing...
Right. Okay, yeah. As far as social cues are concerned, you're right. There's no excuse for that. You can't have it both ways. You can't have them be welcoming at first and then suddenly act all sinister, only for them to go, no, we're just misunderstood. You got us all wrong. No. Either have it one way or have it the other way. But like you said, yeah, it's just a way to manipulate the audience into thinking something is wrong when there isn't anything wrong. But when you actually go back and look through everything that happened, all the details, you go, why did that happen? How did that happen? That doesn't make sense. But yeah, the writers just are hoping that you just don't notice it. Like me, I didn't notice it. So I didn't notice a lot of it, but there are some that managed to catch my attention.
That took place meant anything for both weight and consequence outside of a small hiccup. Our characters made decisions that they should reckon with, but don't. And it's all because this was like a side mission in a video game. And satire apparently means tossing bullshit at a wall. This defensive and reflexive shutdown of standards means the show no longer requires dramatic weight, consideration, or consequence. Once the plot line is over and the writers want to do something else, we can pull the "it's satire" card and be done with it. And I think we all know that if this show actually behaved just like a video game, with characters walking around like NPCs, or experiencing loading screens, or choosing to enter prior saves, it
would still be judged and looked at the same way as any other piece of media would be.
Would not be considered a boon to the experience. That would destroy the already very crippled TV show stakes.
Right, because the problem is not with the gameplay of this TV show. The problem is with the writing of this TV show.
Turns out they are different mediums. It also turns out it's much more complicated as to what the correct decisions are when balancing tone and maintaining stakes in an adaptation, but you throw in enough references and it doesn't matter anymore. That's why they're willing to let the whole society die with the two newcomers leaving. Lucy convinces Maximus to give back the power source though, so I guess there's that. Do you know Maximus?
She convinces him to not doom everyone to die slowly of starvation and deoxygenation or whatever.
Only has the power armor here because the people of Vault 4 picked it up.
We found his armor. Our surface foragers are bringing it back now.
How the fuck did you find that armor? How did you know it belonged to Maximus? Which is funny because it doesn't. How the fuck did you move it back and move it back so fast? The thing weighs tons. Why are you so invested in getting it back to him? Why did any of this insane bullshit happen? Because we don't do consequence here.
Because why not? And because we needed him to have a power armor suit, so we'll just say that they found it and they brought it. That's it. All you need to do is say things that happened, and that's it. You're done. That's how you write stories, right? You just say the wizard sneezed and the tower fell. You don't have to explain why a sneeze would make the tower fall. It just happens. Look, he sneezed and the tower fell. What more explanation do you need? Crazy. Yeah. How did they find it? How did they assume that it would belong to him? And how did they drag it all the way back? Did they do the Easter Island technique of pulling it from one side to another? How did they do it so quickly? Basically, like on the same day? A couple of days later? I don't know how much time passed. I think it's the same day. Don't know.
So Lucy's all about doing good deeds, right? And she finds out that Maximus let a man bleed to death, and he took his armor when he was sworn to protect him.
He was threatening me, so instead of helping him, I watched him die.
He mentions he was threatening him, but he also rejects the idea that he's a good man, which is correct. I mean, part of why this is so frustrating is that he just lies to her. Probably should have put this in the Maximus portion, but fuck it. He aims the gun and doesn't shoot. He aims again and doesn't shoot. He then thinks about aiming and doesn't shoot. He then aims and doesn't shoot yet again. He then watches as his night is being torn apart by the stupid fucking Yaogwai, clearly thinking about how happy he would be if he could just get into that suit. He absolutely chose to abandon his night to the Yaogwai, leading to his death well before he threatened him. And besides, in actuality, the threat Titus gives him is just a description of the repercussions the Brotherhood will have for Maximus thanks to his inaction during that sequence. The same Brotherhood that Lucy says Maximus should follow the values of. The show thinks Maximus was not only telling the truth here, but that he's developing as a person and getting some repercussions for his actions. You know, taking accountability, which he's absolutely not doing. He lies, and then the show has Lucy equate her experiences with his.
He had to be convinced to not let an entire vault population die. Slowly and painfully. He had to be convinced of that. He didn't just do it on his own.
Acid in an innocent man's face. Wasteland sucks.
Absolute cunt. To get back to Lucy, though, it is a problem that she doesn't care. It's like one of the most obvious ways to have had an interesting conflict, but they just have her not care about it at all. She doesn't want to know any more context, she just wants to move on. They made it clear that she appreciates context when judging conflict, but I guess she doesn't anymore.
But have you considered this? He's very good looking. He's dreamy.
especially since she gives up on it entirely when it comes to Moldaver. But we'll get to that. Instead of her pursuing more information, she says, "Oh, I threw some acid in an innocent man's face. The wasteland sucks." As if what she did is even remotely close when she was under the impression, for good reason, that these people were being experimented on against their will. Meanwhile, Maximus just wanted more power. It's pretty boring, lame, and totally not in her character, but whatever, let's go. So Lucy and Maximus end up with Thaddeus, like I said. I cannot understand just how incredibly fuck-lucky these idiot mongeese are throughout the whole show. But whatever, it's fun.
Remember Pulp Fiction?
So after they split up, she enters the observatory safe house and sees it's a wonderful refuge where everyone is safe and happy. A lot is revealed that we can go over in a moment, and she realizes her dad is a bad man. Though she manages to watch her dad open up power armor and toss out a dead man while jumping in, even though it's the one thing she absolutely would not want him to be able to do. Like, this whole thing happened right in front of her field of view. What are you doing? Anyway, Lucy by the end of the season has no clue what the fuck she's doing and has to rethink basically all of everything. But she did say okie dokie, which made it all worth it. Outside of the obvious, being Ella Purnell is an awesome actress, let's talk about this character.
I may end up looking like you. I'll never be like you.
When looking back, you can see exactly what the plan was for Lucy. She's meant to be the aloof, naive, fish out of water, moving through the world with fun reactions to all kinds of silly and serious events.
It's the Fallout 3 storyline, basically.
Eventually, she'll learn the world is harsh and cruel, and she'll need to become a killer.
There you are.
And the Fallout 1 storyline.
You little killer.
We see a lot of this throughout, exemplified by her compliance in almost everything Vault-related, but the progression is entirely wonky, and oftentimes a straightforward assassination. You can't have the fish-out-of-water girl who is naive on every single event in the show, while also having her starting scenes be that of a deep and horrifying event. In the totality of her first interaction with people from beyond the Vault, she witnessed...
This should have changed her. Yeah, you're right.
Is her lifelong friends and family getting horrifically attacked and murdered on top of her father getting kidnapped. And all of that after sleeping with a man claiming to be someone he wasn't right before he tries to kill her. This has almost no effect on her approach to anything. She talks to everyone as though they'll be very cordial and friendly, including but not limited to a man who's actually killing people right in front of her just before she speaks to him. Not entirely dissimilar in style to what she previously experienced. You have that, you have the impact of a chopped-off finger being entirely forgotten in just an episode. You have her missing out on several opportunities when it comes to standard interactions and her attitude in general. You have this girl, this bubbly fun girl from a world where violence is as rare as a birth. She's happily holding a severed human head and chatting with it not long after simply deciding that, yes, she will saw it off. It's a fun performance, but it's nowhere near the behavior you develop when having lived this person's life, nor is it representative of that person having experienced the trauma that she did. Lucy's awkward demeanor is highlighted by even her fellow Vault dwellers and stands in direct opposition to the much more normal disposition and attitude of her father, the man who would have had the biggest influence in her development. People try to explain her by saying she's a Vault dweller when she can come across as strange even to them. Her reactions to every one of the people she loves and has lived with for years getting murdered is very restrained in the opening. I understand they did this deliberately. I think it's a mistake. They won't let her portray a more powerful set of emotions as her life is being destroyed in front of her eyes. It's downright awkward when her father is drowning a man in front of her. She's like, oh, well. She watches a friend get his neck torn out and she doesn't seem to care all that much about him. The time they allow Ella a chance to show what she can do emotionally is when her father gets kidnapped. Probably one of the best few isolated seconds of the entire show.
I think the thing they were going for is she got caught off guard so hard that she doesn't even know how to react. It's like, wait, is this actually happening? I'm walking and I'm seeing things happening, but are they actually real? Am I dreaming? Did I die and am I in some sort of weird purgatory thing? What's going on? But you're right. At the same time, it does come off like an unnatural reaction to the events at the same time. I feel like there could have been a better way to execute that kind of scene. Just it didn't work.
You are my world.
But this stands in opposition to her prior emotional engagement, and it continues in her incredibly subdued reaction to the world for the first time she sees it, as far as she knows anyway. Witnessing a landscape outside of the vault, a horizon, the sky, the insane nature of this wasteland, I feel like we had better reactions from Rebecca Ferguson in Silo, and she was only looking at pictures of the outside world. And this issue permeates through the smallest of stuff, like how Lucy will walk by a Brahmin and just sort of smile. It should already be special to her as a cow, but it has two heads. She'll show less emotion when
she should be like, the fuck?
Seeing people murdered than when she decides to help out Wilzig. Her curiosity and shock are incredibly selective, and I'm inclined to believe it was entirely a direction problem because I know what she's capable of, and some of the reactions are just strange. And it makes it so much harder to take any of the heartache she experiences seriously. We don't see any kind of emotionally charged decisions representative of the trauma she sustained. Instead, she continues to behave as the Lucy archetype they built in episode 1 until the finale realization.
Right, yeah. She's, like you said, it's whatever the director want her to be. When they want her to be bubbly, she is bubbly. When they want her to be quirky, she's quirky. When they want her to be serious and edgy, she's edgy, and so on. Sometimes she says weird, creepy things. Sometimes she says smart things. Sometimes she just is like all shut off and isolated and broody. And basically the character just gets so diluted and so interchanged that it's like you're constantly seeing different pieces, different masks on the same person, and you don't know what's going on. You don't know who they're meant to be or what they're meant to represent at the end of the day. And it feels like a blend, just a big blend of different characters, all pretending to be the same one.
It's not about her continuous reference to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's about how she continuously gets taken advantage of and surprised when she simply doesn't have the backstory to support it. The show wants you to think she has it, but you need to simply remember what's happened to her. I assumed she had at least learned something by the time of reaching Maximus, but those assumptions were
This is after she said that everyone I met wanted to kill me, and now she meets two people, two shady-looking people, and she's like, let's help them.
When her willingness to trust the fiends rather than keeping a gun trained on them almost costs Maximus his life, especially when he warned her
and hers.
Excessively. Lucy will actively baffle me in that she will explain just how much she absolutely cannot bring herself to kill the ghoul or leave him to die. You see, those actions would be outside of her ethical system. Alright, gotcha. But then, not scenes later, she has to be convinced to save a man who is not only offering to save her life, but has taken as many as 25 bullets for her previously.
Exactly. She spares the life of someone who just tried to sell her off in exchange for some drugs, and now she's having second thoughts on helping someone who helped her escape death 25 times.
Maximus is a twat, but she has no reason to think he's anything other than a saint.
No.
And so Lucy's ethical system will dictate that she will save the mass-murdering ghoul in a heartbeat, but when it comes to a man who saved her life and is currently suffering while offering to save her life again, well, apparently she's going to need some convincing for that one. Lucy often gets reset because they don't want to lose the bubbly nature until we're closer to the end. She went through something more horrific than many Wastelanders have. They utterly squandered the characterization, and it's propped up as something special. We missed out on one of the only interesting conflicts of morality she could have had with Maximus because the writers didn't know how to handle it, and then she swallows hook, line, and sinker the entire story Moldaver feeds to her, which is probably my biggest problem with how they wrote this character. Lucy is now looking at the woman who is responsible for the death of many of her lifelong friends and family. What she hears from Moldaver,
sitting next to a desiccated, walking, talking, well, not talking, but, you know, like, I don't know what to call it, like a husk, a broken husk ghoul thing that, like, even if she doesn't know that it's her mother, she should already be like, okay, I'm supposed to listen to a lady who's eating food with a ghoul, with not even a ghoul, with a feral ghoul.
Ava about her interests don't come fucking close to being representative of her actions in the vault. She could have dropped a necklace on a...
Again, she's just like all the characters. She's a different character from the one we see in episode 1. In episode 8, she's like completely different person, completely different motives, completely different mannerisms and methods, everything.
Random ghoul, she can easily lie about Lucy's father in any way, shape, and form. Ultimately,
right.
Lucy has no clue nor reason to believe any of this, yet she buys in fully.
Immediately.
Huge betrayal of the way they built her throughout. They imply
right.
her connection to her mother is stronger than with her father. This is despite the fact that she spent the vast majority of her life with her father and not her mother. It's actually extremely annoying that Lucy is convinced by such a shitty story. You see, her mother realized there was a civilization outside because their water was being siphoned off, when that can be explained easily by a loss of water through damage, through someone siphoning it from within the vault, or through some animals getting at it. In fact, there are countless explanations before thinking humanity has re-emerged. Besides, the show supports that she was correct, but Vault 33 is in the middle of a wasteland desert. There's no town for miles. Who is actually siphoning the water? What was happening? And even if it were happening, Hank was absolutely right. Do not wander the fucking radiated wasteland to simply check if there are people outside. And if you decide you have to, you need to
don't take your kids.
Safe. Do not randomly endanger the children. Are you insane? In any case, if Rose truly believed there were people outside that she just had to get to, then why does nobody else in the vault know this story? Why is it that Rose would have left with the 2 kids and not told anyone about this incredible news? Would she not convince them as part of the goal of the vault that they need to get out there and restart civilization? Wouldn't she at least leave them a note? Nobody should be buying this story, and it's a pity Lucy does, though not the only instance, considering she also bought the story from Vault 4 after a few seconds of explanation and a contextless clip. It's as though, despite her stating otherwise, that she has no idea people can lie. She's also supposed to be so adept at conflict de-escalation, along with experiencing some of the worst pieces of shit in the wasteland. I guess she didn't listen to the ghoul's advice.
That's what people say they did, and what they really did.
Somehow, we're now at a point where people who spend the entire show dead are being assassinated as well. Look, if you want to have it so that she realizes she can't even trust her father as some kind of arc, you can't have it so that Moldaver, the hyper-murderer, convinces her he's a piece of shit. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Have it be Norm, have it be Maximus. Hell, have it be the ghoul, Cooper. Not Moldaver.
It's indicative of the absolute laziness of this script. And no, I'm not even in the adjacent dimension of accepting Lucy unlocked all of her memories and realized the truth when she saw Mother Ghoul as an explanation. When it comes to something this important, you cannot rely on your garbled perspective of your own early childhood memories, especially when someone you absolutely cannot trust, who has a vested interest in you joining her side, is manipulating you. And what a convenience that the 6-year-old simply didn't remember any of it before now.
Yeah.
Consequently,
It's not like she was in diapers or anything. She was old enough to walk around and talk. She doesn't remember any of that. She only remembers the sun, the warm sun, and that's it.
Would have gotten in the way of the story otherwise. But of course, they then later have Cal MacLachlan confirm it all through just the shittiest dialogue. They rush the end, and as a result, Lucy is just a tool of the writers to encourage a sense of, haha, fish out of water. But oh wow, deep character. Realizes father bad, wow. Oh boy, this wasteland is tough. But hey, that's okay, we haven't gotten to the best character yet, have we? The Ghoul. If we fast forward to when he's in the town, it's so strange that he's willing to attack basically everybody, when if they get one shot in his head, he's just dead. Which, by the way, is very easy for anyone to pull off, but they don't. It's kind of crazy.
And I'm pretty sure that even body shots shouldn't have been able to tank all those body shots. I'm pretty sure. You can try to find something that says otherwise, but I'm pretty sure that ghouls are not immune, are not invulnerable to damage. Especially not all of the damage that he sustained.
Crazy, because he just shoots everybody. But when it comes to Lucy, no, he'll consider...
He sits down and talks to her. Well, not sits down, but, you know, he stops and talks to her.
He'll think about it. Which is odd, considering his history. You'd think Vault Dwellers are not exactly people he cares about that much. I mean, we see him try to kill her several times. It's just that whenever he has a chance to actually do it, he doesn't. In any case, after Mr. Maximus tanks the shot for Lucy, Mr. Ghoul over here decides he's not gonna stop. I was trying to count it in the scene. I think he fires nearly 30 rounds at the power armor. It's absolutely fucking nuts. Mainly because they don't do anything. The only reason he has a chance at surviving this fight is because Maximus is retarded and he gets his foot stuck. Though it is curious that the Ghoul wants to defeat Maximus in a one-on-one and spends 30 shots on him not killing him. It's almost as though he's unaware of a very obvious weak spot that he could take advantage of. Seriously, he keeps chucking him instead of crushing.
It's weird that he brings it up at episode 8 and no time prior to that.
His head. So anyway, when catching up to Lucy, she's accidentally had the head get eaten by some giant fish thing. This means the Ghoul tries to use her as bait to get the fish up so that he can try and get access to the head. Oi, you fucking goober. Are you aware that bait is supposed to be on the hook for this to work? Oh wait, we can't do it that way because Lucy would have died unless you luck out and it just eats the hook. How the fuck are you strong enough to pull that out of the water? What? Unfortunately, because
he's a ghoul, right? Ghouls are super beings. Wait, no, that's... Oh, no, that's super mutants. Right, not ghouls.
A hyper retard. He leaves his vials in his bag next to the girl next to the monster. Like, look at this shot here. He's left his bag, which has all the material that prevents him from going feral, right in the middle of the fight between the girl and the giant fish. So unfortunately, the vials get destroyed. My goodness, what sudden and dilapidating retardation. Maybe he would have had better luck if he just shot the fucking thing with his gun instead of trying to poke it. It wouldn't be...
Alright. The very same gun that leaves like cannon hole size bullet holes on fleshy enemies, and this thing is like pretty much all flesh. So
any concern of damaging the head when he's a sharpshooter, and there's a clear difference between this thing's head and its stomach. However, lucky for him, when he trades the girl for vials, she does that whole insane escape, and then she provides vials to him. He gets enough so that he can actually get into the supermart and take advantage of a full chest of vials. He starts putting them in his fucking hat. Just take the chest. Anyway, he sleeps for just too long and gets knocked out and kidnapped by people who want him dead, though he doesn't die because they're retarded.
He's much quicker than them.
The lucky fuck is then allowed to sew.
You see that cool move where he got up, turned around, grabbed the gun, shot the gun, and then went over there, and then grabbed the other gun and shot it, and then went over there and killed that one, all in the span of 3 minutes. It was so quick you could almost miss it.
His finger back on, and then they try to kill him, and he somehow escapes because what can I even say? The funny thing is,
just that good.
Kill him for what he did at the Super Duper Mart, but he didn't do it. He could have said he didn't do it. There was nothing to lose. It almost comes.
He didn't care because he knew that he could just get out of it.
Across as him covering for Lucy, but he could just make up a person that attacked the place. He could, you know, lie and say he stumbled in after, which is actually partially true. It felt like there was nothing that was going to drag him into the main story again, so they had to just spawn these guys. And spawn them they did, and kill them he did, only to then spot a wanted poster of Moldaver, someone he recognizes from his past.
Well.
Why the fuck is this the first time he's seeing this? He's a bounty hunter. She's famous. You're telling me he gets woken up and discovers as much information as he can on a bounty that was spread across 6 agencies, but he's never come across Moldaver? Aren't we told several times that she's like world famous? This is the first he's come across. Okay, whatever, fine. He then somehow found and killed Rufus, a man who was sent by Moldaver to pay Tommy, who he then also found to find out where Moldaver is. The Ghoul then kills Tommy because Tommy wanted retribution for his brother, something the Ghoul predicted. But then he turns his back and slowly walks away from the father, whose sons he just killed. I guess there's no worry of retribution there. The next significant time we see...
It's not like Cooper is also a father who would probably know more than most what it feels like to lose a son. No? Okay, well. It was worth a shot.
him, he kills a whole battalion of Brotherhood, including 3 power armor suits, by hitting them in their weak spots. The way they edit it, you'd be forgiven for thinking he killed like 7 of them. Absolutely.
Very convenient weak spot that never was brought up before in the games or in the show until the end, where a convenient weak spot like that was needed. Not only that, he's like, the weak spot that he knew about was in the T-45 power armor, and he was just hoping that the brand spanking new T-60 power armor would have the same weak spot. And as luck would have it, not only does that weak spot exist in all of the power armor, all in the same place, but also no one ever picked up on that. No one ever got killed by that weak spot before, and people were like, oh, we should probably do something about that. No. 100 plus years, 200 years after the war. No. Doesn't happen, not even once. Weird.
Absolutely sad and pathetic. If you're so good at killing them, why'd you waste 30 shots on Maximus? And don't give me that bullshit about armor-piercing rounds. Motherfucker clearly has those same rounds in Philly, and even if he didn't, why did he then retardedly spend 30 shots on armor he knows he can't penetrate? It's not like ammo is precious in the wasteland.
If he knows about power armor, he should know that bullets can't stop it, and if he knows about a weak spot, that he should always exploit it. Why didn't he exploit it? Because the writers didn't want him to exploit it. The writers probably didn't even come up with this weak spot while they were writing the first episode, so...
Anyway, the Ghoul has Hank on the ropes and chooses not to shoot him in the weak spot, instead grazing him in the face. When this is lampshaded as antithetical, he says he's going to follow him like a stuck pig. Which, first of all, is not how he's done anything in this season. But second, why not get your answers now? How the fuck you gonna follow him? You didn't shoot him with a tracker, you grazed his face. Which takes us to...
He'll follow the he'll follow the blood.
At the end of this season for the Ghoul, he's gonna chase Hank and he's gonna take Lucy with him now for some reason. He's also got dog meat. Like, if I was to trace this story, he stabs the dog to death, he then stimpacks it back to life, he then ditches it at the spooky monster head sequence, which doesn't make any sense. They want me convinced the dog will follow him this far, but then she just decides to stop as he slowly walks away after the giant fish part. Regardless, the Ghoul then...
It was distracted by something.
...and picks the dog back up because he coincidentally stumbles across her in a Nuka-Cola cooler thingy. I assume from there the dog...
And who left that dog there? Thaddeus. Who just happened to stumble upon it.
Dog will be his companion in season 2, but like, did the writers watch the show? The dog was brought up entirely by Wilzig. She would have loved him more than anything. Entirely as loyal and as passionate as one would expect a dog to be.
Nope.
The Ghoul injured the hell...
She just bounces around from master to master. She goes from Wilzig, and then she follows around Thaddeus, tries to lick his wounds, and then... and then before that, she follows around the person who literally killed her, but, he brought her back to life, so that's good. So it's a good person now.
Out of Wilzig, and the dog attacked him for it. You get the stab, he then provides the instant heal, which she's not going to understand, and she doesn't continue attacking. The guy fucking stabbed
he stabbed
shot
you.
Her master. The dog would not show trust or loyalty to the fucking Ghoul. The worst
and definitely not right away.
Part is how the dog doesn't seem to give a single shit about Wilzig's well-being. She just moves along to team up with the Ghoul. None of this is emotionally satisfying.
She doesn't care.
None of it makes any sense. I think
what the show's trying to say, basically, is that Wilzig made a mistake, and he should have burned that dog.
There was an idea of the dog following Wilzig's scent to his body, hence the Ghoul's reaction here to now having a lead. Only that falls apart, because if it were true, he obviously would have caught up to Lucy and Wilzig, considering how ridiculously slow they were moving. Instead, they show them leaving at nighttime? Why? That means they waited so long they didn't leave until Wilzig had died. If the dog wanted...
Well, maybe he was hungry. Maybe he wanted to eat.
to find her master, then why is she not only not attacking the ghoul, but waiting around for him? They even want you to think the ghoul is using the dog to find the head through her interest in following Wilzig's scent in episode 7. The scent of this fucking head. I feel like they knew they just had to have a dog and didn't give a shit to write anything for her because people like dogs, and it's a reference to dog meat, and that's enough. Just more.
Dog meat was... the first appearance of dog meat was in Fallout 1. And the Fallout 2, there was a reference to it in an Easter egg, and you could also get a cyber dog. And Fallout 3, there was a dog meat, and then Fallout New Vegas, there was Rex, the cyber dog, and then Fallout 4, there was dog meat again. So, yeah, it's becoming less of, like, a reference, and more of a stable. And it's like, Fallout, yeah, everyone knows Fallout, it's the game with the dog. That's basically what it is now.
Wasted potential. Anyway, the ghoul is just carried by Walton Goggins. Everyone knows that. It's got nothing to do with his journey or how it's written. He's a guy who can make a scene work no matter how much stupid shit is happening.
Absolutely.
I am genuinely thankful he made the show more bearable. And let's be honest, it's hard to assassinate someone like the ghoul because he just does anything anyway. There's not many actions he can take that someone can say is definitively out of character. But believe me, before the series is over, they will find a way. Personally, I couldn't give less of a fuck if he finds his family. But then I struggle to care about anyone in this show. Maybe I'll find substance in Cooper. We'll get to him soon enough. The ghoul, however, is hollow entertainment, something I welcome in this bog. I'm just happy to see Walton Goggins shooting people in great makeup while acting. You probably get 2 worthwhile scenes, the first being his reflection on his past and future, though this did feel like a scene that could have come up in any episode at any time. It's essentially a meaning freebie to bank whenever you want. To have the ghoul watch his past self play a character that would have killed his current self in a heartbeat. To reflect on his corruption. As a moment, it is solid. Then there's the...
It's an easy setup, yeah, definitely.
The scene of him shooting his friend and eating his flesh. The text being, he just shot him to eat him. The subtext being, he just saved his friend from a horrible fate and is ultimately being pragmatic about eating him, even giving him something good to think about before killing him, obviously reflecting on his own potential fate. Still, he could have been so much more, but in a show with characters either entirely lacking potential or ending up inconsistent when comparing almost every connecting scene, I find it refreshing that they managed to make one that is universally liked through essentially the base performance. They didn't even have to write much of a story, and to be honest, the ghoul doesn't really have one. But maybe he will in Season 2. So yeah, those are the 3 main characters. Their stories are mostly them bouncing around random shit happening until the end suddenly arrives. Their choices, what few there are, seem to be a bit of a lottery. And you can see it's not so much they want to tell a story with 3 characters going on journeys. It's more so that you just want to have stuff happen to these people. Random stuff. Just keep having random bullshit happen because at some point...
random Fallout themed stuff. It's like, Fallout, what is Fallout? You walk around a wasteland, you fight monsters, you enter vaults, Brotherhood shows up, and big fight at the end, and that's the end. Teaser for the next thing.
Someone might realize nothing's happening. We could talk about Lucy's brother. He's another character, I suppose. His name was Grimby. He stayed in the vault, and he was demoted for being reckless with the door. He seemed suspicious of stuff. He went over to Vault 32, which has not been secured by Betty, despite her knowing the truth. But then again, maybe she
like greater good.
What's incredibly odd about the entire scenario is the utter disinterest shown by Vault 33 as to the situation in Vault 32. You'd think that after the raid, they'd be interested in getting to Vault 32 as fast as possible to confirm the front vault door is closed and secured. That was something that in the council
something like that, sure.
Passionately interested in. You'd think they'd be interested in collecting the Pit Boys, considering they all act as keys to the vault doors for some reason, and maybe they want to secure the armory. You'd think they'd want to just be a tiny bit invested in checking to see if anyone is alive in there, perhaps hiding, perhaps they need to deal with the dead. It's honestly bizarre that none of them want to check to see what happened. I mean, the water chip gets broken, and for some reason, nobody, including smart boy Grimby, suggests using the water chip from Vault 32. But, like, you know.
It was just a reference. It was just a reference to Fallout 1. That was it. That's what it felt like to me. It just felt like, hey, guys, remember the water chip? Remember Fallout 1, where you had to fix the water chip? this is a water chip, and he's fixing. Okay. I'm gonna go now. That was it. Does the water chip ever come back to the story? Is it relevant at all? I don't remember it being relevant. Yeah. Like, I can excuse some things as I can excuse them by using, like, by saying that, well, they're vault dwellers, they're naive, they're foolish, but at the same time, they're not that foolish, they're not that stupid, and they're still human beings with emotions and rational thought to a certain extent. So, yeah. Definitely after the attack, definitely everyone should have been on high alert. Let's check on the Vault 32 dwellers. Where are they? What happened to them? Why is this happening? What do we do next? But everyone's just back to dumb mode again. Like nothing happened. Yeah, which is very convenient for the writers because they don't have to come up with ways to make sure that the jig isn't up immediately.
Well, they're retarded, right? That's why all of this definitely makes sense. So, considering the nature of both Betty and Harper, did they know? Was there any interest from Betty or Bud as to what the fuck happened in there with no contact for so long? I suppose I'll have to continue on with both the idea of Betty knowing and not knowing at the same time. In any case, all of what happened in Vault 32 could have been revealed, but it just isn't.
Anybody asked what we were, I'll have a heart attack.
Like, it's really strange that he goes over there and discovers that everyone's been dead for way longer than they could have been if the raiders had killed them. All you've got to do at that point is, you know, tell everyone. And that easily could have happened, even with Betty knowing that was a potential. But whatever, they weren't lucky enough to discover the truth because the people who died in 32 only scrawled, "We know the truth and we know what's in there," in blood on the walls. Like, what kind of retard discovers the truth and then writes with the goal of informing, "We know the truth"?
We know the thing.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you killed yourself. So anyway,
the truth will be revealed.
Weird is going on, and it was prompted, by the way, because a raider said, "Hey, you know what? The Vault 32 people weren't so innocent." He heard that, and then just didn't ask him a bunch of further questions. Yeah, I would personally ask him a bunch of questions. So anyway, then Vault 32 is like...
That was the inciting incident? Wow. Yeah, I guess it must have been. I thought that they just went there on their own, but I can't remember what I thought the reason was, but now that I know what it is, it's no wonder why I've forgotten about it so quickly.
Cleaned up in a day.
What a difference
a
day made.
Doesn't get explained or anything. No.
Even Grimby doesn't know how the fuck they pulled that off. Betty and Harper couldn't have done it on their own. We see no Mr. Handys in any of the vaults, and if it was Bud that sorted it all out, I think we're all wondering how the fuck that would be possible. Obviously now he's very sus. He even asks about his mother's Pip-Boy because that was used to enter Vault 32. This, by the way, is not worrying enough to Betty. Like, she doesn't think Grimby is compromised, even though asking about that is very obvious that he's discovered something. In fact, I'd argue it's downright out of character for him to have asked such an incriminating question to the person he's quite suspicious of when there's no real reason he would expect to get any information that would be useful to him at all. Also,
Well, I guess you can say that he felt like she would have no choice but to tell the truth. And as far as Betty is concerned, maybe she does know that Norm knows, but she knows that she knows that through the power of magic, she can clean that vault so quickly that by the time anyone starts sniffing around, they'll find nothing incriminating. Or she knows that he knows, but she doesn't care because she doesn't believe that anyone else in the vault will believe him. That's the best I could do.
Raiders get poisoned, so there's no more getting information from them or using them as proof. So then Betty splits Vault 33 into two. She sends the other half to Vault 32. When knowing Bud's plan, this is bizarre. There are just 35 people left after all the death and destruction, with as many as 5 beyond a viable age. That means Bud has 15 people per vault to restart their populations. There is no option here other than reawakening many managers managers. I suppose that's a problem for Season 2. Something Season 1 didn't deal with, however, is Betty and Bud's decision not to pursue Hank when his knowledge not only allows their key competition to unlock infinite energy, but that she's at least somewhat aware of their operations and intent. But they seem to think that's all fine and they can continue as normal. That's a bit weird. Why don't they just nuke the NCR again? Considering the characters as written, that would solve all of their problems.
Have them be dumb.
Anyway, Grimby decides to simply hack into the Overseer's account and discuss things with the Overseer of Vault 31. This is an insane breach of secure information as well as sensitive data that he simply does because he does a little video game thing. Look, it's a reference. It's like the minigame. Look at that. That's an excuse to have shit writing. I guess nobody thought to ever do this in the entire history of Vault 33.
No, why would they? It's not like there's anything suspicious about this vault.
So guess there's no way of stopping it. Brilliant. Bud has no checks, no clarifications, no secret code or message for confirmation, nothing secure because he's... Come on,
He's not very good at his job.
What is he? Come on, he's retarded.
Oh.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. Of course. What? The only person who can use the Overseer's terminal is obviously the Overseer, so why would he assume that anyone but the Overseer is contacting him from the Overseer's terminal? Right? Logic.
You know, if it is this easy to just hack past shit, then why not hack past the code Vault Tech dropped on the Cold Fusion? Let's get Grimby on that. Save the whole world, buddy, so Grimby gets an invitation.
It's different. Here, they require an access code, and there's no video game minigame.
To Vault 31, and he enters. The defenses are pathetic, and the secrets are not guarded at all. Bud, the brain, is aware of how sensitive this information is, and so traps Grimby in the room. The room with the information and the controls. I guess the stupid brain fuck wasn't smart enough to just lock the door in the first place. Grimby wouldn't have found anything if he just closed that door. You know, something that bothers me to no actual end with this bullshit is that Bud just locked Grimby in the only room he can have leverage in. Had he locked him between the vault door and this room, Grimby is fucked. Instead, in here, he can threaten to kill managers, and that would ruin Bud's entire plan that he idiotically explained not moments ago.
That's a good point. I guess he could just smash all the cryopods, kill everyone. The plan will be in ruins. Right. Not a great plan, huh?
Down to one word. Management.
Grimby can also threaten to simply wake them all up to cause chaos. Maybe they would demand to be released after what Grimby would tell them. But you know what? Grimby can just threaten to fucking kill Bud. Just pick him up and threaten to drop him upside down and he'd be dead. It's all so fucking retarded. Bud has essentially provided him the console. I'm sure Season 2 will handle whatever happens next in a very intelligent way. The show is only kept on life support by coincidence. It is filled with them, left, right, and center, constantly shoving anything and everything on screen whenever the writers have run out of gas.
Remember this, remember this, remember this, and there's no story.
Not that it had much gas to begin with, considering Lucy, Max, and the Ghoul all happened to meet up at exactly the same time and place, not to mention essentially everything about all the characters' plot lines. Take the Ghoul, for example, like how he's heading to the observatory from this guy's house only to end up passing through the exact same gas station as Thaddeus, allowing him to get the dog back. Or like how Lucy and Maximus head back to the entrance of Vault 4 to drop off the fusion core in mere frames before easily catching up to Thaddeus. They traveled from here to here to here instantly. Moments like this are throughout, and they make the wasteland feel fucking tiny. I think something that...
But have you considered fast travel?
What bothers me, and bothers a lot of people to be honest, is the fact that there are no consequences in this show. Only it's more so that there are no consequences most of the time.
Most of the
There
time,
will
yeah.
be consequences when the story is allowed to progress. For
Sure.
example, the water chip is broken, leaving the vault dwellers with a ticking clock, and this doesn't account for the water needed for the prisoners. Don't worry, it doesn't come up again.
Nope.
The funny thing is, the solution is the water chip in 32, but haha, it's a game reference. They told us basically
Game
nothing
reference.
about the Enclave, but
Nope.
like, if that's where Wilzig is smuggling the cold fusion from, and they're aligned with Vault Tech, then how haven't they cracked infinite energy? Shouldn't they now be the dominant faction in the world? Oh no, that'll be the
Because no one ever used it?
Brotherhood of Steel, because who else would it fucking be? Ghouls now requiring a specific drug to prevent going feral is a bit retarded, because consequently there should be barely any non-feral ghouls at this point. How are they all gonna get access to something so specific? How did they all even find out? Who is maintaining the supply, and how the fuck did Cooper manage it when he was one of the original ghouls? The whole show has...
Who's making it? Where did it start? Where is it coming from? Can anyone make it?
Schrodinger's radiation. It'll be allowed into the plot when there's a solution prepared, but other than that, fuck it. Pretend it's not there. In the world of Fallout, I think it's weird that Lucy, a clearly naive idiot vault dweller, is not accosted by many people regularly in her travels who would simply want to kidnap her and find out where her vault is, since those are essential.
Definitely. And, like, okay, maybe not in settlements where there's guards and stuff, but across the wasteland where it's just her and sometimes the dog.
Resource
No.
gold mines. I also think it's weird that someone as careful as Barbara realizes that her Pip-Boy is sending out information somewhere when the work she does is incredibly sensitive and she doesn't really care all that much. It's suggested the boys can figure it out for her, and she's not interested because she's gonna find the transmission location herself. Which, like, why are we not reacting to this for what it is? That could be espionage. It could be fucking company spyware. It could even be Bud doing some weird shit. Why the fuck?
Or could be just a glitch.
Would you establish that and then have her take it into one of the most secret meetings ever conducted?
Gentlemen, welcome. Allow me to begin our great plan. I hope no one is listening to us.
Consequences. To switch gears, but to stay on theme, the Brotherhood believe that Maximus wanted his friends sabotaged, which goes against what they believe in entirely, and instead of returning to training, he receives a promotion. Maximus fails his job as a squire several times, and he ends up with the suit. Lucy threatens the Ghoul, and he shoots to kill literally anyone raising a gun on him, but when it's her, he doesn't. Except, of course, when Maximus is ready to take the bullet.
Let's kill her.
Maximus fucks up his fight with the Ghoul, fucks up his suit, fucks up the fight with the people trying to steal the suit, and everything goes all back to normal. Thank goodness the attackers put him in his suit so he could kill them. Otherwise, there would have been consequences. Both the Ghoul and Lucy get their fingers taken off and reattached very soon after. Perfect shape, size, length, and that thing looks fucking necrotic. I get.
Yep.
Nobody gives a shit. Maximus is shot at in point-blank range by two people who fire first, and he only takes one shot to the arm that's healed the second he and Lucy look for anything that can heal it. The second they need it, they stumble across what is the Fallout equivalent of heaven. The Ghoul is knocked out and kidnapped by people who want him dead, and through insane circumstances, he escapes. Lucy is kidnapped by the robot who's gonna chop her into pieces, and yet, through insane circumstances, she just escapes. Just fucking properly sedate your victim like any normal self-respecting serial killer robot. She ain't gonna stay still when you're sawing her organs out. It's a miracle.
But it's a quirky robot. It doesn't understand human emotions. It just does what it's programmed to do. Right? So now we can just get away with anything else?
Miracle you've harvested anyone up to this point. I mean, from a perspective of the robot. And you know, had Lucy entertained for even an additional second that she could negotiate or run away from the Ghoul, she actually would have easily escaped, since he would have collapsed right there. Thaddeus's foot is crushed by power armor, and for several episodes he just walks the wasteland, not bleeding out, not fainting from the pain. How lucky! Same thing with the branding. He got over that shit in about 5 seconds.
Sure did.
Lucy attacks and disrupts an entire society's operation.
No bandaging required, no infections.
and receives their ultimate punishment: 2 weeks' supply of food and water and freedom. Maximus
Food and freedom.
steals the source of their power, and he gets to go free as well. When Thaddeus suggests that he could kill the doctor and steal his medicine, but the doctor says, but I know which ones will save you and which ones will kill you. You know what? Fair enough. But then he uses the medicine, takes the payment, and slowly leaves. Why establish you were thinking of taking the medicine and the payment and then not address the obvious? You kill him once he heals you. Hello? This scene is so fucking odd.
Well, he's willing to kill, but also he's not a bad guy, so he lets the creepy doctor go.
Thaddeus even the kind of character that would kill a doctor? A doctor offering to save him? Is that something the Brotherhood teach? Bear in mind, Thaddeus does not know this man fucks chickens, and by threatening to kill this doctor and steal his supplies, you put yourself in a position where I would expect him to poison you, and yet you just swallow up that magical bullshit. Also, why the fuck did you offer the fusion core as payment first? Could you not barter for like 5 seconds? Despite saying otherwise, he should be able to offer caps. We were shown a squire supplied them. You could offer elements of your clothing, you could offer bullets. The fusion core is so valuable, and you're in the wasteland. Can you pretend to have a brain for like fuck? You're retarded, right?
It's how much he values his life.
Right, you're retarded, I get it. Thaddeus fires 15 shots at mid-range on Lucy and Maximus and misses every single shot. They clearly show Maximus shooting directly at the ghoul, but they won't show any damage when one well-placed shot would put him down for good. I guess he missed all those shots too. Sometimes you shoot, it just misses. Sometimes you shoot 50 times, it just misses. Only one character you need to be, they are suddenly an ace.
Maybe he just has low perception. Maybe he has low agility, right? Because video game.
Shot, like when Maximus bullseyes the ninja Cowboy, or when Lucy saves Maximus by killing all the radroaches. I guess the whole accurate to the games thing is a bit flimsy. No, we have plenty of
a bit selective, isn't it? Weird.
examples of people actually succumbing to their wounds. Even Wilzig got a sort of fix for his leg, but he died soon after. But Thaddeus was fine for ages. Lucy gets a stim pack and some staples, and she's in tip-top shape. Maximus, on the other hand, needs days to heal and for antibiotics to take effect. It turns out it's not at all about being accurate to the games.
Wait a minute.
Accurate to whatever the plot needs.
I thought stim packs heal everything.
Headshots here and there, but suddenly, sometimes he's just unable to kill the main character. How about that? Well, it's not just her, it's also Maximus, the other main character. The Ghoul himself escapes death against all odds several times. And no amount of telling me that the dead characters versus the alive characters are just a matter of who puts stats into luck.
But MauLer, it's referencing Fridge Boy and Indiana Jones.
Oh, that's why it makes sense Maximus tanked a nuke with a fucking fridge. Raise your storytelling standards, Maximus.
Remember, how about we reference the Indiana Jones reference, the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull reference in Fallout New Vegas, where there's a fridge with a skeleton inside it and a old leather hat. Why not reference that? Why not have Maximus, instead of being a child in a fridge, how about he's a skeleton in a fridge? That's technically a Fallout reference.
Faces the wrath of the Brotherhood for presumably attacking one of his own, allowing a knight to die, stealing his identity, sabotaging the mission to retrieve the head while not accounting for his own squire that they clearly would have seen running away, and they obviously
getting away with it all.
Away with a head. They could have chased her, picked her up, and ended the whole story right there.
It's too far away.
Especially when they know the truth about Maximus, which Thaddeus obviously told them about when he called them in. Thaddeus even thanks him for taking the head, despite knowing it's absolutely the one thing Maximus wants. It's almost as though he doesn't get to be a consistent character at all, and the plot decides every last thought he's allowed to have. Crazy.
Well, he can't bring the head with him to the Brotherhood because they'll just kill him because he's a ghoul. Clearly, you can tell.
that. So considering all of that insane nonsense, on top of Maximus pleading for his life with the knowledge of the head's current location, he's promoted. Again! Maximus is a part of a mission now that's going to lead to his highest elevation in terms of rank, and then Dane is punished by being put on this mission. How do you keep punishing people with promotions? It's so retarded. They put a fucking ghoul with a pistol against 3 power-armored Brotherhood of Steel boys and he wins. Struggled with Maximus though, huh? And then if not the best example of an insane amount of lack of consequences, the ghoul wipes out everyone in that room except Maximus. Maximus is rammed face first into a wall thanks to a punch from power armor, and not only is he not dead, he's getting promoted again. He has managed to stumble into the fucking highest ranks of the Brotherhood throughout the season. No, it is not satisfying to watch. It makes the Brotherhood look like fucking idiots.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. In that Max can't even hold on to his fucking gun. On top of that, at any...
Why are half of the Brotherhood using 10mm pistols? Where's the laser pistols? Where's the plasma pistols? Where's the plasma canisters? Where's the Gatling lasers? What's with all this 10mm nonsense? And 5.56 assault rifles?
Moment of their choosing, a squire can completely disable a knight to the point of...
They have fusion cores to spare on each of their power armors, but not a single plasma or any kind of energy weapon?
Killing them. The armor is strong enough to toss debris like the Incredible Hulk, but can't punch a Yaogwai to death that just so happens to actually die with one shot to the head. So much for that game accuracy. We get to a point...
No, the punch took away 95% of its health, and then the bullet finished him off.
Where Lucy has more control than Maximus over his fucking power armor. And as much as she read about...
She... read about it.
2077 history books. That doesn't explain why she's calling him a knight in episode 2.
I don't mean to interrupt, but was that a knight?
How does she know to say that? The Brotherhood of Steel is not a pre-war organization.
No.
And then there's the small...
I guess it's just because he's wearing armor, like the Knights of Yore. War armor. Maybe that's the reference she's making. She was talking like a literal medieval knight.
Stuff that's still just weird. Like how this guy gets shot in the heart, but the ghoul comments on how he's obviously been shot in the neck. They really want to show us he has...
Oh, that's the same guy? Oh.
Chambers in his gun, only to have him fire 7 without reloading. Ghouls can straight up...
Maybe he used the perk, the quick reload perk, that instantly reloads your guns while in VATS.
Die when shot in the shoulder, but not if you're the main character. Look at this hook throw. Where the fuck is it going? What the hell did he wrap it around to make it this fucking angle? Also, how can you be this fat in the rationing world of a vault? Lucy mentioned they had a famine. Was that you? Even that opening scene is weird.
I didn't do it. I couldn't possibly do it.
Is the flash from a bomb not being picked up by anyone because of a flash of a camera? That is not how that works.
Oh.
You could see the X-rays of your hands through your closed eyes.
In the process of hands over your eyes,
what?
You saw every bone in your hand.
That's smoke, Jane. It's just a fire.
Yes, Cooper. The entire city just happened to catch fire. What?
Maybe they're having a barbecue.
What the fuck are you talking about? Then the shockwave finally arrives and blasts shards of glass at ridiculous speeds into a room full of children, and
no one...
To then show Cooper trying to outrun 4 nukes on a horse instead of getting into the fallout shelter because he's retarded. I grant it may be difficult to get into the shelter, but one would try rather than braving the nukes. Speaking of which, I have a new topic. You see, and I quote, "It's the result of this fruit-bearing collaboration that we're able to make America great." That is the opening line of a discussion between fat cat capitalists talking about the end of the world. You see, Vault Tech sell vaults. Vaults are much better when the world is being destroyed, if not for the simple reason that that's when they're going to protect you. And so, as they say, rumors of peace have set us back for sure. It would seem that the potential financiers of Vault Tech are a bit worried. Why invest in a company that's only valuable during wartime? Besides, the fat cats don't understand vaults. Won't people just eat you when you come back out? All of the feral Stone Age level people just running around eating flesh, you know? Well, the solution there is that you stay in your vault for so long that everything outside dies. Yeah?
Alright, before we get to that, the whole thing of rumors of peace, what rumors of peace? China and the US have been at war for like, what, maybe 10, 15, 20 years before the bombs dropped. Europe is, Europe and the Middle East go to war against each other for so long that they both exhaust all of their resources and basically decide to stop and fend off for themselves and take care of their own, because it's like, we got nothing now. Natural fossil fuel is running out. With the alternate energy choice, the fusion energy being too expensive for, you know, the common man to handle. Africa it starts like consuming itself. All the big countries start taking over the little countries, and then the bigger countries take over the big countries. And yeah, most of Asia is just completely starved of resources. The only strong forces, the only strong nations are the U.S. and China, and they are currently at war, seemingly forever. The U.S. are holding them off at Anchorage, and the war keeps going and going. There is no rumors of peace. There's constant war, there's constant fighting, there's constant hatred of China, and even for Japanese people, everyone, any Asian-looking person. That's how far this war, that's how much damage it has done. Canada is annexed by America. Mexico becomes New Mexico. Like, the world is basically already on the brink of death anyways. So all the nukes did was just push it over the edge and into the abyss. So no, there's no rumors of war, no rumors of peace. And the reason that Vault-Tec were confident about their plan is because they knew it would work. Even if the war stopped, the war scare was so strong and so deep into the people of the US that they would all sign up for a place in the vaults anyways, you know? They would do anything it would take to get a place in the vaults. That's how scared of the war they were. That's how scared of a nuclear Armageddon they were. So, no rumors of peace. That doesn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense, especially of how close this is to 2077. No. So, Vault-Tec would not be scared about the war. Maybe they would be scared about the war going on for, you know, too long, but as far as people getting so scared of nuclear Armageddon that they would hide in vaults, they got that covered. They don't even need encouragement. The political climate is already so tense that everyone is just ready to hide. They're all just waiting with anticipating breaths, waiting for the news to tell them that the world is about to end, so they can all go to the vaults. So no, rumors of peace, it's just dumb. It's just a way to excuse something that it's a way they came up with to excuse something else that they came up with. It's just crazy.
Isn't that a tempting prospect? They're going to win the game of capitalism, as they actually say, by outliving people.
That is how we will win the great game of capitalism, not by outfighting anyone, but by outliving them.
Because
that's how capitalism works.
Capitalism is all about killing everyone. Only there's a problem. Mr. House says, oh, you confine rats and they'll end up eating each other. Who says they'll even survive the vaults? And so, Vault-Tec's solution is that all of them can play out several ideas across more than 100 vaults to create the perfect conditions for humanity. No one needs to know how unethical it is. May the best idea win. To which Mr. House says,
there's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world.
What the fuck are you talking about, you stupid goblin man? How the fuck is there a lot of money to be made at the end of the world? That would mean the world has ended. Are you retarded?
We could
Yes.
overcrowd a vault so people have to compete to survive inside it.
What the fuck does that idea have to do with making money? How are you this bad of a capitalist?
You've been
Because it's funny.
Developing a robot that delivers milk to the front door. I would like to see a vault governed by you.
Delivering milk? So not only are they hyper unethical capitalists, they're also hyper clowns.
What about using a vault to develop a super mutant soldier using illegal immigrants?
Why would anyone be excited by that idea when trying to increase the capital of their company? Why do they all want a post-apocalypse once they're told they can experiment with people?
Because it's funny, and it's a reference. And also, another thing, I'm pretty sure that the Vault-Tec experiments were a secret that only Vault-Tec and the government knew about. It was a joint operation with the government and Vault-Tec, and the government was like, "Yeah, hell yeah, we'll pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars in exchange for doing experiments on our people. Why the hell not?" And that's when the regiment of Arthur Maxon found that out, and they basically sent out a message to the president, to the army, basically saying, "Yeah, we don't like you guys. We're gonna do our own thing," and that's how the Brotherhood of Steel was formed. So I don't think that Big Mountain and Westtech, and definitely not Robco, would be working together on creating the ultimate vaults. Let's have a vault where the stairs are a little bit slanted. No, that wouldn't happen. That doesn't make sense.
Usually it's referencing vault experiments from the game.
I don't give a shit if they are superficially referencing something from the game. I am talking about the writing in this scene, the characters. I am trying to figure out how the fuck the acid-drenched piss factory masquerading as a brain came up with this. Oh boy, they're all just super evil. Which is actually a pretty retarded statement, considering that if he's on board with this whole plan, that means he's on board with nuking the whole world for capitalism. Believe me, my good man, the more people are alive, the more markets function, the more opportunity you have to take advantage of every last buck in circulation, the better off you will be as a fat cat capitalist. You are not.
Yeah, and not to mention that entirely goes against what Mr. House actually did in the actual lore of Fallout New Vegas, which was, the whole point was he was trying to prevent the war. He knew the war was coming. He knew the nukes would be dropped. And he basically, before anyone else, he started working on a safety measure to deter any nukes from hitting Las Vegas. And there's something like he managed to stop like 14 out of 21 nukes or something. And yeah, and basically, if it wasn't for his foresight, Las Vegas would have been reduced to rubble, and there would be no New Vegas. So yeah, him now saying, you know what? No, let's just nuke the entire world. That goes entirely on what he did before. He was trying to prevent the nukes from dropping. He knew that they would drop, and he was trying to think of a way to stop them from dropping, at least on his land, on Las Vegas. Stupid.
Going to benefit from the entire world being nuked, and I can't believe anyone would have to explain this to any of these people. But you know what? At least he had a sliver of creative thinking. What if they invest in the vaults and there is no war? What was the point of their money then? How can they guarantee results?
By dropping the bomb ourselves.
Oh, so stupid.
Why make trillions when we could make
billions?
People have compared Fallout as a satire to Austin Powers, saying that it
No.
is no less effective at making fun of villainous caricatures. Clearly proving they haven't watched Austin Powers in 20 years, nor are they aware of the concept of tone. Listen to...
Exactly. No, don't even try. Yeah, you can maybe compare Fallout 4 to Austin Powers, sure. But not the original Fallout, not actual Fallout. Fallout is much closer to, what, like RoboCop, maybe. Yeah, RoboCop meets Mad Max, kind of. No, not Austin Powers. And Austin Powers is a parody, not satire. It's crazy.
Just the soundtrack here. I mean, look at it. Cooper is having an existential crisis while realizing his wife is Satan. This is not Dr. Evil announcing his desire for sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads. Why the fuck would you even say that you plan to drop the bomb in front of an entire board of people whose companies rely on things not being nuked? Do you trust
Gentlemen, our plan is to destroy the world. Are you in, or are you in?
them to not simply say, you're a fucking monster and I will never let you destroy the world? Or...
because they're all evil, and they're into that kind of thing.
Are we relying on knowing they are capitalists? Meaning, of course, if there's a buck to be made, there's a nuke to be dropped. For the record, I am actually okay with the idea that there is a friendly bomb being dropped on friendly soil, if you can justify it in the writing. What we're being told here is our team of capitalist retards think they can make the most money ever when the whole world is nuked. And of course, if natural tensions and war doesn't provide this situation for them, they will simply nuke themselves to make money. They are sacrificing top dog positions in a capitalist society filled with countless people ready to make money from, so they can run an insane nonsense experiment that destroys everything because money? Because in countless generations Earth will somehow be better off. Because as you and I know, every hyper-capitalist on Earth wants to end up in a hole with limited resources and activities in order to increase their bottom line. They couldn't think of a way to write this. This is the most cartoonish and retarded possible way to justify this revelation. This isn't Spaceballs, motherfucker.
A nuclear event would be a tragedy, but also an opportunity.
You know what would be a pretty good capitalistic opportunity? A functioning economy.
When we are the only ones left, there will be no one to fight. A true monopoly.
Fucking
on who? Yourselves?
It'll be the ultimate capitalist where everyone except me is dead.
This is our chance to make war obsolete.
Yes, let us make war obsolete because everybody will be dead. What
killing
are you
everyone.
talking about?
War never changes.
Bitch, if you think war needs to be made obsolete because it never changes, then how do you account for the fucking modus operandi of the super manager vaults nuking anyone who isn't them? You have over 100 vaults working to compete, as is your intention. You think that can't lead to war? You think there will be no war when even one vault reemerges and repopulates and controls the entire world? No conflict. Do you know literally anything about humans? And I know, the writers would probably say, ha ha ha, but that's the point. The character is wrong that nuking the world is a good idea. A conclusion reached as a result of the corruption of capitalism. If I had a character who passionately believed we could solve gun violence by chopping off everyone's fingers, and that this is the result of the corrupting influence that is the peaceful mindset, as opposed to the individual's values and potential mental issues, I can then make my show say he's wrong too, but that character would still be a complete and utter fucking retard. I hope you guys understand that if I had a top hat wearing, mustache twirling, capitalist fat man announce that he's going to drink the blood of babies in order to turn a profit in America and make it great again, and that it turns out he's actually just doing it because it's fun, I don't get to say, oh, but it's good because satire. Satire does not mean retard. You don't get points for saying capitalism bad, socialism bad, fascism bad, or communism bad. You get points when you do something poignant or intelligent with the commentary. Grow the fuck up and write something worthwhile instead of telling me that the ultimate capitalist goal is everyone being dead.
Right. Every story from, like, what, the last 10 years, maybe? It's all like, oh, isn't this bad? Oh, isn't this terrible? Oh, shouldn't we stop doing this? Okay. And tell me more. Don't just stop there. Don't just say, oh, you know, I think killing babies is never a good thing. Okay? And what if the baby is, I don't know, feral? What if it's possessed by a demon? Would you let it kill you instead of you killing it? No, okay. He's gone. Same thing with a lot of stories. Last of Us Part 2 jumps to mind. But yeah, no one wants to actually, like, write a story everyone just wants to make statements and wants to preach at people, you know? And they go and find empty podiums, and they stand up and preach, and they walk away. They go, yeah, don't do this, don't do that. This is bad. Goodbye. And when it comes to writing stories, that's just not good enough. You need to do better.
Except me and my
Senator?
team in the vault. What a sad fucking pit the Fallout franchises dove headfirst into. It isn't hard to lampoon capitalism, but you make it
No.
look bloody impossible. Do the writers even know who they work for?
Here we are adapting it for Amazon, which is, not lost on us, the absurdity of it all.
It would have been so much better had they stuck to lampooning corporatism, but even then it fails as meaningful commentary and how absurd they take it without bringing the tone with them. If this were Austin Powers and they had a fat guy wearing a top hat and a monocle on Dr. Evil's team who suggested nuking the entire world to increase profit margins, it'd probably be really fucking funny. But here they reveal the plan and the show plays this as the biggest, most serious, dramatic
This is it. This is the season finale plot twist.
For the whole story. They want to be critical of capitalism by expressing fundamental values through these insane characters as so invested in increasing their bottom line that they will happily go as far as killing everyone. The people who wrote this treat it as a revelation in the show. There's a series of quotes that relate to the ideas of raising capital, private ownership, utilizing markets, creating a market for products that are financially unsupported, making products out of anything, everything, buying, selling, and, well, winning. All of this churned up with the notion of nuking the planet.
Attitude towards capitalism, which I feel like is coming back in a cool way.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
And as if that's not bad enough, they decided to rope in Mr. House. The fundamental idea is simply too broken to function. Why would anyone on this entire board, let alone Vault Tech, think that erasing 99% of the world, including the vast majority of all infrastructure in all industries, every last trade route and system that was previously available, and all of the people who can spend their fucking money, would lead to a world
It's a good
where
thing.
they make the most money? And aside from that, the many basic pleasures of life are gone. Friends, family, and social gatherings
Who
are
needs those?
significantly cut down, and of those that would remain, they are secluded, limited, and thoroughly fucking miserable by comparison. Then there's the almost complete destruction of luxury items, the loss of lavish vacation spots, the enjoyment of sports and activities that simply won't be available anymore. They won't have their award ceremonies to celebrate themselves, and
How can you have capitalism without award ceremonies?
freedom would be fundamentally annihilated. Why? Why would any of them seriously consider this? Well, because they get to watch 100 people kill each other as an experiment in some vault. Lucky they all want.
Pros, it's funny. Cons, the whole world will be destroyed and nothing will ever be the same. Thoughts?
Want to see shit like that so much they're willing to set the world on fire. They don't entertain the vaults to be an investment, but they are an incredibly valuable item on the brink of war, sure, but they are valuable as insurance regardless. People like creating, owning, or buying literal fallout shelters. It's not an entire dead end. Hell, are we pretending now that there was no interest in using vault technology for space colonization? But the dead end doesn't even make any sense because the established vault tech has so much power it can direct the government.
So the U.S. government has outsourced the survival of the human race to Vault-Tec. Vault-Tec is a $1 trillion company that owns half of everything. And after 10 years of war, the U.S. government is broker than a joke.
If we are to believe...
Thanks for the lore dump, random person. Yes, the government has contracted Vault-Tec, but not for the human survival. Definitely not. I'm pretty sure that the government were like, just do experiments. Because, I mean, part of it is they were trying to cure the new plague, the blue plague. So, yeah, they were getting desperate, and they were like, hey, you guys make vaults, right? So, make vaults, tell the people that we're going to save them, but actually, we want you to do this, this, and that on them in secret. not save people.
Vault-Tec acts as a contractor for the government. We know there are many contractors in the world that work directly for the US that create tools, systems, and weaponry that may never get used. This doesn't work the same way as a supermarket selling fucking chicken. This is a major project, contracted for a feared eventuality, and Vault-Tec did their job and would have been paid thoroughly. This is not just a project for impending war, but a project for the entire future of humanity.
Right. It's not like it's not like the vaults are rentals and, you know, each day spent in the vault, they get paid for it. No. So, yeah, why not just build the vaults, take the money, and whatever happens, happens.
Military-industrial complex is no less primed for criticism as any large governmental system, but this show can't even grasp the very basic form of what it's criticizing.
Capitalism.
Which is a shame, because Fallout as an IP, as we know from history, is primed and ready to tackle this. What they think they achieved with this part of the show was the very simple logic of peace leads to vaults making less money, so let's nuke the world to create demand for them, killing almost everyone, destroying civilization, and ending the very concept of any functioning market in order to lampoon capitalism. You didn't write good satire. You wrote a depressed teenager's backward-ass thesis on cartoon economic systems with no more value than a rotting meme on Tumblr. Look, bored of crazy characters, just ask yourselves. Even ignoring the apparently far too complicated concept of supply and demand, once you destroy the world and make all the money, what are you going to buy? What can you buy? There's still so much left. It's
just nothing. It's just nothing. There's just nothing left. It doesn't make sense from a capitalist point of view. It doesn't make sense from a human point of view. It doesn't make sense from a logical point of view. Why would you actually want war? Just having people in your vaults, that should be satisfying enough to you. You don't need to actually make the war happen. If it happens, okay, well, you can't stop it. But why actually go out of your way to make it happen? It just doesn't make any sense. Anyways, alright, so we managed to make a lot of progress, but we still got a lot of time left, so I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna stop for the day, and we'll resume this video tomorrow, so see you then. Alright, welcome back everyone. It's day 2 of reacting to one video. Yesterday, near the end, I don't know if you could tell, but I was starting to get more and more fatigued and started to be more and more sleepy. So much so that I sort of started losing concentration on what was being said. That's why I was barely pausing or anything. So hopefully now that I'm got a fresh night's sleep and everything, now I can actually focus and react to what I'm watching. So anyways, without further ado, let's continue the remaining 46 minutes and 45 seconds.
For example, our all-American cowboy, who does eventually become the Ghoul,
By the way, yeah, so hopefully the sound is different now, because I checked yesterday's footage and there's like 2 audio streams playing at the same time. So if the audio from the video is a little bit echoey, that's not the video's fault, it's my fault. I should have noticed that, but I didn't. So, but it didn't sound too bad, but hopefully now the problem is fixed. So, again, sorry about that. Let's continue.
What's this show in his movies killing commies?
I hope you like the taste of lead, you commie son of a bitch.
Unfortunately for his show, Bob is fired and the writing is getting worse.
Bob's a bit of a communist.
Is MauLer going to mention the fact that this guy's name is Emil, the new writer? The writer for Cooper Howard's new Cowboy adventure? Emil and Mr. Howard in the same scene together? What are the odds?
Communists.
Our little capitalist cowboy then starts to promote Vault-Tec.
Strong enough to keep out the rads and the reds.
If I may say, you all are doing
God's work here.
Only as time goes on, he starts to lose faith in promoting Vault-Tec. He finds out he's helping to promote Bud Askins. Yes, the very same Buds man. You see, Cooper fought in the war, and he was provided West Tech power armor suits that failed through design flaws. In any case, this is where Bud talks about how time is the ultimate killer. Anyway, as Coop decides to go further with these ads, he starts to lose opportunities. Actors shun him, and he can't get as many movie deals. It seems he's almost selling his soul to capitalism. And everyone who's critical of his failing principles is being called a red, including an old friend of his, Charlie Whiteknife. But what's crazy is he served with Charlie. How is it possible that he's a commie son of a bitch?
Hollywood Reds. They've even got your friend, Charlie Whiteknife.
Are you kidding me, Charlie?
But at least he has Matt Berry as a friend.
You're a product, I'm a product. The end of the world is a product. To those of us who can successfully embrace that, I'd say the future is golden.
I'm having trouble figuring out who the good guys and the bad guys are. Anyway.
Yeah, it's not. I think I need the writing to be even more obvious. By the way, I mean, I haven't seen Matt Berry in anything, well, except for this Fallout show. But I'm being told that he's like a funny guy. He's from that vampire show, I think, What We Do in the Shadows or something like that. So I'm told that he's funny, but it seems like every time he gets a role, it's because of his name and not that he fits in the role or not. Because I don't know, his character here, I just didn't get anything out of it. So it's miscast, bad acting, bad directing. I don't know. You pick.
Cooper's wife explains that she's working with Cooper and Vault-Tec despite all of the horrible ethical implications because she wants a good slot in the vaults. Cooper obviously points out he's super rich, so that's unnecessary. They could just buy one
Shouldn't
anyway.
be a problem.
She says she wants a good spot in one of the good vaults. That is an incredibly suspicious thing to say,
and also something very foolish for a Vault-Tec employee to think. Because the whole point of the vaults, again, I hate to keep repeating this, but vaults weren't actually designed to be fail-safes. They weren't actually designed to be shelters. They were designed to be experiments. It's like a secret way for the US government to do experiments, human experiments, on their own population. It was only advertised that these vaults are meant to be safe and, you know, fun for the family and everything. But once they get in there and once those doors are locked, that's when they realize that none of it was true. But here, it's like, you know, these vaults that we've been developing as experiments on humans, we should live in one of those. Why would you think that's going to work? The whole... Anyways.
Fortunately for the audience, Cooper is a retard and doesn't ask her anything else about that. Cooper then meets...
Well, did you notice every time he tries to be a little bit more curious, every time he tries to be inquisitive, he just keeps getting shut down by his wife. She just starts getting pissy at him, and he's like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. And that's it. End of discussion. So, I don't know. Are we meant to understand something from the character? Are we meant to understand something from the writers here? Why can't he just, you know, put his foot down and go, no, we're a family. Decisions should be made and decided upon by all of us, not just you. But no, you're right. That never gets brought up.
Up with his friend who explains to him what fiduciary responsibility means. That the US government have outsourced the survival of the human race to Vault-Tec, and Vault-Tec is a private corporation that has a fiduciary responsibility.
And what is... I still don't know what a fiduciary... Is that a fancy word for federal responsibility? What the fuck is a fiduciary?
Must make money for its investors, and how does it make money?
And how does it make money?
Yes.
That's called capitalism, Charlie.
Oh boy, yes it is. But you can't sell vaults if peace happens. So in this case, capitalism needs war. It has a fiduciary responsibility to prevent peace.
Again, the whole peace thing is nonsense. The whole reason why the vaults were actually built in the first place is because the government and Vault-Tec knew they knew firsthand, before they started building the vaults, they knew that war was on the way. Everyone was terrified of the war. They studied the environment. They know. They live in America, just like all of the other American citizens they're selling these vaults to. They know that war is imminent. War is on its way. And even if it doesn't arrive, either 5 years from now, 10 years from now, they know that the threat is real enough, so much so that if someone goes, I've got a place to protect you from the war, from the nukes, that everyone will try to gain access to it. They wouldn't just build vaults and go, well, hopefully people will join up. They build the vaults knowing that people will join up. In fact, they wanted to build 100,000 vaults to house all, as much of the U.S. population as they could, but they just didn't have time. Why would someone build 100,000 vaults if they thought that peace was on the way and all the vaults would be obsolete? No. They knew for a fact that there's no way, even if peace does come eventually, like I said, there's just the threat of war. The fact that the Chinese are right there on America's footstep, front door. The Chinese are right there on America's front door. They nearly have broken through. At any moment, they'll break through. And after that, invasion. So, again, very stupid.
Yeah, how are they going to do that?
I don't know.
Well, you see, Vault-Tec has a lot of power, so the world may just burn down if the people don't do something about it. Our little capitalist cowboy is now having a bit of trouble understanding his own principles, so he goes to one of these communist meetings.
Communist meetings? Come on, man.
You should come to a meeting. You should learn the truth about where your wife works.
And those...
Now, I know that communist is a socially charged word, but we could learn a lot from these commies.
principles. How much did Vault-Tec pay to take them off your hands?
You see, he sold out to Vault-Tec. He sold his integrity to ads. But he has a worthy rejoinder in that he points out...
I'm not ashamed to earn a living.
There's a lot of money in selling the end of the world.
Yeah, apparently, since that motivates all the capitalists in this...
Selling the end of the world.
Money and selling a political ideology that ends in bread lines.
Okay.
They called him a fascist.
How do you know my wife?
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Research company was acquired by her division.
So Moldaver here explains that it was actually Cooper's wife that bought out her cold fusion technology. She was...
See, this is that small flashback scene. Nothing in that scene gave me the impression that she's a cold fusion scientist. I didn't know who the fuck she was. That little scene of her talking to a bunch of, cult followers, I thought that she was just that. She was just like this weird cult lady who is gathering people, preying on their fears to turn on the evil capitalists. I didn't get anything from that suggested that she's some sort of scientist and has cold fusion technology.
Literally going to solve...
And... Okay. I was just gonna say that under what authority does Cooper's wife have to buy out an entire company like that and never being mentioned at all by anyone? Not even Bud or Hank? They just buy the company and then that's it? It's never heard from again?
Energy, and Barbara from Vault-Tec stopped it.
Capitalism.
She apparently had multiple companies working on this. She would have saved the world. But Vault-Tec, remember, they want...
she stopped it. Okay, I see.
To blow everyone up, so they don't want infinite energy to get to anybody. Did you ever wonder why, as a writer of course, that when trying to tell the story of the capitalists nuking their own planet and the communists being the greater good, you had to write in what is tantamount to fucking magic?
Exactly. It's just the magic MacGuffin. It's it's unobtainium. It's vibranium. It's this magic magic little trinket that will heal the world.
Getting to the point now where Vault-Tec are so evil that they will do anything for money unless that thing is also helpful to people. They could...
Exactly. This basically infinite energy generator. You know how much money you can make off of that? Uncountable amount of money. But no, they're Vault-Tec. They're in the vault business. They don't do anything else. They don't do anything at all. No matter how profitable it may be. No, it's not like they sell lunchboxes and bobbleheads and Vault-Tec themed power armor and stuff. No, they only do vaults. Anything else, well, it might be more profitable, but it's not really on brand. Unless it's somehow vault related, then not interested.
Patent and sell infinite energy to everyone on Earth, and instead they want to fucking blow it up. In any case, she's trying to convince Cooper that his wife is a monster. She is, by the way, but that's besides the point. She wants...
Well, go on.
...him to spy on her to learn...
Oh, I thought he was going to explain exactly why Barbara is a monster. I mean, we don't know how much, like, in the meeting, it seemed like she was explaining Bud's plan. It never seemed like she was actually the architect. But still, whether it was her idea to nuke the entire planet or not, she's still complicit. She's still an accomplice, a willing accomplice, and almost an enthusiastic accomplice. So, yeah, she's still a bad person, but if she came up with the idea to destroy the world just to make money, then yeah, she's probably the worst character ever in the history of any stories.
The truth that the wife is a horrifying capitalist, that our capitalist cowboy here is a useful fucking idiot who doesn't even know how economic systems work. Hey, I wasn't the one who said it.
Do you know if...
I mean, he's just a stupid actor. What could possibly he know? What could he possibly know about economy and politics?
Producer responsibility means?
I have no fucking idea. I play a cowboy for a living.
And hey, maybe he should consider switching sides. I mean, and
it's not like they have Google or something in the Fallout world, so he's just a good-looking, charismatic actor who earns his money from pretending to be someone else. It's not out of the realm of possibility that he doesn't know what a fiduciary responsibility is.
Conversation does end with this banger.
I'm not a communist, Mr. Howard. It's just a dirty word they use to describe people who aren't insane.
This line comes from the character who bleeds out, desperately trying to provide the people freedom and power. She's
holding hands with a nearly rotten off corpse.
Absolutely the show's hero by the end. It's fucking fascinating. So she can...
That's definitely what the writers seem to think, but if that's your definition of hero, then I'd rather be a villain.
Convinces him to spy on his wife, which he does, giving you the capitalists decide the most money they can make is at the apocalypse scene, which then connects up with the prologue. He is no longer with his wife. Out of principle, he stops doing ads with Vault-Tec, but he isn't back in movies, presumably because of what he mentioned earlier about actors not respecting him anymore. Our cowboy capitalist who began shooting commies and accusing people of being Reds has now been flipped.
Come on. Hey,
Pinko.
Yeah, I still took my money.
And the next time you see him, he's red. How about that?
Red? That's red.
This plotline is once again worthwhile because Walton Goggins treats it seriously. He's convincing as a man who is genuinely trying to learn more and make the right decision. Unfortunately, it's no less filled with nonsense than every other part of the show. First of all...
Yeah, again, that's another thing. The performances are so good that if you took a transcript of the episode and just read it, then you would pick up on a lot more problems. But when you're delivering bad lines, it's different than just reading bad lines. And yeah, it's definitely a show that it's saved by its appearances and its looks, the sets, the costumes, and the acting. Definitely.
If Vault-Tec have enough corporate power and money to change and direct policy in the government to the point of starting a fucking war, then surely they have enough power to simply envelop the market. Just buy out everyone else in every industry. Become the market.
No, but the only thing they can do is vaults. Don't you understand? They're Vault-Tec. They build vaults. So why would they buy other companies when they can just create more vaults and make sure that people live inside the vault by making sure that a war happens by doing the war on their own? That makes more sense to me.
By the way, when including loopholes would be a far more accurate and interesting lampooning of potential holes in corporatism and economic systems. Hell, it could be interesting to have a character that's essentially a reluctant president at that point.
The President of the United fucking States of America. Who do you
Who think I'm talking about? Who the fuck? What? I should kick your fucking ass.
But oh well, they want to make more money, and so the dirty capitalists will encourage total new...
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. The presidents, during the pre-war times, are... They, not only do they have a hard job of keeping their citizens basically not scared to death, but also trying to fight off the Chinese. But you could have had, like, there's a couple of years before the war happens, there was a meeting at the UN where there's like a bunch of the leaders of a bunch of the nations that still are, you know, that still exist, basically, that haven't eaten themselves or destroyed themselves or been decimated by other bigger nations. They basically gathered around and they told the president, hey, you're the only one with oil now. We're all out. We're running out. We're like, if we run out, we're in big trouble. So could you give us some of your oil, please? And he just stood up and walked out. And he said no. And they closed off his borders. So there's a lot of interesting presidential events that happened in the pre-war times, but no, we just get Vault-Tec and Hollywood celebrities instead. So, oh well. We don't even get to see a glimpse of the War of Anchorage or anything. The Canadian citizens living under annexation, under U.S. annexation, being tormented and living like hell under U.S. rule. No, none of that.
Nuclear annihilation? Okay. Cooper spends most of it well acted, sure, but he's far from a discerning human being acting within his own values and interests. He simply believes, communism lady, that the device she gives him allows him to hear the truth from his wife. Unfortunately, he's too brain dead to realize a woman who is in direct corporate competition with his wife, who is ideologically opposed to his wife, and has expressed interest in sabotaging Vault-Tec, including his wife, just handed him what she called a listening device, and he doesn't even entertain that she's the one who will be listening. He has no idea who...
Or that it's like a bomb or some sort of EMP device.
...is listening beyond him, and he has no idea whether she did this to simply use him. She doesn't even say it's compatible with the Pip-Boy. She just said it's a listening device. He's such a dumb fuck gullible idiot that he actively helped perform corporate espionage on behalf...
No, I thought she said something like, stick it on. She says something about Pip-Boy, and Cooper's like, I don't like to use these things, and she's like, your wife does all the time, or something like that. He's like, what am I supposed to do with this? And she's like, you know, you could stick it in the thing that your wife carries all the time with her. Am I misremembering a scene? It's possible, but I thought that she suggested the Pip-Boy thing. Not that he came up with it on his own. I don't know. I'd have to go back.
Half of a communist that directly harms his own wife. It leads to him discovering that Vault-Tec intends to blow up the world. That's pretty stupid, but let's go with it. Why did he not use his incredible star power and influence to tell the world?
What if that world-ending meeting happened the day before or the day after? Well, okay, the day after he could have spied on her again. But what if it happened yesterday and he just missed it? And today's meeting, it's like, just how the report's going. Oh, they're going fine. Okay. Thank you. See you later. And that's it.
Do you imagine how many people would want this story? The very spokesman, the very poster child, the Pip-Boy himself is turning on Vault-Tec? It's almost as though he didn't even try to stop Vault-Tec from enacting.
No, he just carried on living, doesn't mention it to anyone.
This plan. Did he not warn?
The only way this would make sense if this, after this meeting, the day after that, the bombs dropped. And he didn't have time to tell anyone about anything. The only way that would make sense, but I doubt it.
People that the vaults are intended as fucking experiments, including but not limited to torturing people? It's very weird that he'll go as far as leaving his wife for her immoral decisions, but he wouldn't warn the world of a fucking thing. And then, of course, how do you think you can have Barbara rant and rave about how she's doing all of this, every last part of it, to protect her daughter, to then fucking have the nukes go off with her daughter facing the brunt of 4 of them? Unless she truly didn't care, because it really was.
Maybe.
Was about getting that grand capitalistic monopoly after all.
She's so deep into that capitalist game that she would rather sacrifice her own family if it means winning. Yeah, it's just dumb. I don't like. I'm slowly losing the will to live here. I don't know how much more I can take this.
Why would Vault-Tec not be fundamentally interested in infinite energy? Why wouldn't they finish up cold fusion and use it for themselves as a way of boosting their capitalistic empire? Could you imagine the sheer power they would have as heads of a clean and infinite energy? They
Absolutely.
could patent it and use it to go to the stars.
In a heartbeat.
Nope. They instead want to be crammed into a hole in the ground, causing untold pain to random people.
Exactly. The whole infinite energy thing, I didn't know that it was established pre-war, but I guess obviously it would be. So yeah, the whole infinite energy thing just throws a wrench in the whole thing, because now it's like there's no reason for war. The whole reason for war across the world, not just between China and America, was the fact that natural resources were running out. And so the more resources are running out, fuel, other things, minerals and stuff like that, the more and more desperate nations became, so desperate that they would invade each other, attack each other, steal from each other, just to basically make sure that they live, make sure that they survive, even if it means that their neighboring nation doesn't. So now, when there's a source of infinite energy, it's like, why are we fighting now? We can just stop. It's over. We've cracked the code. Now everyone can have energy everywhere, at all times, for all times. So why are we fighting? Let's put our guns down and go back. Go back home. Mission accomplished. But no, that doesn't get brought up.
Pity that as a result of a war hard fought, the manifestation of distrust for the people of the Fallout world in using communist as an average insult has now become a wedge for the writers of this show to drool their awkward dissertation on the true blight of humanity. For you see, in actuality, the capitalists are the ones who want to drop bombs on America. Makes sense. Then there's the multitude of shitty dialogue.
You're a coward. We all are, Norm. That's why we live in a vault.
Your ancestors
Go on, explain.
lived in a vault to avoid being blown apart by capitalist nukes. You live in one because you were born here, and now you want to help this woman raise a fatherless child. That is not cowardice, you dopey fucking goon. Why?
Okay, well, one, what I understood from that line was, what he meant by that's why we live in vaults. He means that's why we still live in vaults. That's why we haven't gone to the outside world just yet, because we're cowards. We don't want to risk going outside and getting killed by the first thing that sees us, when we could just live here forever in safety and in comfort. That's what I got from it. And is it cowardice? I thought that the context there was he didn't want to tell anyone about Vault 32. He would rather stay silent about what happened, because he didn't want to risk losing everything. losing his new relationship and losing his status as Vault Dweller. That's what I understood from that line, but I don't know. Am I being too generous here? Maybe.
Even picked Chet to say the coward line when he was the only one to offer to help Lucy in the wasteland. He's literally the only motherfucker in the entire vault who would leave for her. They took...
Yeah, but he's white, so he's obviously a coward.
...the door control from him because of his decision to help her.
During the raid, I got in a storage space and I hid. Does that make you angry?
Oh, you know what? I need to explain the idea that smart people getting angry is more dangerous than stupid people getting angry. I know, I'll talk about how regular boys, they get angry and pee on the wall, but clever boys, oh, you don't want to see where that can go.
Regular boys can get angry and they'll just pee on the wall.
Well, how about Maximus not knowing?
See, that line was just so out of completely like from something from an entirely different show that it managed to fly by me. I didn't even notice it the first time. But no, it's real, as we just witnessed. Wow. Boys get upset and piss on the wall. Okay.
How his cock works?
Gets all big and hard like a big pimple and then it pops.
That's actually completely normal.
It's gross.
Yeah, it would make more sense if he was a wasteland settler, maybe. If he lived in some sort of in the woods, in a cave somewhere, like the tribals in Fallout 2, or I don't know. I feel like if you can speak English, you should at least know fundamental things like, I don't know, don't touch hot water. And when your wee-wee gets hard, it means that, you're in need of some satisfaction. And maybe you should also know, I mean, this one is half and half, but maybe you should know that the weird cream that comes out is something that helps make a baby. I don't know. I feel like you can't have someone who talks normally, is being trained in the Brotherhood, but also doesn't know what an erection is and what semen is. It's just, again, the writers being very picky on what their characters know and what they don't know.
There's only so much cringe I could take.
When we are the only ones left, there will be no one to fight. A true monopoly.
That's called capitalism, Charlie.
Fucking commie gobbledygook.
Monopoly on no one. A ghost monopoly. Sure.
About Thaddeus's backstory, they must have worked real hard on this one. And I quote, I got beat up a lot, and this new guy came in, and I said, let's beat him up. Funny idea. And it worked. I was really popular. It was great. I just wish he lived long enough to beat someone else up. Fucking kill me.
Okay. Well, to be fair, I'm going to be a little bit more generous here. I feel like the story itself is fine. I feel like the way it was told, not just in delivery, but also in the dialogue, that's the cringy, iffy part about it. But the story on its own, it could work. You just have to tell it in a way that isn't so incompetent.
Speaking of which, there is plenty of painful humor.
Come back here right away!
That didn't work. This is the weirdest circle jerk I've ever been invited to.
But what is Moldy?
Well, again, this is like, you've seen what these writers are capable of, what their capacity is of writing, so this is the only kind of humor you would expect. I'm not surprised. It's just the same cringy humor that I saw in, what other supposed comedy was there before that, like She-Hulk or something. Of course, it's the same humor. It's just, it's childish humor pretending to be adult, which ends up circling around and becoming even more childish. It's just, I don't know how to describe it, really.
I want with you. I mean, she steals dads.
He left an impression on me.
That is the gentleman who showed me his butthole.
Goosey McLean.
It's Lucy.
Nope. It says Goosey.
You'll never find out.
Oh, he's gonna find out.
It was also...
Yeah. Yeah, it's just modern writing. It's just the, you know, I don't know, modern internet lingo. The Reddit writing technique just seeping through actual professional projects like Amazon Prime's Fallout.
Really weird that they front-loaded a bunch of incest dialogue.
Messing around with your cousin, it's all well and good for kids, but I have been unable to find a suitable marriage partner, one I'm not related to. After 10 years of cousin stuff, I'm definitely excited for the real thing. It's not a sustainable long-term sexual practice, you know?
Yeah, I know.
That's
well, what?
Way more dialogue than we need to understand the importance of not fucking your family to increase population. I guess they...
Well, I mean, yeah, it's something that would make sense in the context of living in a vault for over 200 years. Yeah, the gene pool is very limited, so yeah, you're gonna have a lot of cousins, and a lot of yeah, you're gonna have a lot more people related to you than not. So I don't know. Again, the context makes sense. Again, it's just what they choose to do with that context. The jokes themselves, those are kind of weird, but I mean, yeah, sure, maybe 4 incest jokes are too much. Maybe, who's to say? I don't know. But at least they make sense. Sure, they're not funny, but I mean, there's logic behind them, somewhat.
They thought that was too funny not to include, although it was weirder in the marketing.
And your kids can mate with other vault dwellers. It's the best dating pool on the planet.
In conclusion...
What? Is that... What? Is this an ad for the show, or for Fallout 76, or where is that from?
I think you should have fun with this show. Enjoy the action scenes, or the scenes with the explosions, or Pip-Boys in the wasteland and the power armor suits waddling about. To be honest, I don't care. What I care about...
It's gonna be like the Halo show. The only highlights, the only things that people will remember are the rare times where, you know, Master Chief put on his helmet and fought off some Covenant. Same thing here.
Which is the show being heralded as an example of a great gaming adaptation and a well-written story. It is
no, it's definitely not a well-written story, and no, it's not a great adaptation either. It's the things that it manages to do right are done so incompetently, and the other things that they just ignore or like roll over and destroy. No, this is not a good adaptation, and it's definitely not a well-written show. Again, like I said, the only things that I could say are positive about it is that it's good to look at, and acting is good, and sometimes the music, the music is good. So that's it. But other than that, no.
Either of these things, and that's made much worse by the show being explicitly canon to the games. This is a product that wants to show you a bunch of Fallout iconography that barely even belongs to the people who are making it.
You know, Graham and Geneva wanted to blow up Shady Sands. The first time they bring that up, you're like, what do you want to do?
Even if we buy the awkward fucking continuity of the implied years of the destruction of Shady Sands and focus entirely on definitive information, we have plenty to talk about.
We're careful about the timeline. There might be a little bit of confusion in some places.
Why does the NCR have such a limited presence? Why is Shady Sands in an entirely different location? Why...
Exactly, yes. And like I said before, earlier, the NCR is not limited to Shady Sands. They're very big. Even before New Vegas started, the story of New Vegas. So, no. Them just being wiped off the face of the map and being limited to a bunch of freaks in a vault, in Vault 4 and Moldaver, no.
Is the nuking of one city implied to be the destruction of the entire faction outside of a handful
Exactly.
of people?
That was a moment that landed in the show that also move things forward in terms of what's going to be happening in the world of Fallout.
No, shut the fuck up.
No.
What happened with the obvious power vacuum? Where were the hub and Junktown if Vaults 31, 32, and 33 were so close to the Santa Monica Pier? Both of
The gun runners, the Great Khans, any other minor faction, the Fiends, the Jackals, the Scorpions, the Vipers,
which are NCR. Vault 4 is close to Shady Sands and anything but secret. Why don't they come up when figuring out what options are available to get the water chip in Fallout 1? The Master's plan was all about cracking vaults and finding pure humans to expose to FEV to then turn into intelligent super mutants. His main base was south of the Boneyard and he was active for years. There's no...
And the Boneyard is basically LA.
No way Vaults 31, 32, and 33 all escaped the Master, his spy network, and his super mutants. Especially when they're all out in the open, and Vault 4 takes people in at random, allowing full access to the place.
I can't have a perfectly good prime normal and not make it one of the chosen ones, now can I? After you tell me where your vault is.
The whole show is hinged on their own description of cold fusion, even though microfusion cells have been an ammunition type for ages and serve a very similar function to what we're shown, granted.
Fusion cores?
It's not infinite energy, but even the fusion cores are portrayed as such, with Vault 4 using theirs as a power source for more than...
Yep. Like microfusion cells, energy cells, they're very limited amounts of energy, but when Fallout 4 introduced fusion cores, it's like... Now you're telling me there's like hundreds of these basically miniature nuclear generators, fusion reactors? Then why are we still worrying about power when you could just carry power in our hands? The power of the sun in the palm of my hands. Are you kidding me?
200 years. And if that's the case, which is entirely not how they're portrayed in the games, Moldaver should probably look into this. Then there's the Brotherhood of Steel. Instead of seeing the best warriors in the wasteland, they all come across as goofy, self-centered, bumbling assholes. The Brotherhood of...
Instead of being isolationists, being energy hoarders, being xenophobes, not caring about the state of the wastelanders, the dirty wastelanders. No, they're being portrayed like how they were in Fallout 3 and 4, and now we're supposed to believe that even the West Coast Brotherhood are out and about, strolling around in their shiny T60 power armor. No.
Steel aren't fervent holy warriors that are comprised of only men and throw their own people literally to the bears. They are a sect of ex-military soldiers who decided to rebel against the former government and their experiments with super mutants. They are basically trying to retain technology to keep it out of the hands of maniacal, power-hungry people. And they even...
Exactly, like Vault-Tec.
Help the original Vault dwellers in Fallout 1. Apparently they now don't teach it, or they don't know fuck all about vaults as well.
I had no idea people lived in those vaults.
What did you think was in them?
Monsters.
Don't know how the...
Yeah. I forgot about that. Again, we're not, like... Let's even put aside the fact that by Fallout 2, the Brotherhood in California were, like... a bunch of, like, 5 people in a bunker. And now they're just this big military faction. The fact that they barely know anything about the outside world, like vaults. But, I mean, to be fair, it's Maximus talking, so he seems a little bit special. Maybe he didn't get as much education as the others, maybe.
Fuck that happened now.
He was only restricted to, like, bathroom cleaning duties and stuff, so...
Oh, the Brotherhood of Steel have simply been made into yet another bad guy organization, and that's even if we forget the canon. They pick bloodthirsty, stupid, and pathetic people to promote to high ranks. They have dramatic inconsistencies in gear, to the point they forgot their armor has fucking flashlights. Maybe you would have been...
They never use... Oh, yeah.
Able to kill...
It's always there, but they never use it. You're right.
One ghoul between the 10 of you, had any of you remembered to use it. Do you really...
Why not use VATS? You can slow down time. You'll have a much higher chance of hitting your target.
You think the power armor would just trap its user as though it's a fucking coffin when the fusion core was removed? Just a blatantly inept fucking design flaw.
Yeah. That's what that little game clip there shows. This is what happens when you run out of fusion energy in your power armor. You don't just stop. You end up just walking very slowly. You can't... It's basically the same effect when you run out of stamina or action points. You're very slow walking, You can't jump or anything. Yeah, but in the show, you're completely shut off. And why? It's because the writers wanted it to be that way.
Don't even get me fucking started on the power armor. They are seemingly crap, hyper-effective, and
basically
then crap all over again in just a handful of scenes.
They're only just for show.
Squires who don't know how their cocks work, despite making sure we understand they wank in front of each
other. Oh yeah, forgot about that.
You wanna make my cock explode now?
They clearly establish that weakness is found when damage is done to a fellow brother. But that's all Maximus continues to do, with promotions being fucking thrown at him left, right, and center. They clear out
He never learns his lesson. He keeps getting rewarded for basically the opposite of what he's being taught to do. So now he's just gonna think that, oh, I'll just keep doing that then. I'll just keep lying and betraying people, because that seems to be working, so whatever.
Everything in the observatory on site, but they decide they want to listen to a speech from a fucking ghoul.
That too. If it was another faction, like maybe the NCR, or which don't exist, or any other minor faction, or a bunch of raiders, maybe. But the Brotherhood, or the Enclave, no, forget it. They'll shoot on sight when it's a ghoul. Even if it's sentient, no.
Ghoul. They hate ghouls.
Exactly.
Maximus himself had a personal, powerful motivation to blast this motherfucker away on sight. It's like the show doesn't even remember the downright Down syndrome boss fight they had.
I think, well, yeah, I think you're right that they have forgotten about it, but at the same time, there's nothing that we've been shown by Maximus to suggest that he would actually, you know, what's the word? Find the courage to step up and basically redeem himself for what happened in Philly. You saw him there. He was hiding behind all the, you know, all the knights in shining armor. He wasn't going to pick a fight with that ghoul.
And I gotta say, thanks for dropping the Prelude into the show. Real good reference. It has...
Is it the Prelude? Has that been confirmed? Or is it just another big airship?
No substantive reason to be there. No effect on the future events of...
It kind of looks like it. But it could be just another big airship.
The season, and it could have been labeled fucking anything else. However, it has the fun bonus of making the Railroad and Institute endings of Fallout 4 absolutely non-canon.
Yes, if it's confirmed to be the Prelude, yes.
Thank goodness we got the reference.
Remember this, remember this, remember this, and there's no story.
Also, ghouls aren't immortal beings with Wolverine healing superpowers created by drinking magic chicken fucker juice. They are often slow, withered old men and women that just so happen to live a very long time and are extremely resistant to radiation. Why have this take place in California? You have so much of this world to explore, and yet you are here again.
Exactly.
Star Wars and its obsession with Tatooine.
Tatooine,
and the thing is, you can easily add to the lore without stepping on pre-established stories if you just fuck off somewhere else.
Exactly. That's why I keep like being so thankful and grateful the fact that Bethesda chose DC and Boston for their Fallout games, because I can enjoy them for what they are, you know, fun games with bad stories, and not have to worry about lore constantly getting broken and changed and steamrolled over. I mean, sometimes it happens, but the damage is very limited compared to when you set a story in the West Coast and have everything in it behave like East Coast factions. You take the East Coast factions and drag them all the way across to the West Coast and go, this is the new status quo, by the way. This is canon. You're welcome. Now, completely destroyed. Now, both Bethesda Fallouts and New Vegas are just, they've been obliterated. This show completely ruins all of them.
Obviously,
not to mention the original two.
Great War was not a Vault-Tec inside job. It was an extension of the Cold War. There was an...
Yes. Yeah, sure. It was only just the war between China and the U.S.
Ongoing proxy war with America on one side and China on the other. It is
All right. And, yep.
It's confirmed in
Confirmed.
multiple games and by the original game's creators that
Yep.
China nuked America first. That started the chain reaction that led to the wasteland.
We were winning too, and then those damn Reds launched. We barely got our birds up.
And then there's what they did to Mr. House.
Give me 20 years, and I'll reignite the high technology development sectors. 50 years, and I'll have people in orbit. 100 years, and my colony ships will be heading for the stars to search for planets unpolluted by the wrath and folly of a bygone generation.
Okay, this is interesting. I only thought that we're gonna get character dissections of the OCs, the characters from the show, but sure, I would love to hear you break down characters that have been brought in for no reason, just for their namesake and their recognizability, and talk about how much they've been completely ruined and just wasted.
There's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world.
Why is it that Mr. House was only able to mount a suboptimal defense of Las Vegas as a result of the bombs arriving before the Platinum chip when he is now a member of the board and fully aware of who is dropping the nukes and when?
Weird. Oh, guys, don't pick on him. He just doesn't know any better. You guys being mean.
This show will rely heavily on video game knowledge to fill in gaps, generate headcanon, and excuse awful writing, yet you are punished for knowing anything about the games because the show actively fucks with them at every turn. Now, that's not to imply the lore was perfect before this bowel movement slithered onto Amazon. I understand nothing has been perfect for a
Especially when you talk about, especially when you're talking about Fallout 4 lore.
while, and Bethesda has been fucking around for a lot longer than that. But man, if it isn't some of the most egregious free-flow adaptation vomit that I've seen in a long time. This next part,
it's a selective adaptation, definitely.
Is something I'm going to read out from a user named Zoraz from the Character Rant subreddit. The original post will be linked in the description. The new California Republic was created as a direct result of the actions of the character in Fallout 1. They inspired the daughter of the leader of Shady Sands to inspire her father, Aradesh, to reach out to near-lying settlements to organize and work together. We saw the results of this in Fallout 2. Tendi is now an old woman and the NCR's second president. Shady Sands, which was built from scratch, not on the ruins of an old city, had become a city. They had working crops, working water purification, electricity, and following the defeat of the original Enclave, they would keep growing, unifying most of California with their own gold-backed currency, ultimately leading
to New Vegas.
These growing tensions grew to a clash with the Brotherhood of Steel on the West Coast, who, similarly to the NCR, had started expanding outwards. They disliked the propagation of technology among other factions. The Enclave had already hurt their previous high horse position, and the NCR was now threatening to take on their duties as well. Only more egalitarian and way more liked by the average wastelander, as they weren't a techno-feudalistic cult. The Brotherhood of Steel NCR war was devastating, but ultimately the NCR left it victorious. The remnants of the Brotherhood of Steel fled to their remaining bunkers and isolated themselves from the world. The future of California was in the hands of the NCR. However, before the Brotherhood lost, they slagged the NCR's gold reserve, something that crippled their economy, especially as the bottle cap had been favored out to limit the influence of the water barons in the hub, but it was now forced to have a comeback. Enter New Vegas, the last...
So Entertainment made Fallout New Vegas and comprised some of the team from Interplay, who made the original Fallout, and its subsidiary Black Owl Studios, created by Interplay and made Fallout 2. Obsidian didn't write the NCR, but a few of its members were on the team of the original games. The NCR existed in Fallout 1, which was developed before Obsidian was founded in 2003. New Vegas/Obsidian were the last people to write about the NCR, therefore its most recent canon before the show. I didn't want to alter the original post as written. Oh, well, Josh Sawyer, who is the lead director of the game of New Vegas, he was actually part of the team who were working on the original Fallout 3, codename Van Buren. So Josh Sawyer, while trying to create Fallout 3, before Black Isle and Interplay shut down, he developed a lot of the things that would carry over into New Vegas. He developed the Caesar's Legion faction. He developed the Joshua Graham character, and that was before Black Isle shut down and then sold the rights to Bethesda. So basically, a lot of what you see in New Vegas was what was meant to be Fallout 3 before, like I said, Interplay shut down. So, and also Chris Avalon worked on Fallout 2, and he was brought over to work on New Vegas, mainly the expansions. So yeah, it is as close as you can get to an actual sequel to Fallout 2. But unfortunately, that's not how history will remember it. It will always be remembered as the spin-off to Bethesda's Fallout games. And maybe that's for the best.
Last mainline game by Obsidian, who wrote the NCR. At this point, the NCR is in danger. Famine, alongside resource shortages and growth pains, have forced them to send out scouts in the hope of finding new resources, especially water and electricity, which leads them to Hoover Dam and the war with the Legion. While Vegas is open-ended, it was clear that the NCR did have some troubles. However, it's still a huge nation. Even if it lost, it's not clear it would fall, especially as their army would have shorter supply lines and easier reorganization. At this point, they existed for a century. Enough time to create a national identity of sorts. Even if there was unrest and many critiques, it was not doomed. Yet
they have their own currency, for God's sake.
Now we have the Fallout TV show. Instead of dealing with trying to explain what happened or how they would have collapsed, they were just randomly nuked off screen. All of the NCR seems to be gone. Shady Sands at this point is apparently a pre-war city as well. And that's... that. It's gone. The Brotherhood of Steel, which were at the brink of defeat, were brought back
Well, no, it's not... Oh. Is it? Okay, maybe it is. Because there was the Shady Sands Public Library. I thought that was the name of the library, Shady Sands, but if it means the public library of the city of Shady Sands, then yeah, wow, that's completely wrong.
To the pseudo-antagonists because God forbid the Brotherhood of Steel isn't a major player or the most powerful faction around. The Enclave is also...
Yeah, it's weird how many times they get destroyed in multiple games, and somehow they're still a big player in the Wasteland. It's weird how that works.
So back, which while we know Chicago still existed, they were fucked in their old form in Fallout 3.
They were gone. They were gone as the East Coast Enclave was gone, and the West Coast Enclave was long gone. So, no way.
It just breaks the heart. We had this faction that, while not perfect, greedy, sometimes morally grey, but overall was a symbol of rebuilding, of a faction moving on from the post-apocalyptic setting that actually tried to create a working system and it just got deleted. It makes me think of a sequel trilogy. The New Republic was lasered.
That's exactly what... The first thing I thought of was... This reminds me of something. I just can't put my finger on it. Oh yeah, the time where the New Republic was established and immediately demolished in the first 30 minutes of The Force Awakens. That was great.
In one movie. The achievement of the entire original trilogy, and we didn't get to see it for more than 5 minutes. Sure, the NCR could be failing. I wouldn't mind that being depicted in other ways, but the way it was written just reeks of the same as the New Republic. A weak gut punch to bring in the status quo, and the notion of which factions should be allowed to have a spot or not. At this point in canon, the entire US is basically just run by Brotherhood of Steel factions, because they're...
Yeah, that's if you go only by the Bethesda Fallout games, that's how it seems. They're just everywhere. They're running everything. They have all the technology. They have all the resources. They have all the knowledge.
None other left. Like it's the same fucking situation east to west. The West Coast felt unique because it didn't have the Fallout 3 and 4 Brotherhood of Steel whom grew up into a regional power. It had other factions, other groups, and fuck, seriously, this just makes me mad as someone who likes world building. The Brotherhood of Steel has interesting culture too, but it's shown in every single fucking game. At this point, it's barely changing because Beth has gone with a mixed douchebag / savior dynamic with the Brotherhood of Steel. What?
Exactly. Like, the perfect way to describe this is Fallout 1. Sure, the poster for Fallout 1 had a person in the T-51 power armor. Fallout 2, there's someone with the advanced power armor. Okay, what happened to the Brotherhood armor? It's weird. They're gone. They're a thing of the past. Already, by the time of Fallout 2, they're a thing of the past. The Enclave are the new major players. And then when they're gone, that, like that Reddit post said, that leaves the opportunity for the NCR to thrive and expand. Evolution. Cause and effect. But no, Bethesda loves the cool-looking helmets, so they just keep bringing back the Brotherhood. Does it make sense? Who cares? They're cool, and that's all that matters.
Is even the difference between West Coast and East Coast Brotherhood of Steel at this point? Not to mention this exact thing happened in Dial of Destiny too.
There used to be a difference between the West Coast and East Coast Brotherhood, but now there isn't. If someone watches the show, knowing that it's canon, they'll go, oh, so that's how the Brotherhood are in the West Coast now? Cool. And that's it. Just like that, all the history, all the things that other people, better people have built up, it's gone.
Indy's son was just killed off and barely mentioned. I get this can happen.
But it's Shia LaBeouf, so do we really care about that?
But the way it's presented is just jading from nowhere, and it just feels shallow. Empty. And that is the end of the post. For those who don't know, part of why this is so frustrating for Fallout fans is that the show is canon to the games.
Yeah.
This is not a different continuity. What they say goes for the show, goes for the whole IP's history. When showrunner Graham Wagner was asked about nuking Shady Sands, he said, quote, I think it would have been a mistake to go from the retro-futuristic America to another America that has been fully civilized and the NCR is doing everything great.
That was the whole point of New Vegas. New Vegas tackled this exact point. The fact that the NCR are slowly becoming what the American government used to be. And how that it's just going to be another recipe for disaster. That was Caesar's whole logic behind creating the Legion and how they're the better faction. And now you have someone saying pointing out the same exact flaws that Caesar did and thinking that he can do better. Wow, that's just great. And what do you know about retro-futuristic? You don't even know what the pre-war Fallout world was supposed to be. You just copied what Bethesda did, which was wrong, by the way. And now it's retro-futuristic? Since when? No. It's just 50s aesthetics in 2077. Is that retro-futuristic? Either I'm getting the definition wrong, or someone else is it. Someone else is. I'm not going to say who.
We love Deadwood. I think
Fuck off.
If there was a fourth season of Deadwood, there'd be insurance companies that...
Shut up. What? Who is this Graham Wagner guy? God. Who is... Okay, I'm going to look him up. Because the whole time, before the show came out, the only thing I knew was it was going to be made by Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, who were the showrunners for Westworld. So I thought, well, I kind of liked Westworld, so I'll give this a go. But who's this clown? Graham Wagner? Producer slash showrunner for Fallout, producer for The Office, producer for Silicon Valley, producer for Portlandia, Baskets, Mulaney. What? Okay, writer. Let's see the writer credits. Oh, great. He wrote all the episodes for Fallout. He wrote an episode for Star Trek Short Treks, some episodes for Portlandia, a lot of episodes for Portlandia. Yeah, never heard of him. I was always under the impression that it was going to be written and not directed, but at least written by Nolan and Joy, but I don't know where this guy came from. It was only after the show came out that I started hearing about this clown. That's crazy. I'm glad that Deadwood got cancelled, just so he wouldn't have a chance of completely running it into the ground.
be traffic, and it wouldn't be a Western anymore. We wanted to live in that first season of Deadwood space, of like, what's gonna happen? Where is everything? End quote. He also said, quote, it really was our belief also that though there are the events of the games, it's not frozen after that. History is not static. It keeps going and entropy is a constant.
Yeah, of course it's not static, but do you not realize what you've done? You've basically taken the entire, all the pages from the book, and you've torn them out. Now, who else? The next person to write the next Fallout game or show, they're gonna have to start over from the beginning. If they were to make it in the West Coast, but if not, then they'll just have to work. They'll just have to forget about the West Coast and do a Fallout story in either somewhere else in the U.S. or in Europe or anywhere else. But as far as West Coast goes, now it's like it's a nuclear, what's the word? God, it's been destroyed. It's been obliterated. You've done to the Fallout lore what you did to Shady Sands. You just completely destroyed it. You've obliterated it. It's gone. There's nothing. All the things have been built up by people who are more passionate than you, who are better than you, and it's gone. Now it's gone. So yeah, of course you can carry on from anything, sure, but that doesn't excuse you just doing anything you want in the first place. There has to be rules, there has to be consequences. And you just seem to be under the impression that there aren't. And apparently there aren't, because he got away with it.
Which is a less flashy way of saying war never changes, end quote. Wonderful. Let us not remain static in history by ensuring every last piece of progress is blown back to the Stone Age. One might assume they have a bias for particular eras and particular games, and if...
Exactly. I pointed that out, but I said that, I know that I'm sounding a little crazy, a little conspiratorial, but now I'm getting more and more convinced in my suspicions.
If I were the showrunner responsible for this compost tornado, I would likely want no one to be aware of just how much that bias had bled into my work.
I then got very into 3, 4, and New Vegas. I hope that doesn't make fans angry with me who prefer 1 and 2, but...
Don't say your preferences.
I think, considering...
They haven't even played 1 and 2? She hasn't played... Okay.
His illuminating comments here, the show speaking for itself, and his quotes elsewhere.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
It's become quite clear there may very well be a more zealous reason for what we have seen, but much of it can be explained by a set of creators that not only have no fucking clue what they're doing.
Maybe if we were smarter, we'd be more daunted, but part of, maybe why we were selected is we were just guileless enough to wander into this.
They only see value in a post-apocalyptic Fallout wasteland if it looks the same forever. We can only see fledgling communities and partial settlements with roaming bandits, scary creatures, and ruined architecture. Anything progressing any further needs to be reset. Otherwise, the entire genre is apparently ruined. A spit to the spirit of the franchise, a completely embarrassing lack of nuance, and a total misunderstanding of said genre.
Exactly, and this is something you notice in the Fallout games too. In Fallout 1, yeah, a lot of the wasteland was still a bunch of ruins, a bunch of huts in the middle of the desert. Fallout 2, there was progress. There were settlements, there were cities, there was electricity, there was even working cars. In Fallout 3, it's back to ruins, junk towns everywhere. Fallout New Vegas, there were cities, there was energy, there was water sources, dams, working monorails, all kinds of things. Robots everywhere. Fallout 4, everything is destroyed. A bunch of junk towns everywhere. Barely any electricity. It's like they want... Yeah. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. They want to have the wasteland remain a wasteland. They don't like progress. They don't like evolution. And when there is, in a story that they've chosen to take place in the West Coast, they go, oh, we don't like all this progress. Let's just sweep it away and forget about it and pretend like it was never there. Great. That's great. That's just great.
in a broken disaster, acting as a tumor on a franchise desperate to progress but hampered by custodians who couldn't care less for its future as long as they get to bathe in their own radiation.
Capitalism.
All right, Exhibit.
Bethesda want the post-apocalypse, and they will destroy anything that even looks like the post-apocalypse that gets in their way. Regardless, the story that binds this together, the very thing I am trying to assess, is fucking balls and deserves no respect. It is a fumbled fuck swamp of malformed idiocy that has no interest in respecting your time or investment, but absolutely hopes you are distracted enough by everything else. We have a plethora of examples of insane plot armor, inconsistent and embarrassing mechanics, character assassinations, boring stretches of scenes with fuck all in them, broken world building, insufficient
Ooh, there you go. Chris Avalon makes a comment. Damn.
Explanation, essentially providing us the grand experience of knowing fuck all about the wasteland, the people there, what they think and feel about how everything functions, or rather how it doesn't. The intrigue and reveal of Vault 33 wasn't merely the peak of wasted potential, it was one of the stupidest reveals in all of TV history.
Exactly. Like, if nuking Shady Sands was the only thing, was the only bad thing the show did, I would probably forgive it, or at least manage to look the other way. But when you waste all of the world building potential, and when you fail to tell a story, a competent story, then why are we even bothering here? Why are we wasting our time here listening to you? Why do we even bother?
Dialogue, the atmosphere, the editing, it all needs work. The choice to have the first episode both inside and out of the vault was a stupid one. The reveal of Lucy entering the wasteland is absolutely undermined. The acting, while good for several of the participants in this circus, could use some work in that reactions to pain are highly inconsistent. There are many examples of weird or funny reactions when grievous injuries show up. Do you hear that? He kind of went, However,
not screaming his lungs off.
Sometimes you get more appropriate reactions, and then you get heavier reactions to things that aren't even injuries. And let's not forget this banger delivery from ADR Kyle MacLachlan in episode 8.
It was everything the vaults had promised.
She is lying. I'm a human. I'm a human male. She is lying.
She is lying. She is lying.
The Ghoul.
Do not believe her lies, Lucy. I am your father.
Or often seems gratuitous instead of meaningful and entirely inconsistent. I am all...
Well, that's how the games did it, right? So, we get a pass now?
For gore, but gore for the sake of gore is kinda boring and edgy, and this show...
That was a neat effect, yeah, but the show definitely has the boys logic when it comes to gore and violence. The sploogier it is, the more grandiose it is, the more cool it is. And I agree, yes, Fallout has ridiculous gore, ridiculous looking, blood effects and splatters, but it's how you choose to do them and when do you choose to turn that dial to 11 and when you take it a little bit more seriously. Because this is why I don't like picking the bloody mess perk in Fallout games, is because I like my violence, but I don't like too much violence. I don't like goofy violence. That's why, in the Mortal Kombat reboot, Mortal Kombat 9, the violence was a little bit over the top, but just the right amount. Then MKX and MK11 came out, and now the violence is just so over the top that it resets and it becomes just goofy, completely not edgy, not like mesmerizing or any kind of, doesn't have any effect. It's like, what am I looking at? It's just a bunch of blood everywhere and eyes and organs. The fatalities have become like when you are tasked to do something like right away, like unprompted, that's what happens. But before, there used to be, I don't know, it's weird, but there used to be a logic to the fatalities. There used to be a rhythm, something there that makes you feel like someone thought this through. But now, the new Mortal Kombat games, I haven't played Mortal Kombat 1 yet, but Mortal Kombat 11, the violence there was just so over the top that it's like, okay, doesn't affect me anymore. And here in the show, at first, the first episode, second episode, I was like, okay, I'm loving the gore, the violence, it's very Fallout-y, I'll take it. But at the same time, especially with third episode, fourth episode, I don't know. Well, okay, I mean, it is slightly silly, but I feel like it fits. But at the same time, I think you need to tone it down a bit. I think if you do it RoboCop style, just squibs everywhere, but if you have like buckets of blood everywhere, that's a little bit too much. I think the RoboCop method is more appropriate, especially when you're doing a Fallout adaptation. But I don't know. Conclusion, I don't mind the gore as much as MauLer does, but if it ends up getting toned down, I wouldn't mind either. So, whatever.
Has that in spades. There will at times be just awful CGI when they have no excuse, though, despite feeling fake as fuck here and there. Some sets were awesome, and the costumes, including makeup, were top-notch, which is almost more of a shame. Oh, and I'm not kidding. There is a full set of Zack Snyder Wonder Woman yodels for the Ghoul. It's so bad, and I'm gonna force you through all of it.
Yeah, this is something I mentioned in the review, too. And this has to be a decision made by the directors or producers. There's no way Ramin Djawadi, the same composer for Westworld, Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, I guess, decided, you know what would be cool? Bunch of hey everywhere. I thought that. But, I don't know. Could be wrong. I think they were trying to do like the Mandalorian thing. Having like a recognizable little, I don't know what to call it, motif thing. But maybe pick something else. It's still episode 2. Yep. So episode 1. Oh, episode 8.
And let's not forget how much they played Maximus's one flashback. I experienced it, so
you
have to too.
No, I don't want to watch this. Oh god.
The people who hurt me.
Yeah.
Your entire life you've been looking for a home.
Is this number 5? Number 6?
Indiana Jones' remains can be found inside a fridge.
The characters need so much more work in general. So much of their journeys are damaged by basic interactions, jokes, attempts at being shocking, or of course, their actual developmental scenes being balked from beginning to end. As though the writer has many wonderful ideas, but has no idea how to make them coherent. This, of course, spreads to its themes.
Everyone wants to save the world, they disagree on how.
One being something of an exploration of many different minds' approaches to saving the world. You get the approach of nothing but trust and care, all the way over to getting what's yours no matter what. Saving your own world, so to speak.
It seems very one-sided. It always, every time like a conversation topic comes up, it always seems that the writers have already decided on what the right answer is. Not like, well, let's bring up this topic, let's bring up the pros and cons, and have it be ambiguous, have one character decide that it's a good thing, and have one character disagree. But no, Every time it's, this is the right thing, and if you don't believe us, then you're wrong, you're stupid, go away. And, yeah, especially when, that whole weird commie cult party, I don't know what that was, Moldaver's party in the pre-war times, that just feels like, this character is correct, this character is good, this character is virtuous, and if you don't believe us, if you don't think so, then you are just crazy. So, but what do I know? I'm just speculating here. I can't be sure. Just saying.
I find this pretty meaningless in that nothing coherent is said or understood about how we will tend to contextualize saving our fellow man or the world we're all a part of. Most of it is random actions by characters the writers thought were much more meaningful in their journeys than anyone else did.
Yeah, like, I never gotten the impression that Moldaver was trying to save the world or whatever. It was only when it was revealed that she wanted this infinite energy thing, this magic juice, that I was like, wait, you want to help people? Since when? You've been nothing but a murdering, lying psychopath. And now you're just, out of nowhere, you're a good person now? What's going on?
The major points retaining the subtlety of pulling teeth. Look, Vault 31, 32, and 33 have to solve the dilemma of dealing with prisoners because they usually accept absolutely no one. Look, Moldaver takes in all of everyone, and her only goal is to provide power to the people. Look, Hank just wants everyone who isn't him and his to die, making the world a peaceful place. Look, Cooper just wants his family, that's his world. Look, Lucy just wants to treat everyone as she would like to be treated. Look, Maximus just wants to be safe, comfy, and happy with Lucy. I guess their romance was so fucking pathetic. These explorations of approaches are all undermined by insane actions from the characters at every turn, and a half-baked execution damaging any sense of earning any payoff related to them. Vault 31, 32, 33, and especially Vault 4 should have been taken full advantage of by now, and their unadulterated presence in the Fallout world is almost an impossibility alongside...
Exactly. Especially a vault that takes in anyone that gets sucked in by their trap. Yeah. Like, if you just Vault 3. That's all I have to say about that. Vault 3.
Their attitudes being at complete odds with the world they've experienced. The leadership in all of them have absolutely no worldview that comes even close to anything other than embarrassingly distorted caricatures.
Yeah, it's all characters. Yeah, there's nothing nuanced about it. There's no human aspect to it. It feels like just a thing. It's just a rule. It's just, yes, I am person, I do this. I do nothing else. Then you're not a person. You're just a thing. You're a prop being used by the writers to move the story along. And yeah, this is what I've been saying. The problem is with the writing. The problem is with the execution. There's a lot of ideas, some of them good, some of them bad, but none of them are executed in any way competently. Maybe one or two. Like I said, I liked episode 4. The whole thing of ghouls transforming, becoming feral, and whether to spare them or to kill them and stuff like that. But, I mean, you'd have to ignore the fact that none of that makes sense to the game lore, but whatever. At least it's something, goddammit. At least it's something.
Is a foul witch who causes more harm to people than most, but the show completely missed that and thought she had a point of view that pushed for helping the many at the cost of the few, when we clearly see her hurt people that are not only not in her way, but that she is supposed to care deeply for. And then
But, to be fair, Hank nuked Shady Sands. So therefore, anything she does now is completely justified. That's how it works, right?
Less said about the three main characters, the better at this point. They push, even through the previously ons, that this show is all about the wasteland, forcing people to adapt and change in order to survive. I'm sure they think this is coherent in that Lucy goes from happy-go-lucky to, oh geez, I shot mama, which was the unequivocally correct decision here when she is more suffering skeleton monster than person. In any case, any sense people have to make sacrifices or change their very nature in order to survive in this world is excessively undermined by every last decision pleasure in this cinematic steaming demon excrement being infested by retardation. The show may have said some things about trust and how the world is made so much worse by a cycle of the distrusting engendering more and more distrust. That was far from properly achieved in Lucy primarily, but almost all of the characters changed their approach to many situations despite being at odds with where their prior experiences would have influenced them. And don't even get me started on how much they fucked up war never changes as a theme. Holy shit. The show had so much meaning to make use of.
War never changes, so let's start a war. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And so much to say, yet tripped over its many, many failings to simply slot itself into a garbled mess. A foul sewage katamari slathered in Fallout iconography. Tonally speaking, this is a train wreck. We have all kinds of incredibly serious deliveries, with the writing crashing in like a drunken clown looking to beat its ideas into the scene, whether compatible or not. The music will sometimes be awkwardly placed well before a realization, damaging the experience of learning more about a situation.
Overseer Benjamin, this is Lucy and Titus.
Hey guys, just wanted to say hi.
Why the fuck is the music so sinister? He's not—
Because he has one eye.
Not evil, he's abnormal.
Welcome
He's a freak.
To Vault 4. Just some housekeeping, a few things to be aware of.
Having one eye isn't even that huge of a deal in Fallout. You'd be surprised as to the creatures you come across.
Okay, that should cover it. Any questions or—
And this treatment in many of the scenes—
But they're inside a vault, so, you know, you wouldn't ordinarily assume that a vault dweller living, you know, underground, away from the radiation would have this freaky mutation.
will make the twist.
And this is after they woke up after being, you know, drugged with some knockout gas. So they're a little bit on the edge. So, you know.
And turns less surprising because the music is already rushing ahead. This, while also having stakes as big as death, betrayal, or small misunderstandings, all exchanging at seemingly random their own tonal accompaniment, leaving the average viewer to simply say, oh boy, things are happening, which explains why people find episode 8 so disappointing outside of how bad many of the scenes are. You see, when you're being fed structurally incoherent imagery and performances, it's entertaining for as long as it keeps going. Once the ride stops and the questions are answered, you have to think about what you saw, and many people had no fucking clue what they thought outside of having fun, which is wonderful.
Episode 8 was also just like, there's no structure, no cohesion, well, less structure than the episodes before. It felt rushed, especially how the ending was just like a quick montage of things. Bunker, Ghoul with Dog, Hollywood Sign, New Vegas, Deathclaw Skull. So that's why it felt like the previous episodes felt like a story reaching the conclusion. But when we came to the conclusion, it was like, oh, what? I got to write a conclusion now? Oh, Hank is bad. Moldaver wins. She activates the energy thing, and Maximus is a knight, and Lucy chases the dad, and the ghoul chases the dad, and the dog chases the dad, and they go to New Vegas. Okay, is that good enough? Is that enough to fill 40 minutes or whatever, 50 minutes?
But not very meaningful and diminishes in retrospect. Now, let's talk about...
Definitely in retrospect. I've only watched it once, so if I ever go back and watch the show from the beginning, knowing what I know, yeah, I feel like it's going to get much worse. It's going to go down. Like, right now it's at 5 out of 10. If I go watch the show from start to finish, I'll probably give it a 3, maybe a 2.5. But I don't want to do that.
Satire.
Because I like to still have some hope.
I'm not entirely sure of what I have to say when it comes to that aspect of this show. They certainly want their serious, impactful cake while eating their sarcastic, satirical nonsense cake too.
Yeah, they want to be like the games. Like Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and New Vegas. And sometimes Fallout 3. They had the serious moments, and they had the, dark humor. It wasn't goofy humor, it was dark humor. So yeah, they tried to do that, but obviously they either didn't care, or are incompetent, or went to the Bethesda School of Writing and thought that, goofy situations and describing things in a weird, childish way are what constitutes as humor. And, well, each their own, I guess, but that's not... I didn't find it very humorous. I don't think I've ever laughed in the show. I've definitely noticed a lot of scenes where I thought, oh, I can see how that could be funny to someone, but not me. So...
However, the problems obviously run deeper than anything like that. It would appear the writers simply aren't familiar with the weight of their writing versus the weight of the presentation of said writing through the medium of a TV show. You are set to take this as a serious yet playful at times representation of human beings going through hardship, learning about themselves, and acting on values hardened by both pre- and post-World War. Yet they will say and do such stupid bullshit that's entirely antithetical to anything they could have an interest in that I end up wondering if we randomly trade out writers during lines, let alone scenes. For example, there is a scene in Vault 4 with the Overseer that essentially goes like this.
The joke about the nuking of... Yeah, okay.
I don't like foreign people. I hate their smelly food, their stupid ideas, and their annoying culture. I want to call them names, but they get offended, and so when I do call them names and make fun of their history, I have people upset because they don't get my jokes. But you have to tolerate them in order to be elected. I want to close off the borders, but I can't because of policy that existed before I came into power. Satire. Watching Lucy just stare disapprovingly at this boring stereotype slapped onto a random character that shouldn't even have these values whatsoever and bears no consequence on anything is as cringy as it is forced, but I'm sure...
Yeah. Especially knowing what he's been through, what his people have been through, the experimentations. They should be as sympathetic to outsiders in need of help as they are to each other, but nope, doesn't like outsiders. He's just a big pile of goof, big goofball, that guy. And yeah, the writers think that he's funny, but I don't know about that. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm pretty sure that no, he's not.
Someone found it funny, and of course, it's nowhere near as bad as... I'm not a communist, Mr. Howard, but all of the people everyone calls communists are right. Fucking hell. We used to have examinations of these topics that were not only bound to the tone of the story, but the specific subject matter at hand. It is genuinely, incredibly fucking sad that we have countless examples of what are engaging, fun, thoughtful, extensive, dramatic, comedic, and downright fucking inspirational stories that relate to satirizing these topics, whereas now we are willing to accept any slop that has the right label. What seems to have happened here is the shitty dramatic writing gets full protection from the nature of the satirical elements, even...
Exactly, they just want to get away with their messaging, with their preachiness, with their opinions, with their, stances. It's just, like I said, it's just one-sided. It's like, this is the right way to think, this is the right way to behave. And if you don't like it, then you're just a bad person, you're wrong, and you should do better.
Though those suck ass as well. This defense didn't work for CinemaSins, nor did it work for Glass Onion, and it sure as shit ain't working here. If the Fallout show is any indication of the quality of satire we have to endure these days, then maybe Barbara had the right idea. The fact is, we're not making an unrealistic, absurdist comedy here. We're making a dramatic, satirical, post-apocalyptic adaptation of a video game story with comedic infusions.
Exactly, infusions. It's not a comedy. It's a serious... post-apocalyptic drama with comedic undertones, with dark humor infusions. Dark humor, not goofy humor. But again, it all depends on what Fallout games you played. If you only played Fallout 3 and 4, then yeah, you're probably going to think that Fallout is goofy, wacky, post-apocalyptic adventures. And if you have played Fallout 1 and 2, New Vegas, then you're going to go, oh, this is like a serious story that is sometimes has comedic situations, but also in a very tragic way, very sad, very dark ways. Like, there's rarely any instances of just humor. it's always dark humor, you know. But sadly, that's not how it is in the show.
Right? That takes skill. You can't just poop out your half-baked edgy ideas on who the good and bad guys of life are because you have a Fallout skin. We have several examples of very serious and specific dramatic realizations that they want to have dramatic weight. When certain people die, when characters go through specific hardships, they often play the show very seriously. This is not a show in which we just forgive every last bullshit nonsense bit of writing because satire, because it's not supposed to be realistic. How about it fucking respects itself? Hot Fuzz is one of the greatest films of all time, and it absolutely satirizes cop films along with the action genre as a whole.
Mystery genre, definitely.
That's what I'm talking about. The goal was clear. The NCR, Volts, Nuka-Cola, Stimpaks, Jet, Brotherhood of Steel, Dogmeat, Raiders, the Pip-Boy, Ghouls, Airship, Caps, Junkjet, Rad Roaches, Vertibird, Cram, Mini-Nuke, Power Armor, Grognak, Bobblehead, Shady Sands, NCR Ranger Combat Armor, New Vegas Skyline, Hacking Minigame, Water Chip, Protectron Robot, Deathclaw.
Remember this, and no story.
The vast majority of the iconography isn't even Bethesda's because they often fuck everything up. They couldn't even get the aim of a fucking crossbow right, or de-age a person without making them look as blurry as the background of Army of the Dead. Playing basketball with bricks is fucking retarded, but it's the only piece of subtle, consistent writing because it would take an organization as brain dead as the Fallout TV show Brotherhood of Steel to not only come up with this, but to also find it fun. You can seriously end up...
I totally missed that. They were playing with bricks? God damn. That would actually explain a lot. If a lot of the shots bounced off and hit them on the head, that would make a lot of sense.
Been a spiral
of how they behave and why they behave like that. Yeah,
we're all thinking about how retarded this show is. Like, they never gave a reason for Wilzig being the one with personal access and use of cold fusion. They established
exactly. The Enclave is a joke. This guy does what he wants. He takes whatever he wants and gets away with it as easy as anything. It's like, it would be less embarrassing if there was no security there, if there was no turret there. Then I would be like, oh, well, if they say like, oh, it's under repairs, or it's malfunctioning, or it's out of ammo, then I'd be like, oh, well, that's very convenient, but at least it makes sense somehow. But the fact that it detected him and started shooting him for 30 seconds, emptying like 200 rounds, and never hitting one. The dog doesn't get hit. The doctor doesn't get hit. The guards aren't alerted. There's no one guarding the outside. It's just total waste, total joke, embarrassment.
Ghouls need 1 vial per day to stay sane. How are all of the ghouls in the world getting that? Why was...
Exactly. 1 vial gets you 1 day of non-feralness, and it's been 200 years, and it hasn't run out yet? Who's making all these? Who's making this cure-all potion?
There's no visual check on Grimby for entering Vault 31. His entire...
Well, he says like you have 50% DNA of Hank McClane, so you get access.
Plan falls apart if there's just 1 brain cell working on this whole operation. Look at this. Guy shoots up and then flips in editing to shoot this guy. And if you need any evidence of how war never changes went from a theme to a meme, just look at how long the pause lasts before she says it.
More.
Because they were building up because they knew that everyone watching the show would know what she was going to say. So it's like, war? Wait for it. War never changes. But yeah, it ended up being more embarrassing than, cool or whoa, mind blowing. Just embarrassing. What a waste.
War never changes.
I clapped when I saw it.
Oh, you see, the
I'm
Ghoul's
gonna
accuracy
come.
is a reference to the VAT system. It's actually accurate to the games. He doesn't even have a Pip-Boy, you stupid cunt. And no amount of Walto Goblins or Ella Purnell's Alita eyes are going to convince me this pile of shit is worthwhile TV. Demand better. Literally all the show had to do was make the retarded Ghoul reference side quests, and everyone's tripping over their soy-encrusted Pip-Boy bobbleheads to praise it. Oh boy, he typed in the 10th of October 97. That's
Oh, I didn't even pick up on that reference.
when Fallout 1 came out. The game
Wow.
this show couldn't be further from. Just think for a
Yeah.
second about how Lucy's philosophy is only tested in the sense that throughout the show people are mean to her, and so will she continue to be nice to those mean people and people in general? The writers miss any remote sense of exploration of these ideas when there are countless examples of books, shows, movies, and games that have already provided blueprints. If Lucy spares a man, even saves his life, and that man goes on to kill another man's family, a family who are trying to help people, what is her responsibility in that interaction?
Exactly. She's definitely guilty by association. That's why, yeah. Did I bring this up, or did MauLer did? The fact that she saves the person who tried to sell her off, and then starts to hesitate to help someone who saved her. It's just, how does this make any sense? But no, the writers want to show that she's growing, she's becoming more hardened and more wary, but she's being illogical at the same time. How those just don't match up.
To face a grieving father asking her why, will she be challenged on the repercussions of the golden rule being applied to any one person who then has the very opposite effect of it on the next? If Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas addressing philosophy is comparable to a pretty good restaurant, the Fallout show is absolutely the McDonald's of philosophy. But, like, all the workers are children.
That's funny because before I started the recording, I thought of a way to describe the games, and I thought of, like, to describe Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas are like going out to a fancy restaurant and getting a nice, like 3-course, 4-course meal made by a very talented chef, one of the top 10 chefs in the world. And Fallout 3 and 4 are like McDonald's. This is what I thought of. It's like ordering a Big Mac. So there's nothing wrong with a Big Mac, and there's nothing wrong with a nice steak, a juicy steak, some salad, and a nice little dessert to top it off. So it all depends on what you prefer. If you prefer the finer things in life, then you would enjoy Fallout 1, 2, New Vegas. But if you just want something that is fun, just something to satisfy you, something to fill you up with no benefits, with no additional benefits, just some empty calories, then play Fallout 3, play Fallout 4. They're fun. They're fun to play. I have hundreds of hours in Fallout 4. I have a couple hours in Fallout 3 because I just don't like playing it as much as I did Fallout 4. And also Fallout 4 mods, they also make the game even more fun to play. But if I want a good story, I play New Vegas, I play Fallout 1, I play Fallout 2. So nothing really inherently wrong with a fun game with a mediocre or bad story. And there's also nothing wrong with a mediocre game with very good writing. So it all depends on what you prefer. But the show is definitely like, I don't know, secondhand McDonald's. I don't know what else. Oh, it's like waiting outside McDonald's, waiting for the staff to throw out all of their old meals that haven't been eaten, and then going into the trash, digging it up, and eating it. That's what the Fallout show is. So it's still technically McDonald's food, just very withered and very diluted, and also not very good.
And they died years ago. of shame. An absolute gushing waste of money blasted onto a project not worth a fucking cap. Also,
definitely. You'd think that after Rings of Power, you think that I don't know who's running Prime Video. Is it Bezos or whoever? You'd think that they would at least be a little bit wary into when it comes to writing. But no, they just let that one slip by. And to be fair, it is working. A lot of people like the show, so it's not a like a complete failure. Like Rings of Power, no one liked it. So like even people who care about writing, they didn't like it. But also casual fans, they were like, oh, there's not enough action, or there's bad CGI, or the story was too slow, something like that. So everyone had a problem with Rings of Power, but not so much with the Fallout show. So, oh boy, I just can't wait for season 2.
it is outright cowardice that Amazon didn't want to mention China regarding the law of fucking Fallout. But
they never mentioned. Yeah, they just mentioned commies. Yeah, communists. Right, you're right about that. It's weird. And nothing in the news mentioning the war in Anchorage against China. Nothing. None of the systemic racism and hate crimes going on against Chinese Americans in America. None of the prison camps that were built to detain Chinese American citizens on suspicion that they might be spies or whatever. None of that gets mentioned. None of that gets brought up.
thank God they gave us the lore origins of the Pip-Boy thumbs up, for fuck's sake. The Fallout IP...
No, I don't accept that. That's not the origin. No. It's still unknown. It's still ambiguous in my head canon. That's not the origin. I'm not gonna let this show take the credit for anything. Definitely not.
As a whole is about the failure of pre-war ideas and the fallout of those failures. Economics,
yes.
Religion, politics, tribalism, philosophy, resource warfare, and, well, human nature. Greed, power hunger.
War.
Dogmatism, arrogance, prejudice, callousness. The fallout of these ideas now have their descendants trying to rebuild in the very same world torn apart by an almost inevitable war. Combine that with its dark humor, thoughtful commentary, consequential decision-making, and the quintessential retrofuturistic aesthetic, and what do you get? Well, you get a loyal fan base, one that looks forward to every installment, a fan base that is then greeted with this. The Fallout show is bad, and you should feel bad that it's being praised to hell and back, because when sludge like this gets recommended, it puts us in a position of having to appreciate adapted piss fumes from what could have been nothing short of great. Thank goodness they got the fucking references in there. The writing will come later. I am never gonna praise this pile of shit just because it has a Fallout skin. Amazon and Bethesda fucked this up big time, and it ain't hard to see why.
This is all of television now. You make it almost to feed the conversation online.
The Fallout show has protein in urine, and they know it. For those pointing out that all of the bad writing is here because it's adapting a video game, stop.
No. Play the video games. You'll know that it's... No. There's better writing in... It's better writing... You know what? There's better writing in Fallout 4 than in this show. And that's saying something.
Game adaptations don't have to be shit. We have so many examples now. So many video game adaptations being treated with respect while
Exactly, respect. Like, the Sonic movies are not really well written, but they at least respect their fan base because they know that's where the money is. But Amazon, Prime, Graham, Wagner, I don't care.
Satirical elements. Do not eat this diarrhea just because there's corn in there. This shit was so bad they assassinated the character of a fucking dog. Capitalism is when explode Earth. Communism is when person's sane.
Any tiny detail within the games that really appeals to you and is important to you, even if it's something small that you want to see on screen.
Just the sort of 90s attitude towards capitalism.
What? What are you talking about?
Boring. You're boring everybody! Quit boring everyone!
Mark my words, this show's fate will align directly with that of The Mandalorian. Season 2 will be worse, and Season 3 will have everyone wondering how we got here.
Mandalorian, There was also something else, wasn't there? The Boys. What was that? There's another show, another example, an older example. It was before The Mandalorian, I think. Sherlock, the BBC Sherlock show with Benedict Cumberbatch, Martin Freeman. Yeah. If you watch the H. Burma Guy video on it, yeah, you'll see that it was actually bad from the beginning. You just didn't know it.
We got here from a shitty season 1. Fallout got Flanderized.
Yeah, I guess so.
You killed the zombie Flanders.
He was a zombie?
The sheer thoughtfulness, breadth, and nature of this series has, over time, been whittled away until the surface-level iconography has become so oversimplified and removed of context that it now constitutes the entire experience.
Yeah, but you know what? To be fair, I blame Bethesda. They did it first. What the show did was just carry on what Bethesda did. It was a passing of the torch. It wasn't like Rings of Power where they took an established lore and just dumped on it. They took a dump on the lore. Like there was already a dump there. They just did a smaller dump on it. So it's slightly different, but it's still very bad.
A sad fucking fate, but not one entirely dissimilar to many in our culture. This show is the direct result of taking the thinking man's Fallout games and ignoring their spirit entirely. No amount of slow-mo hyper-violence while playing 50s music or Johnny Cash is gonna change my fucking mind, you worthlessly creatively bankrupt vampire cunts. Fuck this terrible show,
I love how cannibalism gets brought up in one scene and never mentioned again. What was that all about? It was just like creepy, and that's it. It's one moment, and you could have did a callback to it. You could have done a callback to it, seeing the Ghoul in a precarious situation later, and he's like scrambling, and then he finds a recently dead corpse, and he's like, "Oh, thank God, finally, I'm starved," and he starts eating it. Or maybe Lucy is in a bad situation. She's starving, and she sees, I don't know, like a raider tries to attack her, she kills him, and then she looks at the corpse and she goes, I am hungry, but am I that hungry? I don't know. But no, it doesn't get brought up ever again. Why bring that up? Just shock factor? In other ways, this is something that they brought up, and then immediately forgot about.
Get clear of it. If you're looking for something new, watch The Gentleman, or Shogun, or Silo, or hell, watch Paint Dry. It'll be more productive.
Sure. I haven't seen The Gentleman yet. I have seen the movie, but I haven't seen the show. And Shogun, I'm nearly halfway done with the season, and I've still yet to see Silo, but I'm hearing good things. So definitely, yeah, I'll definitely give those a go. And I can tell you from what I've seen of Shogun, it's a lot better than Fallout. Is that it?
Well, that was bracing, wasn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, what were we expecting from the talent behind that Tomb Raider and Captain Marvel? Regardless, thank you for watching, and I am absolutely not joking when I say this video was only made possible by many incredibly talented people helping to put it together. Entire sections of visuals...
This video, when I saw this video in my feed, I was like, what, already? It's only been like a week or two since the news broke that MauLer was working on a Fallout video, and now we have it? That is like very quick. So yeah, and it's well made, well done, well edited, well structured. 2 hours. I know with all the pausing, but even with the pausing, it really flew by. It only felt like 3 hours instead of 6. But yeah, wow.
Were created by Goga, Cat Hamper, Mark the Cyborg, Lazy Lenzy, Capital O Opinions, and Indigo Gaming. You guys...
Well done, everyone.
You guys are all absolute legends. Thank you so much for helping me get this project completed. I also want to give a thank you to the many people who reached out with Fallout lore. I got a hand from many users on Discord too, considering I am nowhere near an expert, but I think this
I could have definitely helped you there.
Video needed to get out there. This was an insane nightmare project for me, done in record time to have a place to point to when it comes to discussing this show and its flaws. And make no mistake, this abomination fucking melts the more you think about any damn moment, the more you watch any damn scene.
Sure.
Believe me, I know. It's a
I'll take your word on it. I'm not going to watch the show again because I don't want it to be even more ruined. I'll take your word on it.
Project no worse than the Halo show in many ways. However, here, the music, the aesthetic, and the performances have shielded it to the degree that it is as critically acclaimed by some as fucking Arcane. That's deranged.
Well, I haven't watched Arcane or have played League of Legends, but from what I've heard about Arcane, no. It's definitely no Arcane.
Fans of The Lord of the Rings outright rejected Rings of Power, and I fully recommend Fallout fans do the same with this trash.
Yes, definitely. Like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4, I'm definitely happy to consider this as just an alternate reality Fallout story that was fun, had a lot of cool scenes and actions, but action scenes, but at the end of the day, it's just a thing that happened and went away. And I'll be happy to forget about the show, definitely.
Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please check out my other explorations of all kinds of movies on both my main and second channels. Over on EFAP, we recently covered Rebel Moon, The Halo Show, A Haunting in Venice, Themes in Storytelling, and The Three Musketeers. yes. The Paul W.S. Anderson one, yes. You never know.
It's actually funny, I watched this movie on my own only like a week before the EFAP movies of it came out. I was like, wow, what a coincidence. I was actually, after I watched the movie, I was like thinking about recommending it to MauLer because it's like, hey, you guys like the Resident Evil, you had fun watching the Resident Evil movies. This is made by the same director. It has Alice in it. It has, Mila Jovovich, so give it a shot. And suddenly, I see the video in my feed premiering. So I was like, oh, okay, well, never mind then. But yeah, I've as far as MauLer's videos goes, yeah, I'm definitely caught up to all the EFAPs and most of MauLer's reviews. So, but I'd be happy to watch any of them again, especially. I don't know. Well, if anything Fallout related comes out, I'd definitely watch that and react to it, maybe.
What's going to happen next over there. Now, if you want to support the channel, please check out the Patreon and Subscribe Star, and if you'd like a cuddly version of me haunting your every moment checking out media, then pick up the brand new MauLer Cthulhu plushies, available now as part of the Real BBC plushie set. You can buy Battle Damage MauLer on his own, but if you buy him as part of the Real BBC set, you get a 15% discount. Please go and check it out if you're interested. The link is in the description. Other than that, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice. God damn.
I just caught some guy in here having sex with one of my chickens.
Okay then.
Democracy is like violence in your movies. If you only let the bad guys use it, the bad guys win.
Oh no, the writers are...
Here's something you should know about me. I believe that there's almost no such thing as bad tactic, only bad targets.
Fans of movie Bob.
Bob Chipman. God. All right, well, we've done it, everybody. We've done the thing. We've watched the entire, I guess, review, you could call it. And what a journey this has been. I definitely didn't expect this to go for this long, and I definitely didn't expect me dedicating 2 days watching it in its entirety, but you know what? Now that we've made it to the end, I'm glad that I did. And, well, I wouldn't say that I would do it again. I would definitely watch it again on my own, because there's a couple of things that I missed. Some things I was talking over, and some things that... sometimes I would pause in the middle of a sentence and I would forget what was said before, so I would definitely watch this again on my own, without any pausing, definitely. And, but yeah, as far as this video is concerned, I think I'm pretty much done. So all there's left to say is thank you all for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.